set the world on fire, fire. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my.
I am doing amazing. I'm actually so excited to be covering this first matchup. Again, both teams have already had their first match under their belt, but very, very different results. Obviously, one a striking win in the face of sickness, of a return from a subpar international performance, and then Titan Esports Club, who just maybe performed their expectations with all of the changes that they've made support-wise for a pre-existing core that has not budged. Yeah. Ooh, I mean, Vukushu is doing Vukushu things, is the number one thing, right? For all the debut matches, has the highest ACS of any player, right? Like, for me, it's like DRG, they don't need to prove themselves domestically, right? This is just a stepping stone to get back to the global stage, to kind of pick up where they left off. And they're also adding more firepower, trying to bring up new talent up to par in terms of bringing Versin over Flexin as well. So them navigating in a seasoned roster like Billy Gaming as well and winning out, to me, that was their only competitor in this group aside from XLG. Maybe All Gamers, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And I mean, then flipping the script and talking about Titan Esports Club here a little bit, Crafty. Again, this is a squad that's stuck together, right, for a long time. And you actually mentioned you were excited about some of the coaching changes, right?
Is it a sign of them being super desperate for the second second stage and overcooking it a bit, or do you think this is gonna actually?
I mean, I feel like every organization tries to make that last kind of sprint effort, and TEC is one of those that definitely needs like a first or second place to make champions. But to me, it was like this team and Billy were my dark horses. The fact that they both lost their kind of opening matches here is a little saddening to say the least, but I'm still holding out hope for this squad. On the flip side, a team again that had a brilliant debut was Dragon Ranger Gaming, and Life was one of those players. I think he struck a good balance of consistency and fragility in that match versus Billy Gaming, again as a secondary duelist role up alongside, I should say, Spirit Z1. And yeah, it did come from the operator, it did come from them still sporting the neon, so again not really making too many changes from what was working for them on the global stage. And I think it's that those reps that have also carried over.
Yeah, it does seem like we currently have an audio issue with me not having any audio. I don't know if that has been resolved
Start miming,
so far. Yeah, I mean, if that is the case, I might have to rejoin, but I don't know if it's
I'll start the podcast and yeah, just tell me when you're back.
No, okay.
You're back.
No, we don't know yet. But yeah, you are completely right. As we see some highlights here of the matchup between DRG and BLG. I mean, to be fair, BLG looked a bit desperate and lost there at the end. It's tough to see a team like that struggle to find performances like they used to have a couple of years ago still. I mean, they were a champs last year, and they haven't been at an international event ever since. But let's not talk about BLG. Let's not talk about BLG yet. DRG, you said China is more like the stepping stone for them to really come back to an international performance that represents the region well. Do you think they're already at a point where they can beat the likes of XLG and EDG at this time?
Do I think that they are there yet? If they're all like locked in online 100% and XLG's having an off day, I think they could beat XLG, which is saying a lot. I got my little XLG charm hiding back here. But on the flip side, I think EDG right now are just like 2-4 already in the high of a really great international run, so I'm a bit, I think, questionable on that front. But I think also once I see a bit more, I should say, from Verse as well, I think, to make a final call on that. But what I have seen so far has been promising. Him alongside Nick, who already isn't in the best health right now, both are leading the charge in terms of assists per round, so they're doing their jobs brilliantly on, again, initiator and controllers likewise. And we actually had a discussion of if Nick can't be playing today, like what does that mean if your IGL is gone, right? If Verse has to step out of maybe the controller role, if Flexen is coming back since he's just benched and still kind of in a 6-man position, like there was all kind of like question marks popping up into our minds about how this match day could fare depending on who's coming into the server. And I think that would make a great opportunity for Titan Esports Club. We haven't really talked about too much themselves, right? Howdong, Spitfires, Dynamite, Coco, and Lucas. First off, and they represent, I gotta call out my Chinese Canadian Lucas. As always, just finding success coming over. And outside of that, I had this joke to me where I feel like both of these teams play so similar. One of the glimmers in the darkness of the Wolves match, right, for TEC was Howdong on stage shooting and hollering right after fragging out on that Cypher as well. And I feel like we know a fragging Cypher from DRG. And then you also have a double duelist combo, right, with Dynamite and Spitfires. I feel like we also have a little double duelist combo on DRG, right? To me, these two teams are so similar, and I'm really hoping that they're going to be online today.
Yeah, but then a bit of a questionable decision to put someone like Spitfires on that stage on Sunset, but we do have the Spirit versus Spitfires.
Just said they're the same person, bro.
Yeah, they are the same person. It's a mirror matchup, basically. I do see an Odin. That's disgusting. At
least they're both embracing the cringe, you know? It's like Odin versus Opt, both the different spectrums of the player you hate to face in skirmish, but looks like Spirit Z1 may be coming away better for it so far. 4-3, a very close matchup here to determine who would get the veto advantage, and looks like it will be going the distance, Crafty.
That is ridiculous. I mean, okay, it is Spirits E in the end, picking up the W at the skirmish with an Odin. I mean, I will not read too much into this, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't think we're going to be seeing him using the Odin anytime soon in an official per se. But let's talk a little bit about that veto, right? I feel like in the last match, obviously we had Titan Esports Club already ban out. I believe it was that Lotus. So we probably aren't going to see what we saw in the DRG versus Billy Gaming match. But something that did stand out to me was both teams did float Ascent. TEC also floated Summit, but that's been like the insta ban for DRG right now, just trying to work on what they know. Maybe work on that in the background as they are getting these first few matches out because they've had such a hectic schedule. But with that, I could see a Haven today, and I would want to see more from it. What other maps are you hoping maybe to see?
Yeah, I mean, Summit has also been floated, I think, in the first rotation, but this time around it's going to be taken off by DRG. It is a very similar map veto to what we've seen from TEC versus Wolves, with both Haven and Sense being there, but Breeze coming in first as TEC's pick, which is interesting to me. I mean, it gets to show that they're confident in their aiming power right now versus a player like Wukashu. That is certainly something, but I'm not sure. To be honest, to me, any map veto somewhat favors DRG right now, with two of the best maps of TEC in Pearl and Fracture that have been rotated out of the pool right now. It is a bit tough for them to really find their footing in this current map pool, I feel like.
I'm actually really excited to see this Breeze as the starting match between these two, because I feel like it's going to answer a lot of questions for both these teams. It's been a minute since we've seen it for Titan Esports Club. We know they've been revisiting some of the double duelist kind of dualities. We also might get a Harbor for Haldong, which was something they played last time, right? And on the flip side of things, there's two things for DRG that stand out. One, they already switched life off of the chamber on Lotus. Are they thinking about doing the same thing here on Breeze? That's going to be something to explore once we get into the agent compositions. And second, we've only seen Verse on the Omen in that opening match, obviously, for DRG versus Billy, and here you're probably going to see that Astra and Vukushi obviously probably on the Viper. So it's going to be another test, see again the full breadth of his implementation into the systems that Dragon Ranger Gaming are bringing to this stage.
I mean, DRG did get absolutely destroyed by Vitality and Masters on Breeze, so maybe that's the reason why TEC were picking this up. I think it was a 13-3 for Vitality. So yeah, not the best performance recently from DRG, but yeah, I'm confident. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how DRG going to fare here. If Versus pickup might actually result in a comp change as well. We did see the Phoenix from TEC recently on Breeze, which is a bit unusual, to be honest. But
I like it.
I mean, at this point in time, it feels like you could pretty much pick Phoenix on any map because he's just that good and that flexible for any roster. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, it kind of fills the spot of like a Sky in terms of some of the info gathering. They just put themselves on the line, or they consistently cycle the orb collection. And also when you pair it with that Harbor, right, you can get up close and personal with that High Tide and then curveball right through it. And it's so hard to dodge. And then Spitfire, so I mentioned, is going to be that win condition space taking wise. I think it definitely requires, a well-oiled machine. I think that's going to be a perfect test. And I will say that was one of the more positive takeaways I did observe in that Haven matchup is, while maybe they were a bit simplistic with some of the death ball approaches, the duelists were always hand in hand, were always fighting forward. It was a good balance of aggression, and independent of that, it's just going to be a test on calling and some of the gaps, because it can be a map all about mid control, about the timing mid doors and elbow, and I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for Titan Esports Club, and one they have to solve fast, because you mentioned it already, Sunset is rough, and that is that map 3 decider. So we'll have to see if this goes the distance, if it'll be a 2-0 leaning either way, if there's an upset in the cards. But here we go, DRG versus TEC in Changsan. I'm excited, Crafty.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is such a great matchup. And most importantly, we already talked about that a couple days ago. Every win that you get in group stage is also a championship point, right? So DRG currently looking to get as many championship points as possible off of this group stage as well, to close that gap versus AG, are currently sitting in third spot. And look at that pure confidence and style here from Life. And that's a player that I wanted to talk about as well, because he had a rough stage 1. He had like highest first death of any player in the in this region, and he was looking a lot better during Masters already. and he had an amazing opening performance 2 days ago versus BLG. Is that the return of life that everyone wanted to see off of this DRG roster?
I'm definitely hoping so here, just a little bit, and I think that maybe goes back to what we mentioned about getting off the chamber, getting him into duelist alongside Spirit Z1, and it also just kind of takes some of the pressure, I think, off of Spirit Z1. I mean, you saw how happy he was in the walkouts, right? Of just demolishing with the Odin in the skirmishes. If that kind of energy translates into the server, if they get back to their standing ways, then it'll be hard mentally just for Titan Esports Club to maintain themselves out the gate in this matchup. But here is the squad. Get to see them rolling on out. And are there any players that we haven't highlighted that you're hoping to see kind of step up in today's game for Titan Esports Club? I mean, look how coordinated they are already in the walkouts, for crying out loud. That was nice.
Yeah, that was certainly nice. I mean, Changsha erupts as these two teams are heading to the stage. I mean, like, TC feels for everyone has to sort of step up their game if they actually want to compete versus DRG today. Their showing versus Wolves was quite underwhelming, to say the least, especially on Sunset. So I really hope that they can brush off this loss versus them to find their old strength. I mean, they made playoffs last stage even, right? And they didn't change anything in this roster. So you would expect them to maybe at least get close to some of these playoff matches. Of course, there is no group stage elimination in stage 2, so they will get a chance even if they drop to last place in Group Omega, which is a tough group. But I feel like any of these players could potentially make the difference. I do, however, hope that this is going to be a bit of a closer matchup for them than it was versus Wolves. And I did not get to see whether Nick was on the side of DRG. Did you take a glimpse of him? No?
I don't know if I caught. I was just focused on the smile on Spirit Z1's face, you know. But we'll see. I'm sure when Agent Select comes up. You got him. Okay. Yeah, there. You're right. So we'll see how he's feeling, maybe in the server performance wise. But yeah, I think that what I've heard from other teams like internationals, and they get sick, it's not necessarily you'll see like an individual performance downturn, but maybe the entire team just isn't communicating as effectively, right? The calls might not be coming as fast. So I wonder who in the server would be stepping up in that regard, kind of calling wise. And to me, I think it's Life more than anybody that actually does that. Yeah. When he was at the pressers in London, he felt like he had like a really good head on his shoulders and like was very thorough in some of his explanations. So I hope that's what happens today if Nick needs a little bit more breathing room. But we'll see if TEC can even push them that far to begin with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, one step after the other. I mean, yeah, but you are right. Even in the post-match interview on the Thursday live, seemed to be like very energetic, very confident, not only in his own abilities, but in his team's ability as well, and how they've been performing. So yeah, I do expect them to maybe catch up to this, to their performance from Thursday 2 days ago. However, yeah, Nick's health certainly a potential issue if your IGL is struggling. That can, of course, affect the entire team. Let's hope he's well enough. He's been to the hospital even. So yeah, it is quite concerning, to be honest.
Best medicine is your wife's care. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But yeah, it is Breeze coming up. Do we expect to see any compositional changes?
Whoa!
And here are the two comps. The Phoenix remains on the side of TEC, and we do get versus Harbor this time around.
This is interesting. I mean, we already saw some Dynamite Operator action, so I'm not really surprised in that regard, maybe for seeing the Neon and how well it'll translate. I was a little bit nervous, like, seeing that swap away from the Jet at first, but immediately I was like, oh, just kidding. Independent of that, that's really the only change that they've made, I guess, compositionally, other than again the Harbor out, like Omen back in for how long, which will be, I think, comfort picks more than anything. But to me, it was more Dragon Ranger Gaming's changes that I was like, ooh, we were correct on them trying to get the chamber out of the picture. And I think I'm more surprised to see Verse actually picking up the Harbor, because I was just talking about how we were gonna have to see him expand his agent arsenal, right, away from just the Omen on this map, whether it was gonna be the Ashta, the Viper, or I guess the Harbor. And I'm curious to see how DRG are going to plan around that.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen him play the Viper as well. But it is certainly an interesting pickup for Verse. I mean, I love Harbor. I love Harbor on this map. I really think he's still a somewhat underrated agent, and I'm gonna be glad to see it. It's just the only thing that is sort of outstanding here. I mean, we've seen that before from them because Breeze is one of the only maps where Vukashu is not on Cypher duty. So I'm gonna be excited to see his Viper as well, as we do get into our first pistol round. It is DRG on attack, and TEC already taking a lot of space up towards B elbow. But DRG on their way to A. Certainly gonna face Lucas here. I don't think he's gonna intervene too much. Gonna step away and give some space to DRG. Are gonna be able to plant the spike most likely.
Yeah, they're okay with it because the trio has already backfilled mid-space, right? They're re-clearing kind of the space the high tide set. Now they're gonna be able to reflood immediately as the spike goes down.
Spike has been planted, but as you said, there's 3 players coming from double doors. Dart immediately destroyed. No player down so far as TEC are slowly taking this space away from DRG. Are falling back. There's still 2 players in backside. Nick has an excellent position off of this cove. It's 3 and still is able to get out. Swap positions there with Spirit, and Verse claims the last one. What a decisive first pistol from DRG.
Oh, and I mean, as a team that played Harbor themselves, Tiny Sports Club should know first and foremost, you should just not be solo contacting out of these coves in this manner, right? It feels disconnected. Howdong, that paranoia should be coming before the double swing. And even then, I mentioned in their matchup previously, that opener, they were coordinated between the duelists. There you saw Dynamite swinging way before Spitfires, and that still goes back to maybe the duelist changes that they've had, where it was actually Dynamite on the Phoenix previously and Spitfires on the entry duelist. So we'll see how that kind of starts lining up here. But for now, for the eco, it's all eggs in the same basket. Spirit Z1 on the other side.
Did get revealed there by the dart. Still goes for the duel, takes 1, but is traded. Only had the ghost though, so no real weaponry able to be picked up there for TEC as they step back out of A main. But they got their 1v1.
Now, because they knew they were going a bit more aggressive on the A side. Now that contact, that pressure has been relinquished. Dragon Ranger Game going to call the bluff, redrone the space, and realize they have found an unoccupied site for the taking. So looking to keep this round now as clean as possible for the remainder. Should looking pretty good. Even Life wants to get on a deeper line once this high tide fades, and we'll see how Titan Esports Club approach retaking this if they want to at all. Versus Wolves on Haven, they would just try to go down a spike all the time on these second round ecos.
I mean, they still have the Viper wall, full toxin should be there for them as well. Cash are going to be able to use that, and I mean, we've seen that setup in the previous round with Nick just holding that backside. This time around, it's just Live. He's going to be able to take some more space with the dart. They're going to try to get some more kills, get some more ult points. Verse struggling a bit there in the 1v1 versus Lucas. Does get out, though. It's Live picks up another one versus Spirit, but there is another kill for the side of TEC, making it a bit more expensive than DRG might have hoped for.
Yeah, got what, a Spectre out? There it is right there. Howdong collects it as he's on his way to his grave. But they do keep the most expensive there with the Aloe at the Bulldog, so the silver linings where you can find them, but all in all, it's gonna be this next round that really demands Tiny Sports Club to have an answer, and I'm more surprised at how willing they are to give up this space, right? From where you mentioned in the pistol round, Lucas just giving and playing retake the full 5v5 to that eco as well. After they get the 1-1 trade that you mentioned in Deep A Cave, they immediately all gamble rotate towards B, expecting that to have been enough to force the rotate when in reality it wasn't. So we'll see what this next round looks like. DRG pretty direct on this A take so far. Anti-flash extraordinaire there, I guess, from Life. And here we go. Drones should kickstart the take.
Looked like he almost DC'd there, just walking straight ahead. Did not expect Howdong up there, but it's a great refract from Spirit Z to make space for a second duelist. Life goes down, though, through the smoke, making this a 4v4. This certainly favors DRG right now, as they already planted the spike. They do have that backside position under control as well. with the wall. Once again, just buying some more time. Verse already found his way into this cove. Might be able to peek out, and Bukashu finds one with the Outlaw. Verse now, but out in the open. It's taken up by Spirit Fire, but Spirit's himself too close for that flash to hit. To still maintain control on side, and this must actually be a save here for the side of TC. They're not able to get on site fast enough. Coco takes the Phantom into the next round, but it's a bonus converted for DRG.
Wow, and it really was just, I think, the delegation of contact in the post plan that wins them that round, right? And that's after a beautifully synchronized entry between Spirit Team 1 and Life to give them these openers. And that's off the 4-step Vandal from Life as well. To complement that broken bar we mentioned, that Tiny Sports Club was at least able to walk away in the second. But again, they know who has post plan utility, they know who has no utility, and that's why Verse fights forward into his own cove, right? He's like, okay, my life doesn't mean too much util-wise, let me find some value elsewhere. And it was just one player after another contacting. Snakebite comes down and you're out of time, and that's why Coco had to call for the save. Carries that hero rifle into the next, where once again the idea is aggression behind these sheriffs, behind these pistols. TEC looking for early contact.
They will be met by a few players at the side of DRG. Say, go for that deep smoke. It's B lobby. Not going to take any additional space. There is the reclear. But window is open for them now. Be taking that space.
Oh, did Lucas spot that?
Oh yeah, he's got that. He might have seen something. It looked like it. There are pings right now on both sides of this team, and there's some great shots from TC. There will be a trade though. Cross map from Spirit. A side is open, but Spike is dropped. Most importantly, Spiritfire has his ultimate, is able to use it to not only get that kill, also pick up that gun, and TEC might have just found their opening.
On an eco at that. We talked about how there was some desynchrony between the util investment. That was perfect. Relabel, paranoia combo, gives them the doubles with the sheriff. Even with the minute dynamite whiff, it's enough. And fires a perfect call either from him individually or from Haodong to invest it on the eco. Has now sent them from rags to riches, unless Spirit Z1 has something to say about it.
I mean, he's 13 seconds. He's got to be quick, and he's been taken out immediately. 3K for Lucas. TEC with some life coming back into them in round 4. The eco converted certainly is going to help them as well. That's a great shot. You mentioned the paranoia. Oh my god. Oof, clean from Haodong as well.
Yeah, and if that extra pressure isn't applied by the run it back, right, there's a chance that in a 2v3 without full guns collected, that Dragon Ranger gaming could have stabilized. So just taking that risk with the buffed bandit as well that was being sported is perfect. So Spitfire's doing okay with the roll swap, or big air quotes roll swap, and even now on the forefront of this exchange.
That's a great aggression towards A main once again. Immediate Hunter's Fury as well invested from Lucas, but Bukashu finds the pick. Out of double doors, makes this a full V4 for now. They did not check for Haodong though. It's another kill for him. Is able to pick that one up, gets a double though. That should be able to take the spike as well. It's a 2v1, only Coco alive. He doesn't know both of their positions. Are they still gonna go for that A? Execute now, gonna cancel out. Oh my god. Could he get a peek in there? If he gets that kill, this should be his round still. WOL invested on the B side. Snakebite pretty early. We'll give up that space. Looks like Verse is gonna take it.
Yeah, he has to get an element of surprise kill, right? 7 bullets, 30 HP. He's not gonna win a head-on-head fight versus a full HP, full shield player. The silver lining here is with Snakebite invested, don't have to worry about dying in that regard, but yeah, we get a little trippy in the 1v1 head-to-head, and speaking of getting tripped out, both players going towards opposite sides of the map through opposite spawns, and looks like we're gonna end this round on the B site one way or another.
I mean, Verse with the better read here. I mean, he will use the cove, be able to plant safely. What angle can he find though? There's so many angles that he would have to check. Doesn't know where Coco could come from. He does take the route through mid. Does he take tunnel, or is he gonna re-clear Elbow. Doesn't look like it. Oh my god. Can Verse actually take this? Does have the wall to create some more space. Deny vision from Verse, and they find each other. Coco takes the duel and will be able to clutch this round for TEC.
And laser focused on getting that spike diffused, right? Aside from some high fives from the squad. That is a well-navigated clutch. And, I mean, both teams had the right response to each other in this situation, right? I feel like Titan Esports Club, I was like, okay, they're on the verge of, again, not dealing with this mid-split from DRG, but they continue pressing on forward into main, and they take down one half of that DRG charge, that crunch that was getting attempted. And following that up, right? Yeah, it's a 1v2, but enough damage was left for Coco to finish the job with that nice kill. Laser onto Vukashu, who was, I don't even know what the plan was, right? You weren't popping the wall, you weren't waiting for the toxins, so I don't understand why you were contacting if you're trying to fake, but no fake to this round. It is pedal to the metal.
Once again, this time on B, they just bring the fight to DRG, but it's 2 kills farm for them as well. 2 versus 3. The overdrive was invested there for Dynamite. They do still have the spike, and it looks like Lucas is pretty low with only 20 HP. Haodong sitting on 70. A side is open, so they might still be able to go for that plant.
Yeah, again, Titan Esports Club minimizing risks. It feels like they're okay navigating without perfect information in some of these rounds when they have numbers, but the HP differential is what I'm a little bit concerned about here. If they let the spike plant go down, but might be why they're letting Haodong get into position here to draw some eyes, draw some attention, dislodge Nick, who's also sitting offside with a Hunter's Fury. They thought this through.
The timing. He just missed him, and Haodong's going to be able to find the kill. Live. All of a sudden in a 1v3 now. Does have a smoke still in an updraft, but I don't think it's going to help him much, especially against this double peak. And TEC will be able to equalize in round 6, probably sending DRG into an eco.
And I would hope a timeout too here sooner rather than later. I don't think this is anywhere as close as Dragon Ranger Game are hoping this matchup would be, or this opening map would be. I think DRG, if I'm remembering right, likes to save them for more so some of the rifles. But yeah, no, Nathan, yeah, getting involved here, seeing if they can make some of their own eco magic. But I mean, you just side by side, like how they finished that round, how the trap plays have started panning out for Titan Esports Club, to the solo swings out of that cove on like the pistol, and they're just like night and day difference, right? And I feel like the way that they were able to stabilize and clean up those mistakes so fast is what has allowed now us to have an equated scoreline 3-3.
Yeah, honestly, I also expected them to control these spaces a lot better in these post plans, as we've seen in the opening rounds with that Viper plus Harbor comp. It just gives you so much smoke availability and so much smoke uptime with the Cove cooldown being so low, being able to use the high tide to fill the gap in between the toxins as well. So we have seen TEC rather struggle with those retakes in some of these opening rounds, but they just decided to not let them plan anymore. Just go for the aggressive fight in both A main and B main, and it has paid off so well for them. So I do kind of want to see maybe some more mid control from the side of DRG. What do you take away from this?
Yeah, we're not really getting the impact from Vukashu in that regard, right? Like the one round, yes, he takes Lucas down, but that was really it. I feel like he's been playing with the pack a little bit more, or regrouping a little bit earlier than he typically does, and that's playing it just a bit too safe. And now, when it feels like DRG might finally be able to make a change and put Vukashu in that position, TEC mid fight out mid door, right when demanded.
And also trying to take that A main immediately. That's great storm starts. Oh wait, no one pays any kind of attention towards TEC. Just running down mid. Dynamite picks up 3, but Spirit able to at least find 2. Another one found through the smoke for Spitfires. It's just Verse alive. What is going on with DRG? No one is going to expect Coco to be here that fast, but Lucas finds the kill before he even gets a chance to fire a bullet. TEC dismantling DRG.
I am just in awe, right? We went from a conversation of Tiny Esports Club being a bit too passive, right? Just giving up a bit more space, playing a retake, being okay without answers, to now aggro-style trap plays that give them the advantage. The round basically secured seconds in. And even there, we mentioned how they weren't really doing much to combat some of these DRG A splits, and suddenly they have a fix for it out of the timeout. So huge praise to the coaching staff for that call. That was hitting the nail on the head. So all in all, into the next. Mentioning, yeah, that was kind of an eco anyways. So full buy with the ultimates here. This is a must win for DRG. If you invest that Reckoning and Spirit Z1, the conversion paths with no answer, this map is going to quickly spiral. And you saw in that replay package, right? It was life having such impactful Whaley ultimates. Let's hope some has rubbed off on Spirit Z1 in this round.
Yeah, they do try to take their space onto B side. It's execute by both their duelists, at least getting into backside already. Life has been inserted deeply, and with that harbor wall, they're just going to be able to plan without any answer from TEC. The conversion path's there. It is. They can't really fight off of it. It's TEC getting 2 kills even. Hunter's Fury invested as well. The fight's 2. Nick might be the savior of this round for them. The 3rd even of the Hunter's Fury. The run it back. It's been taken down by Verse. It is a 2v2. Verse still 7 seconds on his cove before he could get out. Does not decide to go for the Reckoning here.
Oh.
Tries to fight it out by himself. And he will be punished for it. TEC with another successful retake. Enhancing the lead here. After 8 rounds, sending DRG straight back into an eco probably.
And that's 2 out of 3 of those swing ultimates we just highlighted, eviscerated with no conversion factor. And I think that's why TEC took their time. That's why they were playing off B side. Again, they're anticipating these plays that DRG are going to call and then playing around them in the mid round perfectly. That recon, yeah, is criminal. And while Nick does all he can with that Hunter's Fury, invested a bit early, it's his refight without any util that's like a big question mark, right? They still had some util in the tank. They still had some tools to play around with it. They just didn't invest. They oversimplified and got punished as a result. So 5-3 here. You mentioned TEC just strengthening not just the advantage, but the confidence, the counters, the ults that can now set a further foundation here.
Nick just barely getting away off of the spam through the smoke and the snake bite. This takes some damage, however. With the orb taken, looks like they're gonna head straight over to him. It is a little bit of a stack of the crossfire here between Hao Dong and Dynamite. Certainly, there should be some util invested as well. It's a beautiful paranoia at the stun as well, but there's just too many bodies to hit for Dynamite. He does go down immediately. Only takes the 1. Oh, the Reckoning, most importantly, dodged though by Hao Dong. Lucas able to get away from it as well. Should be fine another kill. Still full health. Life's head spotted, but he does take Lucas's. 1v2, low health bars on the side of DRG. And Coco could have a beautiful timing here on the flank. They expect him. No util available for him. He does get the first kill. Spirit Z1 still so far away. Should be heard now, and he's just too low. 1 body hit is all Coco needs. A 6th round on the board for TEC. And that timeout really did nothing so far for DRG.
Yeah. Coco racking up the clutch points right now, but I don't know, I feel like the internal clock there is a miss. Yeah, Spike's not planning for you, so maybe some anxiety steps in, but again, it's similar to how last round went. They're re-engaging or reconverging on a fight they don't need to be taking yet on the DRG camp, right? Spirit Z1, you know you're low HP, you know you can't take that contact head on anyways, and just the fact that he contacts when he's not even out of cave yet is either Coco being a genius and delaying his push, his retake, or again, a miscomm, a misinput on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side. Now trailing by 3. Lucky to have a buy there. Pulling out Life and the Operator as well. They may combat these early traps. Ooh.
Ooh. Is Dynamite gonna take that peek? Decides not to. Life's just gonna push into that smoke. With the shorty. Oh, the Spitfires could get a beautiful timing here. Life still gets the kill. No trade from Haodong as well. Oh, struggles with the aim there versus Wukashu. That is an opening for DRG, one they desperately need it. It looks like they're gonna take an A side just with it.
Finally, Dragon Ranger Gaming walk away with numbers in the early round just from contacting up, right? The op kind of forced them to slow their pace down, and now it's what's going to solidify the round in all ideality. Dynamite making a go at it. But again, the immediate ping pong there with Spirit Z1. Again, the double-edged sword you can have with the double duelists comes on through, and they are good to go.
I mean, it felt a bit like a whoopsie round there for TEC. A lot of duels that they could have won. This probably should have been Haodong's to take. But it all falls apart with that one pick after another. For DRG, still trailing by 2, of course. But might just find their footing late into this first half once again. Knives invested for life as they do go for a fast execute this time around. Not quite able. Dodge that reveal. And use the wall to plant the spike once again, and most importantly, put the Viper's Pit on top. That has to be cleared now. No valuable ultimate there on the side of TC. They could use the overdrive if they wanted to create some space into that Viper's Pit. They do use the drone first. It's not going to be able to clear the entirety, though. It's going to be destroyed immediately. So much time taken off of this post plant already just because of that wall, plus the Viper's Pit. The smoke is going to be good for the operator. And with the fast lane able to push into the pit, but will be met immediately by Spirit. Wukashu finds one from main as well. This is not going to be anything that Coco can change. He does take a step back. Might get another kill there in the end. Okay, Nick decides to just fall down to the spike. And it's a 5th round for DRG.
I feel like that one was a decision. That's like you're running for your life and get crushed by the boulder in the Jones moment. But no, yeah, DRG, they get out of the site. Again, I feel like we're back to what was plaguing TEC a little bit earlier into the half of being too passive, too complicit, when they never really found themselves that A retake in the first place, right? It was always when they got early footing in the round. So that's, I think, why the timeout comes through to try and push through a numbers advantage at the half. Again, they're no strangers to having some closer halves that just kind of fall to the wayside. So we'll see if it works out. But for now, yeah, DRG, you mentioned they at least are keeping themselves in the game. And again, I think the most impressive thing has just been how DRG can prioritize those post plants more than anything, right? Well, they're not over fighting when numbers are like, I would say, equivalent or less than, right? Because when they have firm numbers, they're just like perfect when they have all the tools to work with.
Yeah, that's when this post-plan util between the Viper and the Harbor can really come into effect as well. You saw it right there. I mean, of course, the Viper's Pit, something they will not be able to use during this last round of the first half. And it's interesting that TEC decided to actually take away one of these timeouts just to be able to get that halftime lead, get that last round secured. See whether they'd be able to do it, as Dynamite's only going to be able to run the judge here, does not have the overdrive available, so he's not going to be as effective as in some of these other rounds.
Well,
unless they walk straight into him, of course.
Yeah, this feels like another kind of like trappy kind of style. If they commit a bit too deep into the main choke, if Spitfires gets a kill, for example, too, that'll be the run it back online. But first time we're seeing a dual B approach here, right? Life already through tunnel.
What? Dynamite stepping out in towards B main, gets that first kill. There's a run it back invested as well. Wukashu finds it. It's going to be traded, though.
Wow.
And Haodong finds a beautiful kill versus Live. They are falling apart at the seams, and TEC does find that most important 7th round for them in halftime.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it feels like we just copy pasted the 1A aggression round on to B, right? As soon as they realize they've lost kind of control over one of the entry points into sight, they call it perfectly timed to fight back into main, to fight back in one of these extremities. And even with the judge, the way that DRG are getting caught off guard by it round after round doesn't smell like success. But they decide swap in the making. They won't have to worry about it for too much longer. They can hopefully just secure another pistol and be on their way back towards the tie game. But again, if I have to say like who's fixing more problems on the fly in this match so far, it is definitely Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised, and maybe it's just a sign of how DRG are actually struggling with a map like Breeze. We've seen it at Masters, and we're seeing it right now. They seem to be losing track of what angles exist on either side that they could be taken from, especially on that B side. That looked very rough in that last round as well, with life being like completely open for so many different angles, giving another free kill to Hao Dong. And I mean, this is been their attack struggling. I'm excited to see whether they can fix that for their defense, but so far I'm not too convinced yet on this new phase of DRG on Breeze.
Yeah, I will say though, if we're bringing a missing link back in the picture, Vukushu, I think he's gonna get more action this half no matter what, right? As a side anchor, as a late rotate, right? We're gonna be leaning back into that clutch gene where he really wasn't in a lot of those positions, as we mentioned in the first half, right? Yeah, he got his kills here and there, but they weren't round winning difference makers, right? And yeah, I mean, he's 6 and 7 right now, bro. This is not normal. I wasn't gonna make the joke, but I had to point out the KDA. And hey, we mentioned it, right? Assuming that it's pistol records, this shouldn't be that hard of a round to secure for DRG.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, you are absolutely correct in that, because Pikachu does shine on that defensive half on the Viper. You can really be able to farm those kills. It is gonna be a B execute. Spirit Seed decides to sit that one out most likely, but he does not connect the shots. Dynamite picks that one up and is a full V3. Life already down to 50. Has to be careful. Just fish for some shots. The spike will be planted. It's gonna be a 3v4 retake for DRG, as the rest of the team is already falling back. They do have Coco still up in that window position, going to be able to play that post plant to its full potential. It's a great wall from Verse. He's going to be able to use the Cove as well.
The bait.
Sort of fake it, diffuse here, but they're just trying to take control of the smoke immediately. And Dynamite and Lucas are winning their respective duels. Nick needs some heroics now, but he still has to deal with the Viper in window. It's a great reveal as well. Immediately destroyed, but there's no time for Nick. Another 3K picked up for Lucas, and TEC further extend their lead.
Yeah, I mean, that round for Titan Esports Club was a lot of individuals opening the door to that post plant, and then they kind of solidified the crosses, solidified the team play, right? We mentioned Vukushu would get more fights, not that he would win them, right? And Dynamite just solo swings in the back sight, gets the kills, and it's just to town with some of these sheriffs. So yeah, a very, very, very difficult way for this pistol to have transpired for any Dragon Ranger Gaming stands out there. But no force buy, no nothing, and whew, a hefty investment for Titan Esports Club. They need to make it count.
I mean, great to see how TEC were not really shying away from any of these duels, especially after the wall from Harbor invested as well. They were just sticking so close to immediately take that space in the smoke as well. Great read from Titan Esports. So we're getting into a bit of a slower start here in round number 2. A stack on A. The Titan Esports could be running into, and it seems like the DRG have found the right read.
Yeah, we'll see what the limited util looks like on the engagements, but already a lucky star has aligned, as you mentioned. We'll see if it can stay shining bright here with the shots.
And they do have to give up that space, though. Dynamite will be revealed, though. And he does not expect that many bodies facing him. off that peak. Can use the enemy's wall actually to get out safely. It's a great flash, but they're dodging once again. Spitfires goes down. DRG do find their kills. Coco is blocked by his own wall. He's gonna go down, but Hao Dong, can he be the savior? Life finds the kill, and it's 5 classics to win the round for DRG off of that A stag.
Whoa! And Life
no.
is on his feet, trash talking from across the stage while still down a few points. Well, if Karma doesn't catch up to him, but yeah, that is a round to celebrate for sure. We mentioned the limited util that was there. It all comes to a head, right? Kind of, they crowd themselves with that really bolt almost, so that they had to screech to a halt as the shock's connecting, and that sets the grounds for some of these classics and these clean, crisp double headshots to come on through. And that's where I kind of mentioned the oversimplification of these death balls can catch up to TEC, and it just did. Mentioned that hefty investment, it's been turned on its head. DRG carry some of those Guardians over, buy up the rest, and yeah, now it's Titan Esports Club hoping they can put these pistols to work.
One share for Coco. They do insert dynamite into A main, but then take the route over towards B. Through their own spawn, no contact yet in mid for Coco either. Could be right read, but DRG are pretty spread out on the map as well right now.
We'll see what the regroup pattern looks like. I said I wanted them to slow down, not be so one-dimensional with the death balls. I don't know if that quite fits the bill for an eco round, but it will at least reward them with the deserted site here. Lucas putting in so much legwork to fake this presence, and DRG says, yeah, we'll bite, why not? We have weapons, we're gonna have numbers on the retake, and Spirit Z1 just needs to play survival, play frags.
He does have his Viper's wall, but that's a great flash and a kill for Spitfires. Will be met though by Verse, and the run it back immediately brought down by Bukashu. Spike has been planted though. No numbers advantage, but the weaponry certainly stronger in the hands of DRG. Spitfires does sport that one man. Look, Lucas has found an incredible opening. Will only get 1 kill though.
It's distraction.
It's enough distraction to buy some time maybe, and Dynamite out of the smoke finds it, but Nick with 2 quick kills. It's just Lucas. Able to use that reveal and that picked up Guardian to find 1 kill, but the spike has not been planted for him. It is DRG to claim the round.
Heartbreaking. What a shocker two could have done to answer right back with a thrifty, but Life has had enough. You mentioned the confidence after their opening win this stage. Oh wow, even playing it up to the camera. Can we study like the blonde player effect? Like I feel like a player like dyes their hair blonde and they just gain like stage aura and confidence and farming qualities. I don't know, but 8-7 here. That lead starting to shrink.
It does look like DRG have evolved into a 2-headed monster now, with Life also stepping up and being there in place. And this team needs him the most, with Bukashu having a very quiet first map so far.
Hey, it's the one Viper map amongst the ciphers, so...
Yeah.
And this, if anything, this is proving that even when Vukushu's having an off day, it's not just Vukushu carrying Dragon Ranger Gaming either through some of these wins, right? If they can finish off this comeback on one of their weaker maps in the pool, and that's exactly what Life's trying to do with this opener.
Life going for another one! Are you insane? They thought he'd taken that step back, but he just go straight back in with the operator, picking up 2. Beautiful opening from Life, who's really putting his mark on this first map. TEC look to re-clear that space on A, but they will be running into 3 players from DRG. Once again, Life also in position with the operator now, able to peek over that wall.
They're trying to pause to let Hao Dong find some impact kill, but they're running out of time.
The spike is still in A main. I mean, I don't think they're actually going to be able to plant it. Coco does find one, but he's in the midst of a crossfire.
Gotta save.
Lucas now also dropping Haodong. Should not take another duel. He gives away 3 to Bukashu. There he is. Immediately standing up.
He got on his feet.
And
what does it mean? Does it mean like to sit down? Like,
yeah,
what is it?
We're supposed to sit down.
We are seated. We are watching. Now let the cinema of this comeback unfold. They're tied up 8-8. Gotta pull ahead, and that's where we gotta do a little like life check on, not life, but the economy for Titan Esports Club to see where they're at coming into the next, and so to come alongside a timeout as well for TEC. Maybe regretting taking that timeout at 6-5 just a little bit now. How's that one round faring for you?
Not so much, it looks like. I mean, they found that one eco, but ever since then it's been kind of going downhill for them.
Yeah,
DRG looking like they're in the driver's seat right now here on defense.
Yeah, and I feel like usually Titan Esports Club attack is where it's at for them. Again, they're running a double duelist, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out where it is going wrong. I mean, I think this half it's just because DRG won that one crazy pistol eco because they didn't have enough information on the site, and just yeah. I mean, if they didn't lose that, I think they would have had time to stabilize. They wouldn't be overthinking some of the pacing in these executions, and that's where they need to stabilize fast. And there's still room, right? Neither team reaching double digits yet. Like, you have a few more eco cycles to get it figured out, and that's where this timeout hopefully will come in clutch. Dynamite as well, forcing the Marshall, trying to get one and then overdrive online. We saw in the first half what kickstarted the comeback, an ult invested on an eco to secure a round, and Dynamite could do it again.
Certainly is the player to watch right now for them. Also, fun little stat that you just saw on screen. DRG the highest amount of thrifties during stage 1 of VCT China. That's certainly a stat to rock here.
And just as the anticipation hypes up, back into the action with nothing. Missed the fight. B main brewing, but the kill actually slightly shattered in mid.
Dynamite able to pick that one up. Immediate knife pull here for Life as well to be a bit more flexible with that potential flank coming in as well. Dynamite has found a great position, and Nest, though, he is gonna be taken out by Nick, though. So 1-for-1 so far, and with that, the overdrive taken out of the picture as well.
Yeah, just didn't seize the opportunity, the momentum off that kill, and the space immediately gets backfilled, re-cleared. Even Life now back on the mid lane with the operator, and they're walking right into it.
I mean, he showed us what he can do with those before. He only gets one kill with the knife, though. The immediate trade there. But that gun certainly something that they could pick up. Nick answers it with an instant Hunter's Fury. What am I watching? Spirit T1 struggling there in the duel versus Haodong. He does get that weapon now. And with that, the B side is in their hands. Luke is gonna be able to plant that spike. It is a 3v2. Takes a lot of damage from the shock dart, but most importantly, stays alive and finds a kill with the operator now that he just picked up. Only verse. He does have that Storm Surge, but is it really gonna help him out? Gets that one kill versus Lucas. Makes it a 1v2. Could isolate another duel here versus Coco. Does he get it, though? Does he expect the second player behind him? He does not. Another thrifty this time around for TEC to bring them back into the lead.
Yeah, you could have told me that TEC had the highest number of thrifties during stage 1, and I would have believed it with how back and forth it is in this series. And while we mentioned maybe the underwhelming climax of that opener from Dynamite, it's this whiff that kind of makes the cycle fall apart, alongside the fact that once again DRG just set up shop a little bit too far out from the safety, right, of the town, right, on these outskirts. Then they get punished for it after having numbers, keeping things under wraps, and that is a problem that is keeping them trailing right now on this map.
Oh, DRG biting off more than they can chew right now. Live once again stepping out of that smoke with the operator and hand immediately taken down. And Titan Esports taking that space in mid. as a response already crept up towards tunnel here, fishing for another pick with that operator.
Mention it. Dynamite in the op. Shining part of the previous match, despite the loss and even overdrive in the back pocket. Yeah, lean into it. And this is where DRG are purposely trying to get answers, get info, and frame a retake game because they have, as we mentioned, that reckoning here for verse. And that's where Nick is in hot water just a bit. But TEC, again, these pauses, I haven't liked them at all.
Oh, it's a great stun versus Bukasha, though. They do fall back into backside them. Most importantly, also find an insert there of Spitfires. Lurking late in the round, and they do take their route towards mid, but Spirit, this time around, able to win that duel. A-side is completely abandoned. Overdrive invested nonetheless. They do get the plant, but it is a 4v4 now.
Oh, I like Dynamite forward. He's trying to prevent these ults, prevent this retake.
Oh, and he finds the first shot, but there's the trade. Good double peek. Spirit once again clean on the shot. They do have a late lurk coming in from mid. Does DRG pay attention to double doors? So far, it does not look like it. It is an ult invested, the reckoning across side, but none of TEC's players are affected by it. Spirit wins another duel. 3k for him now. He could be the hero of this round. How Dong, though, takes him out. Lucas with the immediate follow-up. Now has the ult. Fakes it just to buy some time. But the wall is great. The reveal as well. And just before the defuse, Lucas takes him out. It's double digits for Titan Esports.
A little smirk on Lucas's face. If he didn't dart, that round is lost. 100% that spray would not have connected in time. And wow. I mean, we already knew this series was close, but now we're sitting on the razor's edge, and that's the flank they've been waiting from Haodong. Every round they've followed through late on A, right? We've seen it set up a few times, and that is it coming to its peak culmination. Delay upon delay, a very different style from how DRG was winning their late attack rounds, but it gets them to double digits nonetheless. And TEC, no more doubts. No more slow pauses. They are trying to steamroll on this eco into the B site.
Oh, Bukasha does get their first kill, though. Finds another one immediately. Hides behind the pillar. 2 kills found for him. It's a great snake bite.
Not again!
Nick in the wings. Able to pick up that kill. What is going on? TEC once again trying to force their way through the choke point right into the arms of Bukasha and Nick.
And the KDA comeback is complete. 13 and 11 right now. Whew, how much more can he get?
This is unreal. I mean, the opening's not bad, but Bukasha just so clean on the shots. And he is given that time with the snake bite with Nick and this unchecked corner as well. The scream from Bukasha as well. He's back at it. Is this the sign of life that they needed to prevent this onslaught of TEC on attack? Does look like it. Life missed the shot though, but he has Verse through the smoke to pick it up.
This might be what finally is a breakthrough for DRG. They're managing the gaps. The re-clears are looking clean, and they're not overextending Nick. Even safe info gathering has support arches and can immediately predict and counter. But there is a hero rifle in Lucas's hand. He's the one that handed them the clutch round and is trying to do it again. 2v4 there with Coco at 10 HP.
Yeah, one stray bullet is going to take out his life. They do try to go for that smoke control, though. It's a great saturate, though. No one is really playing off of it, and then they're just running into them. DRG with the equalizer, 10 to 10, as we head into crunch time on Breeze.
We've been here before quite a few times this series. Tied, and I mean, Tiny Sports Club was able to break that mold and get a lead back, but we've not been able to say the same for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Is this the round? And DRG still have a timeout, right? Yeah. So they're waiting for it to be that OT or not. No, TEC.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Oh no.
Honestly,
TEC.
I know this is a hot take, but if I was DRG, like I might have even taken one now just to get over that hump of finally getting like in the right mental space to take the lead back. But
yeah.
And you run the risk of a 13-11, so who knows? And we'll see if they win this round and make me a liar or a knower. And in the time being, TEC once again testing the waters of the speed in which DRG can re-clear this mid space. They know they've been getting nest, they know they've been getting front tunnel for free. It's how they convert off of it that's been hit or miss.
Yeah, this time they actually take that early aggression once again, and Dynamite able to peek over that smoke to pick off Nick. Does get traded though by Bukashu, making this a 4v4 late into the round.
It's crazy how differently these two teams approach mid control, right? You had the fight into elbow holds from the duelists on TEC side to the really kind of relaxed, right? Reclears from DRG that are risky but never exploited, and Tech limited options have to divert towards A, where it's again the op, again second duelist, and again they're at the 30-second mark.
Ooh, and they still want to take the fight right straight into Spirit. Spirit Face goes down.
Whoa!
Without any payoff. Finds another one before he's finally being able to trade. Life though, sitting in the snake bite still. Picks up the kill. What are these peaks? He does go down to the snake bite eventually, but it's just Coco now. In the 1v2. Can he plant the spike? He's going for another duel. It's a great Storm Surge. And it is an 11th round. The lead retaken by DRG.
Wow. And again, it's if they can come back and you mentioned it, what was it, 10-2 versus BLG, then yeah. Guess shouldn't have doubted their capabilities here, but the job's not done just yet. And this was forced to a certain degree, right? It did feel like the seesaw could have leaned either way, equal weight, if that kill from Life doesn't go his way. But now the issue is it's Stinger Squad pulling up for Titan Esports Club, and they require another Thrifty to right the sinking ship.
I was already scared for Spirit just diving in there. This could be a pick for them. He does get out though, dodges the flash, able to dash out, does have the smoke to back it up. Some spray already dealing a lot of damage, and Spirit finds 3 through the smoke. Haodong already past him, picks up 2. What is that? How did they not communicate his position?
Oh, he's on the off angle now.
Haodong. Huge pickup there. Will allow them the plant, but no. Hunter's Fury invested by Nick to buy some time. Oh, and he even gets the tag onto Lucas. That hurts so much. The shock dart almost takes him out. We'll be able to plant now, but with that, the flank comes into full effect by Life. But he only has the operator, not really the gun that they need right now. Haodong just deciding to take the fight to himself. The 4K for the IGL. Can he do it? The veteran. Give him the ace. Life has been revealed. He is known. They just wrap around together. He would have to find 2 quick kills. Lucas prevents the ace, but secures the round. Another equalizer. Thrifty. What is this map, Sobi?
It is shenanigans is what it is. I mean, first Spirit Z1 disrespects the fast lane, gets brilliant transfers on the Vandal shots blindly, and then again, it's these overfights, these overexertions when they have numbers that they don't need. DRG are letting their ego get ahead of them just a little bit in that moment. They're like, let's set Spirit Z1 up, go for your ace, sure, but you might have just tossed the map, and that is enough. That is the final straw for this last timeout in the Dragon Ranger Gaming camp. Just probably like drilling some sense to them, like, hey guys, map's not over yet. Lock in, guys. We shouldn't be making mistakes like that, right? Again, it's not what we do. But 11-11 here. Possible overtime in the cards, and We mentioned it, right? Like, this is kind of a must-win for Titan Esports Club in the greater context of the series, right? I hyped up their Haven. Like, I think there's promise there, especially if they're in this form, considering how close the matchup against Wolves was. But even then, that sunset is a daunting task later on to have to face head-on. So they'll take their wins where they can, and DRG trying to prevent that, and they still look pretty relaxed. They don't look worried, to say the least.
Well, Bukasha, you need 2 more rounds, not just one, to win this map. But I mean, he certainly looks confident still. I mean, he certainly regained some of that Bukashu style flexing on his enemies in that second half, as the scoreboard actually is pretty close across the entirety of the board. It's just Coco is having a bit of an off game right now.
He got his 2 clutches, bro.
Clutches.
What do you mean?
He had the clutches. He had the
Impact
clutches. That's all I
kills,
need.
impact kills. I mean, those 2 rounds, and it's either, again, like a 13-9 versus the OT possibility we're staring down the barrel of. And, yeah, with these aggro trap plays, this is where TEC thrive in the chaos and the paciness. Let's see if it can push them to 12 first.
Bit of a weird high tide that they were investing there, but immediate fracture for Dynamite as he pushes behind Orange. Does get traded though. With the Viper Spit, this should be their round. However, can Spirit make use off of that conversion paths to maybe clear that space inside the Viper Spit, as TC are falling back into a main, leaving Coco alone?
Do you use it? Do you run the risk of it being your safety net to lock in overtime? They're going for it. Full investment. They don't want to risk the broken buy on the next, and it gets them nothing. Snakebite buys the time. It's a band-aid that's been ripped off.
But Spirit finds it. Does need to get out though, and is so low that he's gonna be able to pick up that kill. No time for Nick, and he still needs to kill either of the 2. Hao Dong with another 3k, the IGL. Bringing them back to life, 12-11 map point for Titan Esports.
And it honestly, at this point, it's like the Haodong versus Vukashu battle, right? In terms of impact multi-kills, right? Right? Like, finds 2 on the anchor for Vukashu, and the paranoid comes through for the refrag, sets Dynamite up for the deep dive, and that's just kind of what concave that DRG retake from ever happening. With numbers, with equalized footing, and whew, yeah.
They don't have the money now.
Not from the ult
no
too for
shield on
Spitfires.
life.
Whoa!
Oh no! Spitfires greeting for the orb, but great crosshair placement from Bukashu gives them an opening that TEC were not expecting. Still had the overdrive of Dynamite. See if they want to use it through
for
mid.
a while, haven't they?
Yeah, they've not been using a lot of these overdrives, to be honest. Oh, it's another one way. It should be a pickup.
No, not another
Spirit with another. He said it. Oh, this could be a great storm surge if he wants to fight straight into it. Verse, immaculate kill, and life's right at it. Only Koku remaining this time. It would be not only a 1v2 clutch though. Only 45 HP. He is known. They just need to buy some time, and it is another OT for DRG. They will not let go off of this map.
Oh, yeah, having the little point. Probably over to Verse, right? He's the one that deserves that crown and credit. You mentioned it. The Storm Surge perfect, the refrag, the spray transfer, it all aligned. Even if he doesn't get the 2 kills there, the ping pong time, I think it was Life that was going for that backstab, was utter perfection as well, right? And it shows that even when DRG are having rough days, Vukashu, Spirit Z1, they're picking up the slack for each other. And while TEC are those dark horses that are pushing global regulars now to the limits, we'll see if they can finish the job on their map pick in overtime.
I mean, it's just 3 kills separating bottom and top frag on the side of DRG right now. Just showing how much of a team effort this map has been so far from them. And will it be another OT win on map 1? that they were struggling a bit with, just as on Haven versus BLG. They will have to get their attack in order, though. It's another A split. The space has been taken thanks to the high tide. DRG will be able to plant that spike. Some damage off the end of that shock dart, but they are able to drop back into A main off of this. Spitfires with a late clear in mid as they are already flooding onto side, and he does get the duel at double doors. The shots connect. TEC with a beautiful retake. A flawless defensive round to start overtime.
If there's ever a time to finally navigate that kind of passive hold on A into the 5-person retake, it is overtime. And I don't know whether to credit, right, Titan Esports Club for that success or to question why DRG made so many changes. DRG had 2 players stay indoor when instead they would previously re-clear main and tuck on site and tuck away in main. I think that's where Spitfires find so much legroom off of this re-clear spaces, because they're playing positions they normally weren't playing in. They usually had the safety of the high tide, the safety of the toxic screen, all that was stripped away. And so if these systems are starting to break down, if they're starting to stray from what the practice on this map is, that would be a reason for the timeout to immediately get ripped, to immediately get called, and for Nate to need to step in. So we'll see how it goes, especially when we know how coin flip this next half has been for either squad.
Yeah, DRG with their backs against the wall once again, going for the last timeout available to them on Breeze. Can they turn it around once more? They did on Haven as well 2 days ago, winning 15-13 versus BLG. Can they do it once more on Breeze? The TEC already looking so much better than what we've seen from them 2 days ago versus Wolves.
Oh. Yeah, you mentioned it at the start of the show, just picking into a weak spot from the global performance of Breeze, and even with a changed composition pretty fundamentally, they've leaned into what works for them, they lean into the systems, and again, I think for Titan Esports Club, with the 7-5 half they found, I was... Ooh, back-to-back time.
They need more time.
That's crazy, yeah. But I'm surprised they need more time, because what I was about to say is that TEC were so quick on so many of these calls in the right moment, right? In that first half, right? They were planning very intentionally. They were getting those calls correct against Dragon Ranger Gaming, and now if they're second guessing those calls after the timeout for DRG, I'm a bit worried.
But is this maybe just playing the mind games on the side of Titan Esports, making DRG overthink what they just talked about during that timeout? I mean, who's in whose head right now?
Ooh, who is in whose head? If you look at the previous timeouts, I would have to say Titan Esports Club. It would be in DRG's, just because there was that one round where they like fought in the mid, if you remember, like the double door fight, and it was just like perfectly timed. And then I think it was Dynamite sails through the retracting doors. That's what you can call it. But yeah, we'll say TECs. I mean, they're the one that's up. They're also the ones taking that secondary timeout to try and win the map out in one cycle of overtime, and we'll see if that's the case.
This will look like they're trying to clear B main immediately. The drone has been invested early on. This is tried to spot it. 2 players of Titan Esports, if I saw that correctly. Both duelists, most importantly. It did give them some information that it might be executed, but TC immediately walking over towards A. But they will run into burst again. He holds that Storm Surge in hand. Yeah, he does have to be careful here. Fast lane invested as well. Does he have to take that fight? He will go for it. He only gets one though. And now Spirit is all by himself on site. Does get that one kill, and with the Viper's wall is able to survive a little longer, but Lucas will find him. Bukashu coming in clutch, picking up that third for DRG, making this a 3v2 retake for them. Haodong sitting on side this time around. Does have no smoke available to him. 29 seconds certainly will not be a factor. That's a great snake bite as well.
Oh.
And they actually take him out. Lucas just trying to buy some time for him, but they found Hao Dong. And now it's just Lucas versus the world. He does have to cross here, and Life is holding it. DRG taking away another one, equalizing once again, sending us into OT number 2.
Yeah, and we finally see them run the discipline when they're on the verge of dropping this map, right? Vukashu wins a pivotal kill against Dynamite, doesn't overheat, waits for the rest of the team to regroup, and they take that one foot after the other. And I mean, a lot of these fights were forced, right? Spirit Z1's an uncomfortable spot, right? Versus an uncomfortable spot. And that came from the disrespect and mentioning TEC setting the tempo and sticking to it. When they get wave-swashy, when they pause, not for dramatic effect, then it was giving up kind of the timings, the advantages that they were able to find. And now 13-13. Okay, DRG trying to seize the momentum. Whoa, he's up and over. He's gone.
Oh, maybe taking a bit too much there. Spirit, however, after this refrag, able to get the kill and immediately picks up one more. Snuck into that position that DRG were not expecting. Look at where Vukashu is already. How did he get there? He was just sprinting down. Lucas falling, and his Coco once again in the clutch. But he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Spirit does have his convergent path. It's beautiful by DRG. And Spirit C1 with the 3K able to secure the round.
Yeah, back on their feet. Confident with how they're closing that out. And yeah, Vukashu mentioned not be able to find some of those impact fights on the attack. Finally gets the opportunity to do so when it matters. And it is all up to these dueling IGLs, Hao Dong and Nick, to round out this map or to keep the dream alive. Since no more timeouts, no more coaches, and ooh, we're getting a little death ball. We've seen Spirit Z1 go nuclear all these early fights before.
He does have support there. It's a great saturate, but I mean, not really able to fight on it.
Glad he doesn't commit.
In the wings, almost finds a pick there through the smoke. Are they going to fight for that backside with the Storm Surge, though? It's a great flash by Spitfires. Picking up Verse. Spirits needs to be careful. That's not for Cashew, though. But Hao Dong able to pick this one up. Makes this a very uncomfortable retake for DRG. In the 3v5, operator in hand, glass cannon for life. Not really the kind of gun you want to use. You should be able to pick up that rifle, though. He wants to do so. Cashew, can he get that one? Oh, the spray's not good enough. Spitfire survives. It's a great flash, and it is another round for Titan Esports Club. We're not done yet.
We are running it back, and you can see the gears turning, right? Dragon Ranger Gaming making changes to how they're trying to hold that A site, right? Spirit Z1 doesn't hard commit to the A main fight. They're playing from non-trap positions, and the idea was to refight this early, try and catch them off guard on a off timing, right? But it was that curveball you mentioned. It hits a home run from Spitfires and dismantles that. Allows us to be graced with a 30-round game at minimum. And that's just map 1 as well.
Oof. Life could have just dodged that one, but decides to actually be revealed. Maybe giving over some false information to TC, who for the first time have taken very deep space towards mid as well early in this round.
Yeah, they did it on ecos more than buy rounds. This will be interesting, especially with DRG just hard committing through main.
Storm Surge dodge there, but Coke has to sit out the snake bite as well.
There's 4 here already backside.
Yeah, there's 4 here, as you say it. And they make use of that fight, though. Bukashu picks up the first one off of that flash plate. Nothing really emerges for Titan Esports, and Life gets another one. How is he still able to pick these up? They just have perfect coverage of backside, even versus 4 players. It's a great pickup almost for Hao Dong, but he's all by himself. in a 1v4, staring down the barrels of 3 players of DRG already. Great isolation of that one duel. But yeah, they should not be able to lose that one. They still have the crossfire with Nick. And no time there for Hao Dong. He has to take these fights now. Util in hand. Tries to TP into his own smoke, but Spirity says no. And once again, first step taken. One more. This time around, he's right. For them to take Breeze.
I mean, how can you start the round off so well for Titan Esports Club? 4 players ready in backside space, and then it all come crumbling down. Well, one is that refight into backside space it looked like from Life, and second is it didn't look like there was a decisive plan once they got into that backside space to get out of it, right? It was just kind of contacting through, no util to get back over the wall, and Life took advantage of that even further, so... DRG, another opportunity to put this to bed. They've been leading the overtime last few cycles, and TEC starting to waver in the confidence, the paciness at the start of these rounds, and it's usually their stylistic flair, so more concerns mounting. And look at this, we mentioned it, right? DRG, we're having a hard time anchoring the A site, so what do? Surprise! Glass cannon operator.
Yeah, put Life on that elevated spot. I mean, they could be able to snuff it out if they were checking it with that drone, but they decide to do not. Rather re-clear this space mid. This time it's Spirit with double door duty, not Verse. Also supporting him in the wings though. It's a great defense, and Bukashu decides to go for that one peek, takes out Lucas immediately. That does leave Nick on an island though. Your reveal initiator, can he survive as long as possible for the rest of his team to come in for this retake? They do have the numbers advantage now. It's a good flash again to deter them from pushing any forward, but still no spike planted. They need to take these fights, and it is DRG's to win, but Coco with a great peek. Still no spike plant though. He could get that Viper's Pit though if he picks up another kill. Crucially, giving them this round. Oh, that's a great angle from him. Can he pick up one? No, Hao Dong is there. No util in hand. He goes for the wrong side. Coco is there, but Life saves DRG once more. It should have been their map to win, but TEC, they fall just short on Breeze.
But again, a respectable performance here. And again, we mentioned loosely that it's not elimination necessarily because of how high stakes this stage is. No matter how many losses, so if they're putting that groundwork in, if they're making fixes, expanding the map pool that you mentioned was already kind of hanging in peril, then that is a step in the right direction. This series is far from over. I still had hopes for their Haven. Sunset, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, if we get there. But yeah, I think if this series has proved anything, it's number one, yeah, Dragon Ranger Gaming can get ahead of themselves at times, but it's more proof that they aren't a one-trick pony. They aren't a one team or one player team, right, per se, right? Some of their star players were having a struggle bus of a time here, and others stepped up, filled those gaps, and I think that's what allowed them to actually claw back another comeback.
I feel like Bukashu was still topping the charts nonetheless at the end of this map. I mean, I did not quite see the scoreboard there, and he was, what, 6 and 7 at the end of the first half?
Something like that.
So he's certainly had a comeback into this game, and making sure that DRG are actually picking up this win on Titan Esports map pick. It feels like they could have had it, but it also just gets to show that DRG are able to show great resilience when it comes to these close maps. We've seen it versus BLG on their Haven as well, and once again they prove to not let go. They're so hard to take down. And I ended this series, like, having watched previous maps, just thinking that these two teams were so similar on paper, so it was interesting to dissect a lot of the differences just in defensive approaches and some of the set strats, and
I think that is also what kind of set apart the result here just a little bit. And honestly, I think, and I would love to ask Titan Esports Club if there were certain rounds where they doubted themselves, because it looked like when that happened, that's when things started to fall apart just a little bit. Versus when they were very decisive, very confident, you could see in the gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, that last round, such a great effort from Verse to secure that one, to bring them into overtime. But yeah, let's listen in to what the players had to say during the match.
Let's go！ 这个烟给的太漂亮，有没有好烟？好烟，好烟，好烟，你这个烟很完美，完美啊 ！nice， 尼克，来装兄弟。Can smoke， 我 smoke bro。对面有 Phoenix， 4v2 稳一下。8分哦，两个。来，我跟你。有烟吗？有烟。拍到了，别了，我给你。拍到了。 Let's go! Let's go! 接得好啊，兄弟们，爱你们。
Oh, wow. And I think I'm just shocked by that eerie silence that we had in the communications for such a team that's so loud on stage. And it shows how they can keep it calm, cool, collected, clear comms, make sure that only vital information is coming through. And that is crazy that Vugashu still gets MVP after all of that, Crafty.
Yeah, how does he go from bottom fragging first half 6 and 7 to this, to being the MVP of the map once again? This man is insane, and he's been the lifeline for this team so many times, and he just seems to be able to drag them over the finish line once again.
And I may be crazy for thinking this, but I don't think there's a really strong chance DRG still would have won this map if Vugashu didn't have that uptick. I think I'm a believer of that. Again, I think that's what kept them in this series, was other players footing that exact bill. I mean, we saw Verse some crazy things. I remember Nick with the multi-kill on the Hunter's Fury before he slowed down, and life with that operator was criminal. And we're heading towards another operator map over on Haven. I think the one player that I want to say, like, hey, give me some more, was just, I think we saw a few too many some Spiritsy one in some interesting predicaments. But all in all, we shouldn't be nitpicking the winners. We need to look towards Titan Esports Club and what they can clean up on their Haven.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a devastating loss. I mean, it was a perfectly equal map between these two teams.
Those two clutches are Coco, bro.
Yeah, 2 Coco clutches. We had 4 thrifties on Breeze, which is insane to me, because this is a map where you have so many of these long distance fights where thrifties almost should not be possible, but they were still able to find them with some of these A-side stacks that we've seen, and as you said, some of these players overheating when they shouldn't. However, it is Hao Dong who had an incredible performance, the IGL of TEC. He was trying his hardest to win this map for his team.
Yeah, and I mentioned it was like a glimmer in the dark versus Wolves. Now it is trying to shine brighter than a beacon for his team to lead them towards that map 3. And he's going to be back on, ideally, the Cypher as well, which is also in his elements. Calling from the lurk position can be difficult, though. He was trying to orchestrate it from mid there in Breeze. We only saw it really come to a head one round that they were able to achieve off of it. So I'm curious how it's going to fare up against DRG, who were very clear heavy on Breeze.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Titan Esports Club, but can they actually bring it back together on Haven on the second map versus DRG? We will know after a short break, so don't go anywhere, get some drinks, and we'll be right back for map number 2.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm the Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through.
Welcome back to Project Horizon on VCT China Stage 2, Day 3 between DRG and Titan Esports Club. My name's still Crafty, I'm still joined by Zobi. And we had a, let's call it very interesting, first map on Breeze, ending with a 16-14 win for DRG. It was Titan Esports map pick. We're going on to Haven now. Can Titan Esports bring it back together on Haven after this devastating loss on Breeze?
Yeah, it's a hard call. Like, the mental definitely feels like it's gonna be shot after that, and it's not really smiles or camaraderie here on stage. It just looks like focus, probably getting some communication from the coaches on what they have to focus on coming into this next map. But to close the chapter on Breeze, we knew that was going to be chaotic. We hyped it up as I guess a breeding ground for changes, right? We talked about live bidding off the chamber, right? We talked about some of the duelist swaps that Titan Esports Club were going to have. We knew it was going to be chaotic and less fleshed out just because it's maps that aren't played by these teams a lot. And that's why TEC took the risk to pick it. Now we're headed to Haven, where these two teams have already played at this stage. They have fairly straightforward compositions. Literally, the only change this stage was Dynamite switching from Jet to Neon, right? And honestly, that was a great change. Or sorry, from Neon to Jet, I think. And it's been a decent change already. So, all in all, again, it's just seeing if the Wolves TC comparison is something that can be respected or not, to now with the DRG TEC head-to-head.
And I mean, for DRG on their opening day versus BLG, they had a terrible defense with a 2-10 first half, but then they managed to somehow
and we're
turn
back to
it
the
back
Neon
around. And we are back for the Neon. That is correct. I mean, it is Life has been playing it versus BLG as well. So yeah, they are running the same comp. I mean, he especially had some difficulties on defense. I recall him, like, I don't know, walking up solo with the operator on A-Long, getting picked off multiple times. So I do hope they try to play it a bit more passively, a bit more safe on defense, not trying to overheat, not trying to go for these highlight plays as we just saw on Breeze. But if they can fix their problems on defense, I feel like this should be their map to take.
Yeah, we'll see. TEC is getting started out on the attack. I kind of mentioned this. They got up to a great start versus Wolf with just some very direct death balls, just again kind of out aiming Wolves to a certain degree. But then Wolves warmed back up. Then they were getting some of the timings that Haldong was exploiting, and it started to crumble just a touch. So I'm gonna see if they can do the same thing they did on Breeze, where they slowed things down, they defaulted a bit more heavily, and were able to find those openings. Because I do think that's where Haldong can really call a stronger mid round, because they had some great reads versus Dragon Ranger Gaming over on Breeze. But only jumping into the server can prove that, right? TEC run the risk of going down 0-2 in their first 2 matches on stage here in Changsan. I have to see.
Yeah, and it is TEC starting on attack again. So once again, DRG on defense to start up this map. It is the side that they were struggling with so much versus BLG. Of course, it's a different team now, and it was most importantly YZ on the side of BLG, which is popping off in that first half so much. It was pretty hard for them to keep up. Does TEC have that one player that can do the same? As there's a lot of players in mid right now, and it is C fake, as it seems like.
Kind of worked out.
Whereas, yeah, TEC's just taking A for free.
Yeah, I mean, obviously DRG didn't fully convinced to it already on the pivot towards A, but it does open up the plant, and this is an interesting call, trying to catch those rotations from C-side back through lobby with this quad stack, and it might just work out. Look, there's still 2 players there. Oh, Spitfires hears it.
Spitfires. Oh, Spitfires does not go for the peak. I mean, he does have that tripwire. Will help him out, but Bukashu, how does he expect Spitfires to sit there? So clean from DRG. The spike has been planted, of course, and they're already backside, expecting that flank now. It's just that one player in heaven is currently potentially helping him out with the flash here. Coco is still alive, but the flash is beautiful, though. And he drops in the end to Bukashu. It is just dynamite, and he's too far away to do anything. It's a flawless pistol after that 4-man flank through mid.
Yeah, I mean, they just baited out every single nuance to that late round pivot from Titan Esports Club, right? That looks like a locked in team on the pistol round, and even just solo flashing yourself out and reconverging with Spirit Z1, right? This is a team that had every box checked, nobody unsupported. And yeah, one to celebrate for sure.
Yeah, Nick doesn't look like he's struggling with his health anymore.
18-16.
And as you just saw on the screen, it is Life's 500 assists. That's insane, actually, for a player like him. And those aren't assists; those are 2 kills. In the hand of the Neon, and the round is over when you blink.
And that is very contradictory to, I feel like, that little blurb we might have seen. I saw Titan Esports Club in 1816, and I'm like, oh boy, yeah, we might be in for a long game, because apparently they had the longest overtime of the region to 1816 between these 2 teams, and DRG said, let's make it short, sweet, and close this out 2-0 after the map 1 overtime. But oh, okay, yeah, we're keeping up that agenda. If some G4 stuff there, Vandal, Phantom, Perverse, and Spirit Z1, and gotta be careful where you're stepping, TEC.
TEC taking that space, gonna get rid of the Cypher util as well, but Bukashu as an anchor is always a force to be reckoned with. He only has the outlaw in hand though, so does not decide to go for cheeky peek there out of the smoke. Coco, so holding that garage position. That post plan, it will be a 5v5, but most importantly, Life is still so far away from the rest of his team, and that Neon is not going to be able to do anything about this push on site now. So far away, the flash has been dodged, and It's beautiful play there from Dynamite inside the smoke. Everyone falls from DRG. Life still hasn't gotten rid of this second tripwire.
Exits.
They do somewhat expect him. Yeah. Can he pick one off? It is Bukasha that he gets switches to the pistol. Gets another one. Will be able to at least secure himself a rifle here. 2 kills, but still pretty good round for Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, it kind of sucks for both sides. Like the rifles that you lost from the exits from Life, but and the 2 that were forced up from Dragon Ranger Gaming, but it's like, it's just unfortunate that Dynamite was able to dodge that really nice Paranoia Flash combo, right? And gets to play around that dark cover and set up a high low then with Haldong, who just gets 2 really strong kills, right? And those were just, like, you took on would have hit him anyways, so maybe need a dual take approach out of Garage for DRG in some of the coming rounds. But this is the TEC we know. They deathball, they go really fast, and that's why DRG are now working to get ahead of it, scaling down grass.
Oh, wait, I thought they were trying to insert Spirit there, but they do decide to take the fight. Spirit not gonna be able to just get back onto B, but he's gonna be able to pick another one. Howdong falls to the Waylay. Lucas at least training 1 cross map, making this a 4v3. DRG still looking in control of this round so far.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? It's still 2 sides of the same DRG-sided coin. You have a really strong supported mid-scale fight to give you numbers, and then you start handing them back with solo scaling in other locations, right? Life refrag here. Almost gonna accidentally bait Titan Esports Club into a stacked site. How is this about to happen, Crafty?
I mean, they still have full utility.
There's 30 seconds.
Dynamite as well. That dash available, they could create some chaos on side for them. Oh, the flash did not pick them up because they were already escaped into the dark cover. Bukasha finds Dynamite, but Lucas with the trade as well, making this equal numbers on side, and Spitfires finds the kill. Could this be their round burst? Needs to find the clutch. Gets 1 kill, has been revealed though. Oh, the first shots are good. Lucas is low, but he gets the headshot. 17 HP, but he will survive. And it's even 2s on each side. Once again, TEC.
That feels like the pressure of the stage clutch hitting a newer player, right? It's like you forget how to use your hands. You have a paranoia, you forgot how to use your util in a 1v1, right? The spray was connecting, right? They got such great chip damage. They knew exactly where Lucas was, and I guess just was worried about the re-swing on the timing of it. Oh, wait a minute. What? You can't just leave us on a cliffhanger like that. He messed with the only we even get to hear it. That is a major wave coming in next, and might be why DRG feels so emboldened to go for this early contact.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Too much of a celebration, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fat finger if I've ever seen one. Unfortunate for Titan Esports and Life, bringing them straight back in. DRG picking up 2. Are those like long A fights we've seen from DRG versus BLG as well, often not going in their favors. This time around, it is Life picking up 2.
Okay. A reclick from the dog. He's gonna get challenged by Haldong here, but it's double layered, right? Guiding Light for confirmation. We'll keep at least 2 posted. And this is what they do. If they have a spy cam somewhere, DRG could be leaving that vacant, going for a late re-clear, but Haldong's gonna get all the answers this team needs. Speed up to B feels questionable when there's a crunch set up, but there's 30 seconds left, and this is where they want Battleground to be.
Didn't even have to spike there. Cost them a bit of extra time. Now DRG is very close already, using that dark cover to fake a defuse. Able to clear that though with the drone, and now it's Haldong. Perfect lineup for him. Great flash though. Spirit able to find one. He checks the wrong corner first though, and the crossfire is good enough. Titan Esports, after great opening for DRG, still able to bring this round over the finish line.
Yeah, some nerve-wracking timings there, risked in the post plan, but Titan Esports Club, that post plan looked clean. Everyone supporting everyone, right? The paranoia there, really more as a counter if they wanted to fight out grass like they expected Spirit Z1 to do. But Haldong, that double keeps them from flipping the pressure, flipping the numbers into a round conversion, and Titan Esports Club, as a result, will get the lead.
And sent DRG straight into an eco. I mean, there was a force by it. But life on a sniper, even if it's just the Marshall, we'll find the head of Spitfires, but he wants too much. Coco there, full the trait. Once again, able to put dynamite up on that box. Playing off of that smoke. This time around, decides to take some more space, though, versus the eco. Maybe not the best decision, but held on with a great lurk dynamite. Also picking up another one. Increasing that numbers advantage for Titan Esports, and they will not leave that position. Using that drone to clear garage even, so he knows that he cannot be taken the back. But this is another kill for Vukasha though. But he would need absolute insane shots. Gets 2, but that's not enough. Too many numbers. TEC 4-2. What is DRG doing now? Is this already a timeout angle for you?
Should be, because if you lose this rifle round, it's like a 6-2, and we know they like to make it close, but that's a bit too close for comfort. And that round's a great example of Titan Esports Club knowing when to lay back and when to turn up the heat a little bit and scale a little bit forward. But wow, no timeout taken. Probably trusting what Nick has called, trusting in the fact that they have 4 out of 5 ultimates here as well.
And an operator to boot! Once again, it's a dicey situation for Live in A long. He pops the overdrive even just to get out with the fast lane as well. And Vukasha missing these crucial shots, uncharacteristic. We'll decipher DRG. And Coco just taking names versus finding 2 though in this retake. They don't have, as you said, any smoke. Just using the ultimate there from the sky. Find the last remaining players. How not gonna be clean shots? Shot through the wall even. Life finds a great angle. It's in a 1v1 now. He does have the slide available still, but Haldong is just too clean on this shot. The veteran IGL with another 3k to secure TEC's round.
Wow. And I mean, just the timing able to find to insert themselves onto that B-side to begin with, right? And allow for that quick scaling from Lucas to get the spike down. And then here, again, mismanagement of smoke timings, no front smoke in place, forces the fight forward into grass, which Haldong is prepared for. It feels like they know how Dragon Ranger Gaming plays these retakes, and that means the plan has to change. The timeout has to be called. And I think for the few rounds we were able to see from Dragon Ranger Gaming, it's because they were getting ahead of these executions from Titan Esports Club. They weren't really necessarily playing the strong-handed retakes, right? And so that's where I maybe want to see, instead of you splitting up Spirit Z1 and Life and having them play their own battles, set up maybe by Nick or by Verse, set up some little like some stun dash combos with each other, right? Maybe I want to see something like that. We've got to see some defensive reshuffling.
Yeah, it seems like DRG running into the same problems that they were facing versus BLG, where they did struggle to find these successful retakes. I mean, often losing a numbers advantage. And it seems to continue here on defense. Once again, versus Titan Esports Club. Can they turn around early enough, though? I mean, they got those 2 rounds already that they secured versus BLG on defense, but they sure want to make this a little closer versus Titan Esports Club being the favorites here in this matchup. We're talking about those retakes. I mean, it looks like they're just gonna go for some more A lobby aggression. We've seen that a lot versus BLG this time around. Sending Life into short again in this eco. Let's put the relay bolt, but only with a bandit in hand. Not really much he can do here. He's trying to maybe find an opening here, but they smoke it off. This should give TEC an opening to claim that A-long.
Yeah, they just stacked an additional player over here, obviously, which along the lines of what we asked for versus Paranoia from backside to kind of support. This is where Titan Esports Club, we mentioned it, they like to cut noise after they've made contact, and it's for better or for worse, and DRG usually don't rotate off. That's the case here as well, as we're sub-minute mark. Again, you can see this going really bad really fast when there's bandits and sheriffs on the other side, right?
Yeah, the flash will at least give away some information. It's a great shot dart to some damage. Oh, trying to fish for the kill through the smoke. Do not get it. The info after the refrag has
what point do you
been
leave?
gathered, but it's only 25 seconds on the clock. You have to commit to this site now. Can they do it?
Left.
It's still on a heavy stack, and the timing is so unfortunate there for Nick with the flash in hand. Neural theft invested as well. Spike planted. And I don't see a world where DRG are actually converting this 2v4 retake unless Bukashu pulls up some heroics on the Vandal, but
saving it.
With Spirit going down, he's just gonna save it.
I'm just more in awe because it feels like, even though it was a 30 for Dragon Ranger Gaming, it's a fumbled round, right? It's 15 seconds. They're execing after using all of their util on the initial wave and on the A lobby re-clear. And it's because short isn't smoked off, or they're not aware of the timing that could have been taken by Haodong. And that's a pretty standard split as well. No self-respecting team is going to send 5 players all committed down long or down short, right? On Haven. And that oversight cost them everything. And it cost them basically a lead at the half, too, if they were to make that comeback. 6-6, the best they can hope for, much like what they were clawing for over on Breeze. And I'm not so sure if we're even going to get that far right now with how they're playing.
You know,
and they were about to smoke it, too! The side smoke's late!
It's just bad timings over and over for DRG. I mean, this could be a sign of them being a bit, I'm gonna say frustrated, but rather a bit disconnected here between the players in terms of communication. And it has cost them versus BLG already on defense this time around. It's an open C site, but there are players from DRG waiting in the wings already. Live finds a sneaky shot there with the operator. The conversion path's invested, but they're not following up on it. It's waiting for that spike to be planted.
All right, full retake game. You got a dog, you got a flash, and that's about it.
The flash is good, but the crossfire is as well. Immediate Hunter's Fury as well. Live, even going in there with the operator, will pick up that 1 kill. It is just Lucas. No Hunter's Fury now.
They know he's low.
This should be there around. It's only 1 shot that he needs to take, and Lucas will go down. Bukashu to claim the kill. Spike defuse. DRG finally getting the 3rd round.
Yeah, as soon as you see ADS holding just the wall bang angle, you know the communication has come through that Lucas is low, and that's after, again, he was at the crux of playing interference on this retake, right? And yeah, it just was not enough. Just dumping more and more util into the engagements, and Life and Vukish, the tag team there, is enough to break through what otherwise has been a really well-contested point for Titan Esports Club. And DRG, when they went around, they switch up the pacing. That's exactly what they're doing yet again. I mentioned it. Pair up the Neon, pair up the Waylay, and that's exactly what they've done. They're not gonna expect Spirit Z1 when there was an operator there a second ago.
Yeah, that's such a sneaky play from DRG. They will be able to insert him, but the rest of Titan Esports Club already back onto C site. Usually are able to get this space for free. DRG waiting close by. They do have garage control, most importantly. And Spirit will have to get past this tripwire.
Over. No.
Nah. We'll give his position away, so that forces Haodong to go for the flank fight. Who's gonna win that one? It's gonna be pretty decisive in how this round might go, and Spirit wins it. Most importantly, being the distraction he needs to be for his team. But Dynamite's position spin check too late. Coco finds two. It's only Spirit. And they even use the convergent pass to secure the round and a halftime lead for Titan Esports.
Wow. Just the speed in which they disperse from an early round default into that C execution is so hard to track for Titan Esports Club, right? Spirit Xeon was still expecting them to be like fully deep in A lobby, and with it's like 5 already down C long. And as a result, you mentioned it, Howdong has time to frame themselves long if they lose that engagement. And it's really Coco just stepping up here, one target into the next, jumping from head to head there. Try, no util needed. And sets TEC apart. And yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just starting C presence and calling the bluff even on this deep C fight that dark cover was maybe trying to show.
Verse. It's picked off. The Zico for DRG, low shields. Perfect time to use the Outlaw for Dynamite. So he does expect a jump peek there behind the box, but they're giving up the C-side once again. We've seen those kinds of rotation, those gamble stacks early on for DRG as well, and TEC seemed to make the right call, rotating the spike over to 1C once again.
Yeah, this is their own exception. Got the cam, got the trip to Nico. I kind of need DRG just to call like an aggro C long fight, right? They faked it that round with a deep dark cover, but when they were contacting with an Outlaw anyways, with Dynamite, it is an unfortunate oversight. So, Titan Esports Club at this rate, guaranteed the site, guaranteed another post plant, and I mean, what do you do?
Where's Howdong is what I've been asking. I mean, myself, this is a crazy flag late lurk coming in, but I don't think they really need it, as everyone is falling to the hands of the players on site. The hero Vandal of Bukashu once again, not enough to even secure a kill for DRG. And it's 8 rounds already for Titan Esports Club. This looks like a continuation of what we've seen from DRG versus BLG on Haven's defense.
Well, that'll maybe give them promise for next half, but not enough promise that looks like the coaching staff won't get involved, unless it's a tech pause, which I believe it is. We'll get confirmation soon from our amazing translation team, but yeah. Not the tech pause. I think this will be the longest match for a different reason. No, I'm joking.
I mean, yeah, that would have been insane if DRG were choosing to actually take the second time out in the first half just to get that 4th round. They could have certainly bit them back in the second half. But, I mean, yeah, this is looking a lot like a potential 9-3 lead for Titan Esports. This C-side has been quite the issue now for DRG. They were not able to hold it. They were not able to retake it. You would expect them to, maybe as you said, go for that C long, but in a round like that, they actually go for the heavy A stack again with the glass cannon operator in the hands of life.
And once again, Titan Esports Club have their calling card, right? Look, the one weak side is the side that they are following through on tooth and nail. Double dive in, already spraying down both retake avenues, and DRG. All right, do you immediately refill? That seems to be the plan, and it's not even working.
Oh, Howdong, however, Alert taken out now. That could give them some angle, some momentum even, but Titan Esports Club are just deciding to take matters into their own hand. On-site fighting. Both links at the same time, and it's just Spirit. And Dynamite expects him. What a first half from Titan Esports Club, being down 1 map already in this series. They are destined to bring us to sunset at this point.
Yeah, and it's criminal to finish off that round with the op that Life had glass cannon to try and be the savior of that C-side defense, and finally got to see that overdrive, and it just gets eviscerated by a nice crossfire. This just feels like such fundamentals right now from Titan Esports Club and DRG. Just don't feel like they have a concrete game plan. And this is their map pick.
Yeah.
Crafty with the 9-3 or 3.5. Well, you said what, they came back from a 210?
Yeah, they did.
Can they do it again?
Smooth sailing for them now in the second half, right? They got that important third round already, so they might not even need overtime this time around. I mean, I'm just kidding. This is just, I mean, this is questionable to say the least, going for this map pick again after having such a horrendous defense versus BLG, and they seem to not have been able to fix it for this match versus Titan Esports Club. I mean, you were calling it, it's like basic fundamentals that they seem to be lacking on this defensive side, but somehow they were able to turn it around versus BLG. I mean, I'm gonna be looking out for some insane timings on Vukashu, on the lurks. Once again, on the Cypher, we've seen that in the past from him, especially on Haven. He's always gonna be able to find those openings and get those picks, win those duels in the 1v1. Is this gonna be enough for them to bring this map home?
And that's what's so interesting, because it feels like Vukushu's playing an off-site reserve position, right? Like, he's the B team that rolls in after the site's already been taken on these retakes, and it just hasn't been working out, right? I haven't seen him hard anchor a site that's being hit, I think, once. Or I didn't see it once, because the half's already over, right? And that's where Vukushu usually thrives, is under that kind of pressure. So, again, the hero rifle's not hitting. Again, he's not really getting the opportunity to play some of these retakes. The one time we did see it with Life was the only successful round they got through that C-side defense. And wow, if that's a pistol rate, I don't think there's much hope for a 9-3 curse to get kicked off in the right way for DRG.
Trust in the ghost of Vukashu to find his targets. Oh, it says C-stack from Titan Esports Club, and DRG might just be running into it. Dynamite there with the contact. Are they gonna clear that angle of Spitfires? They do commit for it. First play is through, and Spitfires fights a duel versus Life. The stun is good, but Howdog through the smoke picks up 2 more. This is not enough. Titan Esports Club with a flawless pistol to start off the second half. This is not looking good for DRG.
It is not looking good for DRG. I mean, it was a meat grinder out of that choke point, right? And that's after the cage already been expended. That's after the cam's already been destroyed, right? Just from well placement and kind of, again, isolated entries from Life and Spirit Z1 when you want that to be simultaneous, when you want that to be supported by more than just a Sky Flash. And yeah, 10-3. Not a pretty picture. No force either out of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yes, this could be...
Oh, they're not going to spec Spitfires
the beginning
at
of the
all.
end already. No. This is just going to be 3 kills for him. Not able to find that third one. But versus Paranoia, most importantly, able to be dodged by Dynamite. And the re-Paranoia is so good. Clean round from Titan Esports Club. Make it quick, 11-3. And Sunset is just getting closer and closer.
And that setup for the buy is just like, I can do what you do, but better, right? And with worse weapons. It was like, remember the one round where it's like the operator's there and then Spirit Z1 scales for it? It's the exact same concept. It's like, okay, hey, the sniper rifle's here. Don't clear the corner. There's no Spectre up close in the cubby. And yeah, this is a last-ditch effort, you know, after you didn't force up on the second, this third. You need to win it, you need to win it clean, and you need to snowball. Again, so little room for error, and even if you make that comeback, it would be an OT if you drop one round along the way, and yeah.
I mean, even taking the timeout after 2 rounds in the second half is crazy to me already. They haven't even played a single full buy round. And they already need to take their last timeout. This is looking desperate out of the side of DRG and Titan Esports. They can just sit back and relax. Let this come towards them. I mean, I don't know if this is already, I mean, their last ditch effort. Most certainly for DRG on Haven. They need to win this round.
Yeah, I'm just here questioning if it'd be faster for DRG to make the comeback and end this 2-0, or for us to go to Sunset and see if Titan Esports Club have cleaned up that map as much as they have their Haven game, right? And I mentioned, yeah, that I already thought that the Haven was going to be more promising. Again, a 10-13 loss means you were doing a lot right and just had some slip-ups along the way, but speaking of doing a lot of things right, DRG needs 8 things right to tie. And, again, it feels like these fakes are getting predictable. That's exactly what they did last round. The stack didn't budge. And this round, it's okay. Lucas calls the bluff, scales forward, and says, hey, yeah, nobody's here, guys.
Actually, a great setup there with the cam. Different position this time around to spot them after they've already crept up. Oh, and immediately on the contact, using the saturate to go in, but it did not hit life. He is able to find that kill. No refrag found, but Lucas, with that position, able to get that weapon upgrade. The rest of DRG already running towards B though, and Dynamite in position just with the Sheriff equipped. Will not be able to find that kill. Do decide to go for the B backside, clean flash, clean shots from Life and Nick and the TAC team. DRG's round. Lucas does have a Vandal, but I don't know if he's gonna make that 1v4 possible.
And even while recovering from sickness, Nick is quick on the uptick, quick on the 3K. If they don't pause, if they don't free flash that corner, I think they all get caught backs turned on that way to the A site. So just pausing in the moment, great mid-round call there, and they're just kind of taking picks along the way, kind of baiting out some of these reclears, independent of the A space that they faked and then never reclaimed from Lucas, and that's how they'll get there. First round and a half, we'll get their 4th on the scoreboard, and now after faking A, conditioning A fakes time and time again, they're finally committing to it, but that's when Dynamite's here with the operator on the line. Tempted on the line.
Yeah, I mean, immediately smoked off. Great awareness from DRG. They are still gonna run into it. Contacting, great timing there from Dynamite on the dash, but it's not going to be able to get out. But they are dodging the trip, and they find the kill versus Dynamite. How long can he survive there in backside? This got that 1 kill. Just have the support of Spitfires already. The cage, however, is not enough. The swing from Spirit finds the kill. It's just Coco in a 1v3, spike planted, able to recover some health there thanks to the heal of Nick, and it looks like Coco is just going to save the gun.
Yeah, this might be the beginning of Titan Esports Club contemplating that first timeout here. I mean, it's back-to-back buy rounds, so I think they might wait one more cycle, but a save is never a good indicator to begin with. And I mean, the reflooding there was good from Titan Esports Club, right? They had all the answers that this was an impending A take, but yeah, I don't know. Operator gets outplayed just a bit, up and over the kill trips. It's like kind of getting diffed on all accounts just for a basic site hold. So see how this next round pans out, if there is any kind of forward planning from the coaching staff of TEC or not.
Yeah, I mean, you might ask yourself what happens if Dynamite does actually connect that first shot. Oh, that shot through the smoke from Bukasha was actually insane. A bit unfortunate there for Titan Esports Club, the way the players fall on a side. But it is not going to be a timeout just yet. They do actually go for the hero Phantom in the hands of Coco out of all people.
Yep. Player who carried it forward will maintain its grasp for now. And Titan Esports Club are just getting some jelly legs, immediately pivoting off sites when no presence is shown. And now they realize that, okay, Cam's broken, Mad Dash back. How long's here for the anchor with only the bandit in hand? And exactly what DRG wanted for this anti-eco.
The Trailblazer able to pivot space up front, but they still need to check backside. Did that with the refrag and the dash.
Why would you leave?
You're not committing onto a single Cypher site. Actually transitioning over towards A, and this could be the read for Titan Esports. But they do get the information now, even with the Seekers out. Maybe a bit of false security because there's only 2 going towards A, but it's a fully stacked side for Titan Esports Club. This could spell disaster for DRG, but they just TP right in front of Nick, and all of a sudden everybody's falling. DRG versus the Eco. Pick up another round.
Wow. Yeah. That's one of those winning Valorant, not good Valorant kind of rounds. Just no, because you're calling away from the site you had all the information on, right? You just spot the cipher there on Eco. So the stack is probably elsewhere, and then you just pivot towards the site with the stack, and then it's just all the mistakes being made and just pure gun advantage being leveraged, right, by DRG to secure the round. So it's like, congrats, hit your shots. But Titan Esports Club, again, this is a rifle round that if they lose, suddenly puts DRG in a more realistic position to stage that similar scaled defensive comeback.
I mean, they can't do it back to back, right? This is too much.
You mean back-to-back series or back-to-back match? Because right now we have contention for both.
Yeah, either way, DRG looking once again like they might be able to put the pieces back together on attack on Haven after being down 9-3 at halftime and losing the pistol even. And the follow-up round. I mean, they just need to win 2 gun rounds to bring this map home, to bring us to Sunset as a decider in this series. But the longer they struggle to do so, the more DRG will be in Titan Esports' head. Mental certainly will become an issue if they can't close this out.
And look at this, it might be a fast one. Grass already under full siege by Spitfires, taken down from the starting line. Coco at least good for the refrag, but there are simultaneous fights down C long as well that'll get a grasp, a foot in the door. Deep trap wire will keep them at bay for now, but you've got to find a way forward, and that's exactly what Spirit Z1 has ventured out A long is hoping to achieve.
Oh, I've seen that position before. ERV getting the 5k on the Sheriff back in the days, but Dynamite on the Phantom, good for 2 more, gets the 3k, and Coco spots out the last player of DRG. Titan Esports Club make quick use of their timeout, finding that so important 12th round.
Yeah, when you only need 2 rounds, it's like coaches just give you a strat and you execute it, right? And that pace change was enough to jar DRG just a little bit. I mean, again, they expected it. That's how I think Life gets the opener there up against Spitfires, but it's the refight from Dynamite and the refrag from Coconut that keeps them under wraps, gets them to this map point where Sunset is starting to rise, ironically, into possibilities. And I think they're finally realizing how kind of fake the scariness of the Seaside X deck is, because they keep it deserted, right? It's like the Cypher util's just there for appeasal for fronts, but it's doing some work now. It's letting them reclear the entirety of attacker spawn now on the C side.
I mean, it's basically what we've seen from DRG's defense as well, like abandoning that C side so early on. Mukashu in an off angle, just get 2, but the support from Life is there, and they're just fighting in towards B to get rid of that Hunter's Fury as well. Knows just how Dong, and the elevated position from Verse is not expected. DRG fighting back once more. 1 map point birded from DRG, but there's still 5 more to go if they want to go to OT.
5 more chances for Titan Esports Club, and a timeout as well to navigate it. And I liked the fights there. It's just, again, I think DRG was able to reframe themselves once they had the answers for where that flank play was coming from. So, 5 rounds to go. 4 out of 5 ultimates for Dragon Ranger Gaming versus the 4 out of 5 for Titan Esports Club. This is the round that is going to be absolute chaos, Crafty.
Dynamite playing with fire here. Dodges the Trailblazer, though. Is going to be able to hold that position. And DRG just taking that opening to get over towards Seaside once again through Garage. Did use that overdrive, most importantly. And with that conversion spot, trying to fight into it, but Spirit, beautiful timing.
Ahead of it?
And Nick, how did he get those two? No one checking him, no one expecting that leg lurk off of him. Coco all by himself has nowhere to go. No paranoia to play off of. And Spirit's 3K. It's a full house between him and Nick. DRG stay alive once more.
How do you see this replay? I think Spirit Z1 got ahead of the guy. No, that was his own. I think they both committed them. So where did Spitfire's ult go?
Honestly,
he used his too. He used his. I'm in awe. The ults don't convert. That is how a team catches up and pushes this to overtime. 4 more rounds needed. Money reset for Titan Esports Club. And we're not really seeing much of that thrifty magic that both teams were blessed with over on Breeze. So, not quite sure what TEC can hope for here.
Ooh, Spirit Fire. Yeah, perfect timing there on the wall bang. There's the refrag, and that shot does connect, but it's just a Marshall. The life will be able to survive. Get some health back from Nick. Dynamite on an island, nowhere to go. They will pick him off. A side is empty. This should be the 9th for DRG, and most importantly, it was a 12-6 deficit that they came back from versus BLG as well.
Spirit Z1 style clearing corners. This is where DRG have to be careful, right? They get ahead of themselves. They get a bit too overzealous, and this round will go their way, and we'll see if they can keep up the form. This surge of adrenaline. Now it's just pick and choose who gets the kill. It should be Spirit Z1 to fast start the convergent paths right before overtime. That's exactly what the outcome will be.
I mean, you do call another timeout here, don't you?
Seems like it if we're jumping over to the coach cams. That or they're contemplating it, the possibility heavily, but I don't know, that was Nico. I would have maybe waited. But I think they're more worried because right now there's not full ultimates for DRG. Okay, there's almost full ultimates for DRG. And they, I don't know. I think they're hoping that they use the ults this ult cycle and then they can take the time out the next when it's like clean, dry canvas, just waiting for their masterpiece of a capping round to send us to sunset. But the rounds to go. A very directed hit from Dragon Ranger Gaming and full info denied. What do you do?
And then are going to run into the sack as well, inserting Lucas into that corner once again. Paranoia in hand there for Coco as well. Execute is good. Spitfire is found, but Lucas' position has not been checked yet, and Coco gets one through the smoke. Lucas, even though he's been saturated, finds the second kill of Vukashu. Once more, the savior for Dragon Ranger Gaming with that double kill. Makes that round ever more possible for DRG. Haodong is known. Is to somehow get out of this. First could still use that TP to maybe get into having them a different angle, but it looks like they might just gonna play off of that first contact with the swing and burst. Even gets it himself. Vukashu with that trash talk. That's not a good sign for Titan Esports Club.
Wow. You think that's gonna be the final round, the final straw, again lent by Lucas and Coco Clutch Master, but Just breaks through. Oh, look at Alex test moment.
whoa.
That one I showed the whole camera. Even Alex's don't do that at times.
Still no timeout.
Got broken by. You have to wait for the next round, right? You have to hope that they get rid of these seekers, get rid of this convergent paths, because it's so hard to plan against that with how unpredictable DRG's investment of these ultimates have been.
And they will get another Hunter's Fury as well for Lucas, but it's gonna be see execute. But oh, how long? I was about to say, how's he surviving it for so long? But they did spot his feet. This is an easy kill for DRG versus this eco. Spike planted. They didn't miss the seekers. Yeah, they can't keep that ult. Do not have to spend it here. Another free kill. Two players already holding that elbow position, just using that saturate and just not quite getting rid of Spitfires. It takes a little longer, but it looks like it's going to be another flawless. No, Coco gets one because Spirit is a bit overeager, but it does not matter. 11 to 12. We're going the full distance after being down 6 rounds once again.
Yeah, we are in fact seated life to see the game of our life. Like, whew, we're gearing up for back-to-back overtimes, and there's the timeout that we were promised. If we went through all of that crafty to then go through another map,
don't jinx it.
13-11,
I mean, at this point, I don't know what. I mean, it's either just going to be one of these super effective timeouts again that we've seen already in the second half for Titan Esports Club, where they just start to take the fights. They went super aggressive after that last time, or it's just their mental being completely broken. Because if they fumble this map as well, I don't see them coming back in overtime.
Oh, okay. I will say, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I will say for any of the timeouts though, if Dragon Ranger Gaming don't come out of this timeout with some idea of what Titan Esports Club is going to do, that's on them. I feel like even with them tossing the 9-3 right now, they have been like in the heads of DRG, right? They've had really good head-on reads. They've had really good head-on collisions, right? That's how they've controlled the tempo a lot of the series, and it's just some unfortunate turnouts along the way. So we'll see. I mean, they got 3 out of 5 ults. They got the buy, but that's why Spirit Z1 saved the conversion paths. And then we just talked about how unpredictable it is. And speaking of unpredictability, Vikazu is the Cypher attack op. Oh, he gave it to life. Wait, no, the double attack op.
It is the double attack op. I mean, I guess they just expected some sort of push that they could punish immediately with the operator.
Hey, they learned like we asked.
Yeah, but Titan Esports Club as well, with the correct read to not go anywhere, to just sit back, let DRG come to them.
And this is their conditioning in full swing.
Rotation.
Dynamite is playing here because usually it's deserted right when the Cypher util's here, so they're hoping that it won't get full cleared.
From the shadows, that was from Coco there, in towards C-Link. Are they gonna check this? Hunter's Fury
he knows it's a fake.
Well already?
It was a fake.
I mean,
the entire team's gonna be here. Titan Esports Club, we've seen this before. Usually when DRG find to stack TEC do well. Can they do it to close out the map, to avoid overtime? Or will DRG leave again with 35 seconds?
Oh my god. This is gonna be so close. It's gonna be so tight. There is the conversion path invested, and it's a beautiful position from Spitfires to crossfire with Coco. It's so good. Lucas down to 11 HP, but they have not cleared. How dong? Why did it take so long for Titan Esports Club to close this map? They will do it eventually, and they will give us a Sunset Decider versus DRG. What is happening today, Zobi?
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the frustration on the Dragon Ranger Gaming's players' face for good reason, but that's not even a map you're proud of how you closed it out, right? It's more, again, for the mistakes of DRG, right? That fake just not fully committed to player-wise. Yeah, it was ult-wise, but then you're put all your eggs in one basket for this exec to work, and yeah. That is a rough one, because now the energy reserves are going to be tapped. We already talked about for DRG, where they might be having their caller be not at the most optimal energy levels recovering from a sickness. So for it to be 2 maps, the double digits, and a third up and coming, like on a map that you guys haven't played in I don't know how long. Can we dig into the archives? DRG, let us see. When did you last play Sunset? Oh, wow. I think it was Ascension.
That's been a while.
Just a little minute. Just a minute.
Yeah, I mean I'm not sure what to take away off this game. I mean, it's once again been great resilience from DRG, but if they could have just fixed their defense a little more compared to BLG's game, that could have been their map to take. Once again, it's just a deficit too big to come back from versus Titan Esports Club this time around, who did find their successful timeouts in the second half. But can they bring it home on Sunset? It's the most important question for them right now. Do they have what it takes to take down a giant like DRG?
And I guess get to listen in.
Yes, sir. 来吧，走，一滴，来禁言，3、2、1，哎，点后，二上，打 CT 一个 ，A 小，秀小，2打1，兄弟们，我下包，他刚刚是玩 B 的，我下包开飞机，你卖我好吗？好。CT 出来了。 啊！要爹！哎，这个上头你们哎，没事，错了。他转正，东哥，还有一个，低包了，没低，多，有一半吗？没有，不，他不拆着。你是封神兄弟。 我去补 CT， 你去看小门可以吗？我带小门，三配掉了，没人了。C 大，确定吗 ？Let's go！ 阅读，兄弟，这就是我的队友，有点狠。阅读，有点。
Wow.
Coco picking up MVP. I was thinking during those highlights, who did actually perform the best, because I couldn't really think of a player to get MVP here, because there was like so many different
I was at Howdong or Lucas, Loki.
Highlights, yeah.
From a stats perspective, but for Coco, it was more during the team comms. I feel like I always heard Coco's voice. Like he feels like he's now like after those listen-ins to me, like a mid-rounder. Like he was kind of a stabilizing element, even. And you can see he was really good at ping pong off the teammates when he's in a more involved role, such as the Omen, over what we saw over on Breeze.
I mean, and he did play a huge role in that last most important round to get them the 13-11. Still, it is live on the other side with most kills on the server. He did have a great performance again. He had an MVP performance versus BLG. This seems to be a map that he really likes, but this time around it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and it just sucks because you saw a player like Spirit Z1 warming up, but it came a little bit too late in the map, and that goes back to what you mentioned about trying to make up a 3-9 deficit, right? Like everyone needs to be focused, and wow, both teams just crazy, I guess, on that attack half. 8 out of 8, 9 out of 11, and that's where it's crazy. Look at DRG had the majority of the first bloods and just weren't able to close, and I think that came out of players like you mentioned, like Life, and what he was able to achieve on this Neon. And again, it felt like some of the changes we did see from DRG, again, them starting to predict some of the things Titan Esports Club were doing, were also just coming a little bit late. And that's on your map pick, on a very experienced map. So that makes me nervous of it's going to be they're going to have a smaller sample size to pull from when we get over to Sunset. So those calls, those adjustments are probably going to come even slower if your game plan from the get-go isn't functional.
Yeah, DRG, once again, in a bit of a dire situation. Can they come back from this loss again? I mean, it looks like they're still struggling quite a bit early into the second stage. Titan Esports Club would certainly be a bit of a surprise if they took this win over DRG, but it would just let me show how crazy this group Omega is once again, where pretty much everything seems to be possible. We will find out though on Sunset after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back to Project Horizon VCT China. Stage 2 is in full effect. It's day 3 and we have a great series. I mean, it's a close series at least. I mean, maybe not too great in terms of the things that some of these teams have been showing so far. It's been a bit rough around the edges, but it is still a close matchup between DRG and Titan Esports Club. We're going on to the third map. Decided will be on Sunset. My name's Crafty. I'm still joined by Zobi. What do you expect off of a map that we haven't seen from DRG ever since Ascension 2025, and a very rough map for Titan Esports Club versus Wolves?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like source the composition that they were running too, because like that's still when it was flexing. That's when it was still Ackman. Like, I feel like they could get away with running something fairly similar since it's still a double duelist, but I think that's when they were still running a Yoru as well. And we did see them pull out I believe a Yoru again on Lotus, so there's a world where they try and keep it similar, but I I've noticed the last few sunsets we've seen in VCT China for this stage, there's a lot of double senti floating around, right? Like a chamber and a sage. So I wonder if we'll see the life chamber come back. Like I feel like there's a lot that we could see DRG do, and that makes it difficult because in Titan Esports Club couldn't have prepped as well. So I mentioned how, okay, there's not reps for DRG to call around if things go wrong, but TEC, they've had this be a close series because they've had the calling card of DRG, feels like, in so many of these rounds. Again, the calls have been head on out of the timeouts, like you mentioned. I feel like they've been having the right pivots, and I don't know if that's gonna be the same case here. And wow, okay, I was right about the Yoru. I am kind of surprised. And is this the same exact comp they were running at Ascension? Wow, it is.
Is it? It is. You are right. It is.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess they are still on the same patch as back in Ascension. Not too sure about that one. I haven't seen a Yoru in quite a while. I mean, we did see one 2 days ago, I believe, as well, for DRG. Or was it DRG? Maybe it was BLG. But
DRG played it on Lotus, yes. But I think this map, it works because I feel like this is one of the more narrow maps that you can utilize the gate crashes on. So I think that timer will like feel like it lasts a lot longer. And I'm wondering how else they're gonna utilize it because it's not a wide range map. I don't think you're trying to use it to make up as much lost ground. So I think it's more just to embolden Spirit Z1. And when we saw him getting a bit more punished, like on Bree, as for example, with some of those outward fights and mains, this is a little bit faster than I think that recall is on the WOL and could serve him well.
And I mean, this is of course also a map that is almost like made for a player like Lukashu on the Cypher, right? He can be so effective on these side
Please
holds.
anchor sites. Please anchor sites.
Please, Lukashu, go back to what you do best. I'm not a big fan, to be honest, on Spirit Fires on Sage, because, I mean, he did not have the worst of games versus Wolves. He was still sort of like their best player, topping the charts for his team. But I don't know. I don't think Sage is really an agent with a lot of agency. And a player like Spitfires, I expect more of him than just being there to, I don't know, go for some sneaky Battle Sage plays.
Well, we'll have to see. I feel like you can maybe spin it on its head and be like, okay, Spitfires will also be a side anchor to trifle with. But for now, I mean, there's nothing anchoring here, right? Trip destroyed, life on the deep dive inwards, and the relay bolt to appease. I'm surprised that TEC's playing this so close and personal. Look at Lucas!
Yeah, Lucas shows no fear. He does have Coco in his back still. That's a support, but no util on the Omen means Coco just goes down immediately. Lucas with another great shot, but there's a trade from Lukashu, and it's a great seize coming in. Keeping Haodong away. He does stay alive thanks to the cage, though. He's able to be healed back up to full health. Walling off main, but the rest of the players of DRG already on site. It's a great smoke as well. Haodong finds two, but the late swing from Nick secures the round for DRG.
That round almost crumbles because the right click from Versus couldn't connect across that seize, right? Haodong comes sailing on through the dark cover, gets some of the refrags cleaned up, but all in all is Dragon Ranger Gaming securing that pistol, lost some clean trades and some clean late round crossfires, and even Vukushu, just really nice timing there on to the link positioning. So all in all, DRG claimed the first, and we mentioned it, DRG, the entire idea here is that you don't want to slip up. You don't want to trail. You don't have to come up with fixes because you might not have the experience enough to draw from to come up with those solutions on the fly right now.
Double corner setup here for Titan Esports Club, but Spirit able to take the gate crash out. TP to safety, and that's a re-clear from DRG with the clone as well. Bit too confident there. Bitfires goes down. Still a nice crossfire setup. Most importantly, they do still have a prowler. Potentially check that corner for Nick. It seems like they're just gonna slowly contact their way on towards it. We have the flash as well for Spirit. Gate crash in the midst of that will be seen, of course. He's certainly, and he's not gonna take that TP, right? He's not gonna take that TP. What is happening? What are they thinking? Spike lost now on site. 40 seconds left. They do have the numbers advantage, and of course, they also have the better weaponry. Nick finds one through the smoke. They should be able to recover from this still, especially with Life coming in for the flank. Some problems though to connect these shots. Time is still on their side, and it is the second round. 3K for Nick. That did look a bit too close for comfort though.
Another round where it should not have been that close to 100%. And it's coming from contacting into a site that you have no information about. When they were slowing things down, when they were contacting up, like you mentioned, I thought they finally were going to take it slow and not just blindly commit to a site. And then we get a AK crash into oblivion. And I guess Nick just got a surge of energy. Yeah. All right, DRG. I'm running it back towards this B site saying, okay. A little bit louder of an engagement this time around. Oh, Senti's here for TEC as well. Very clear on the drone mid. See if this is a B split or not, and see if they should full commit to the rotates. It helps when you have dynamite on the deep line too, but for DRG aren't really defaulting this like convincingly.
We have the deep tripwire as well. Where it's aiming. It does seem like Titan Esports Club are gonna re-clear some of those space. Just use that one way over towards A. It is a B-side commit, and it's a great paranoia. That cage will not save Haodong. He goes down. Side is completely open. Spirit should have had that one maybe. That it makes it even numbers once again. Spitfires also still has that wall. Wants to cut off some of those parts for DRG. You have two rifles in hand even. It's not too bad in that crossfire. Does look good, but it's a great fast lane. Picks it up, and Nick with the first kill and the frag. His beautiful Life just dashes out, and Bukashu still waiting in A main. Holding on to that position for so long. How did Titan Esports Club fall apart so easily there in that retake?
It's just players like Life and Bukashu that step up on these kind of half buy rounds or these swing rounds, right? I look back to Haven and there was one round where I think it was like Life opping and Bukashu following up, and it's a similar kind of feats. And here it was the opposite, right? With that Outlaw getting bonused, and Titan Esports Club in a weird position. Kind of like they were over on Breeze, where they had to start winning rounds immediately. And I think that was the eco off a trap that they did win to get back into things. And here, I just don't think that kind of approach is going to work because of how slow DRG are starting these rounds. And they're doing it in very unproblematic positions as well, right? If they were slow starting in mid, you can maybe trap tiles, trap bottom mid, but they're starting out like heavy in lobby, heavy in B main, and as a result, it's kind of difficult to set up a catastrophic play like Titan Esports Club like to do.
An early timeout from Titan Esports Club once again. You don't want to lose control of this map too quickly. DRG looking very confident once again after the close map on Haven, and that they almost came back to immediately, just like BLG. Off by that one round. They could have closed this out 2-0 already, but Sunset looks like theirs so far. What can we expect from Titan Esports Club in this eco? Once again, it looks like a stacked side on towards A. Certainly something that DRG should be expecting, and they have enough of information gathering tools to spot this out.
So I mentioned, look at how far back they are. The only player not is Life, because number one, he just had a great round and is going to be fired up, and number two, he can get away pretty easily. But this is the deadly traps that we talked about in DRG. The Prowler this time finally leads the charge. No!
It is the engage from Dynamite, but he's been taken down. The flash is not enough though. They do get another kill onto Spirit, and most importantly, are able to get away. Keep that numbers advantage. Still only with the pistols in hand though. DRG just want to fight for it. They gotta be careful. Haodong is close by now as well. And they trade themselves up to
They're gonna go B, aren't they?
keeping the numbers well. Though, yeah, they might just take the route, or do they expect Haodong In this off angle, why would you go there with your back towards Haodong? It's a free kill for them. The Hunter's Fury now coming in a bit too late, I believe. It's not gonna attack Lukashu, who has the spike, who will be able to plant it up towards B, but there's a cam still. There's a cam. Oh, the cam is not in place because, of course, Haodong's already down. But they do get the upgrade. You say, just take the fight, though. The dart also confirms the position of Lucas. And who else would you want to have in a 1v1 than Bukashu? 3K. Once again, he saves the round for DRG, but what is going on here?
I mean, after all that setup, talking about how hard it would be with the playstyle DRG has to set up a trap play, aggro commit on an eco, Titan Esports Club find a way to do it, and it almost works, right? It's just a Vukashu div at that point, right? The 1v3 gets played out after a Bacchus turn from Verse, right? After you're searching for Haodong, the one outlier, after confirming 2 players on site, and again, DRG are getting away with criminal rounds that they should not be winning.
Once again, a Bukashu clutch to show TC who's the boss here. Spirit takes the dimensional drift up towards Market immediately into backside, but Bukashu all by himself gets 2 more kills, uses his ultimate to immediately give away all the positions from Titan Esports Club, giving them a comfortable B-side to take. Haodong, you find an opening here. They might just actually go for a safety. They still need to clear Bukashu, who's already wrapped around them, gets a 3rd one, just able to delay them even further. Some shorty shots into the sky to celebrate this round preemptively. And this is gonna be safe.
Wow. Titan Esports Club. They've already having used 1 timeout. Am I letting my maps blur together here, Crafty?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, you don't want to use another one, no matter how flashy that multi-kill from Lucas was. And DRG, this is the kind of blowout that we were scared for Titan Esports Club if this went to map 3. If they did fumble Breeze like they had, and yeah, it's like if Vukashu's only getting strength is going to make this even harder. And we mentioned how on the first few maps, I feel like he wasn't getting the same opportunities he normally does on these deep-seated lurks, on these side anchors. Here he is getting every opportunity to farm, and this is the result. Yeah.
After 5 rounds. I mean, also a bit of miscommunication that it seemed like between Dynamite and Spitfires, who went for the slow orb right as Dynamite was sliding in to get that duel versus Bukashu. Maybe if he hadn't taken that one, could have been able to just make that transfer slightly more difficult. However, it is another eco for them. Life has been spotted. It's a bit of an awkward spot. Lucas claims it, but of course it's another open B side with just Haodong, who's not anchoring. He's trying to take that space up towards B main, and he will pay for it. Another spike plant converted here for DRG in a 4v4 retake. But they did get some upgrades there.
Okay. Look at this silent refight in the market. It is perfectly timed against the Boba reconfrontation from TEC.
And they do connect some shots there through the smoke as well. The fast lane to get on site, though. Once again, there's no crossfire. This time they've playing it super passively. DRG in a good position, but now that Verse is falling, Nick needs to bait here, but they clear him out first. And Coco is there. Does he have the time to defuse? It doesn't look like it. It's gonna be super close. It's 0.93 seconds. Titan Esports Club finally on the board on Sunset.
Wow, and I thought that they were gonna perfectly waver between market and site there in that post plant for Dragon Ranger Gaming, and that's after all of this A fight shenanigans and the late B pivot. And yeah, it's honestly, again, just some of the duo pairings at Titan Esports Club and these trades that allow them to steamroll, to sweep their way through. And that's where you kind of wish DRG had full committed one way or the other instead of spreading themselves thin. But again, when you've won 5 in a row, you get a buy up and you keep on trooping on. Disrespect the slow orb, send life in and see what he can do.
Yep. Life just ignoring the slow here, just using the fast lane to still be able to cross. Spitfires is in trouble. Spitfires is in trouble. It's a beautiful paranoia, and Spirit gets 2 more on the back end of that. With the overdrive invested, all the space taken, and Titan Esports Club just looking to save their guns once again.
Yeah, no loser bonus. This is just yet to depend upon no savings built up aside from Coco, who will be able to buy himself. Dynamite will be able to buy, and Spitfires may be able to dip into Coco's pockets just a touch and be that backline support, the resurrection. And I might give them the hope at least to make this a closer half, but their chances on a lead completely gone. And Vugashu is hunting to make sure they can't afford a full buy in the next.
How deep are they gonna fight for that? Do you have Spirit?
Ooh, the one way
Coming in from behind. What? Spirit with the jump shorty gets the 3K, gets rid of another rifle in the hands of Titan Esports Club. That last one hurt. We'll make that buy just slightly more difficult for them. But
wow.
Look at that.
I mean, it's been so long, you forget to play against a Yoder almost, it feels like, right? That fake out perfection that sets up the double swing and that slow-mo target swap, and Titan Esports Club, both timeouts have now been utilized. And again, when you're pulling out such an old composition, right, blowing the dust off the books, like, whew, you don't know what to do, right? They're being thrown for a loop, and I think this was the concern, not just because of the misperformance, right, in their opening matchup against us, that 5-13 loss versus Wolves, just because they haven't seen DRG play this map in, again, October 19th, 2025, almost a full calendar year. And yeah, DRG, they don't look like it's been a full calendar year since they played this map, but it's also the win condition that we just mentioned getting checkmarked. If their initial game plan doesn't fail, they don't need to make adaptations, and the adaptations is where they would have struggled. And it helps when Spirit Z1 is not whiffing anymore, is locked in on the Yoru, and Vugashu is doing Vugashu things.
Yeah, he's just clicking hats, as we do expect from him. And yeah, the Yoru working out better than expected so far for them. TEC definitely catching Titan Esports Club a bit off guard here so far in this first half of the map, at least. Will they be able to finally adapt to it, though, as they spent 2 timeouts after only 7 rounds. Crazy investment into this first half already.
And the only change is a lighter investment on a main and a faster pivot after double stacking top mid, right? So we'll see what that fares, especially considering, look, DRG spotted it out and we're happy to take that fight on, and Titan Esports Club declined, and now they're starved a bit for information on where Dragon Ranger Gaming are headed and have to refight it themselves. Look, they're now scaling towards tiles, and Vugashu cleanup service, I think, has just been dialed.
They only have the pistols in hand! You cannot make this up! The perfect lineup! Vugashu is just celebrating once again. Another double kill for him. Served on a plate. Once again, it's just live. They've been inserting onto where it's 8 just to make some noise, just to distract them a bit from what is actually going on the map, which is another B-side hit.
Yeah, the cleanup service has been finished. You can expect your invoice in 1 to 2 business days. Yeah. And DRG Life is going to complete the follow-up with you guys. Looking for...
Oh my
now
god.
Every single player on the rotate to even attempt a B retake, since there was an eco, but the one rifle carried over. Coco probably should clutch onto this. Not much use looking for these kills when you have your ult, when Nick is one off the Nightfall, and I think DRG's money would be just fine.
DC seems to have woken the beast inside DRG. Just look better right now. On all fronts, the last gun will potentially be saved, though Nick does get another chance to take it out of the hands of Coco, and so he does. Disastrous for Titan Esports.
Bro's cringing himself. He's like, I think he's trying to get like the perfect like photographer photo, right, to go in the album later of the same pose. Yeah. I gotta ask what that pose means, because he's just kind of like, it's not even like a point necessarily. But if anything, they are pointing towards a dominant map, a dominant serious conclusion. And yeah. Titan Esports Club, that expanded coaching team, might need to revisit Sunset. The improvements to Breeze, good. Improvements to Haven, good. Here, they are faltering, floundering, and that is exactly where Spiritsy1 can sail into the dimensional drift and a shorty kill.
And TP out to safety. Dodging the Hunter's Fury as well. Vukash is just waiting for someone to walk into his crosshair. It claims another kill off of that. The spike already on its way towards A as the cage fades. It's another free kill. They have not been able to use that res on Spitfires. And he's been sitting on it for, I don't know, 3 to 4 rounds already.
Wow. And Haozong and Coco, at least they're on the right side towards where Spike is headed. Could maybe get some isolated fights to shift numbers back, and exactly what Coco has achieved. But you have really no util, right? Maybe a spy camera to check your back, but there's a lot more you gotta worry about.
Oh, the
like
timing.
Spiritsy1 in front of you.
Yeah, it's a great paranoia as well. Haodong just peeking right into it. 8-1. Ukashu already striking the poses for the next MVP shot right there.
I guess. I don't know, Spiritsy1 might be catching up. I gotta get a scoreboard check right about now. He's definitely fighting for it tooth and nail with some of the late round recaps we're seeing. And oh wow, Nick's actually up there 2-9-3. Wait a minute, Nick can steal it from Vukash. Everybody now fragging out Loki.
Yeah. At this point, they're just styling on them. The outlaw there in hand. Or life. He does not want to give up that position, but he also has the support from Nick to get rid of Dynamite. Life surviving that. Skin of his teeth and just holding on to it. They still have not spotted that double setup towards A, though. You're gonna re-hit that. Vukash is just taking some space first. Deep into market. We'll probably get rid of that tripwire, though. To draw some attention towards B.
And not without baiting out some presents first, see if you get a cheeky little kill. Instead, set the seeds of doubt further into the ground. Looking for some sprouts. Coco on a nice devious angle. But there's so many players, it's gonna get refragged immediately.
Yeah, and then just Lucas out in the open. Nowhere to go. He does get that one kill, but it's not enough. Nick now with the 3K. Already working on another Nightfall for his team. Does get the plant as well. Yeah, this round.
Yeah.
It's all but over. Spitfires, this time around, he's alive, but no reason to use the rest here.
Yeah, you've been sitting on that for a while, and as this round comes to probably a fruitless conclusion for Titan Esports Club, just shout out to Lucas. I think one of the highest probably share of kill rates we've seen this series. Like, always good for one, if not more. It's been fun to watch, but yeah, looking maybe just to die to Spike, because we're already back to Vukash and a neural theft. Wow, okay. And Nick was and is 2 off from the Nightfall. Like, Nick, I think he's on for his 3rd Nightfall, like, already just this half. Like, farming orbs, farming kills, you name it, he has been there and is calling a masterclass right now. And this is the first time where, again, DRG are reading into and punishing the tendencies from Titan Esports Club as well. I cannot say that we've seen that any other map just yet.
Yeah. I think they're just overwhelming Titan Esports Club at this point. We're just struggling to find a second round even in this first half. I mean, we have seen some crazy comebacks, especially in games of DRG, but they're in the driver's seat this time around. Seen that double corner stack there up towards B before. They're not gonna run into it, it seems. Once again, it's a good read on the side of DRG. Just taking that route through market, taking that route through mid, even into backside. But can they fight for the B main space, though? Coco gets another kill. It's a great paranoia as well to keep them away a little further. Spirit goes down. Lucas on site. Finds the spike. And now it's Mukashu. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Can he find a way out? Can he find that opening? How Dong claims worse. It is Mukashu against the world. He could use a neural theft, but he's gonna run into this setup on B. There is it. A second one on the board for Titan Esports Club, but will this be enough to really make a comeback possible?
I mean, I gotta see this replay to see how they even come to the occurrence of having 4 players on B, and I don't think there's a really good answer to that, but it's what allows them to fight for that B main space, and that's what finally allows them to shut down that split. And independent of that, I am wholly confident that if Vukashu got that kill on the Haodong before Verse dies, they would have played out the 2v3 with it from the shadows and gotten that spike down on A. So again, it's like, it's still kind of hanging in the balance the way in which Titan Esports Club got that second round, but hey, we've seen a 9-3 get battle back already once in this series, right up and close to overtime. Why can't TEC do the same?
Nightfall now available for Nick, though. Steve mentioned before, did pick up that orb, and they do not trust that B side any longer.
There's 4 players again.
Yeah. We've seen that exact same setup. This time they also use the drone to re-clear some of that A-main space. But they do invest that wall. Are they gonna shoot it open to deter them from rotating over? They're actually just re-clearing B main and are just gonna go for that B side hit. This is the correct read here for DRG, using the Nightfall, even breaking open the wall. This is gonna be another plant, but this time around TEC are super close. And they get a first frag here through the smoke. Coco finds one, giving them that small numbers advantage, but Dragon Rangers look poised to fight for that backside, heading into Boba. Do they expect 3 players there from the side of TEC, though? Doesn't seem like it. Dynamite pops the overdrive.
Ooh,
can he get online here? Fast lane as well, but Coco is the one to get rid of Spirit. Mukashu alone on the spot. How long can he survive versus that reveal in the hands of TEC? But Verse will not go down, will not fall. Another numbers advantage lost for Titan Esports Club.
Nick looks more confused than life was earlier. And in the meantime, Vukashu's locked in, job's not done just yet. It was probably the player defusing, if we're being honest. Or not defusing. I'm so like out of it that it's like, what half are we on? I mean, the instant crossfire to navigate all these ultimates that Titan Esports Club is throwing their way shows that DRG are in the flow state right now. And Verse, these shots were criminal. And credit to TEC for playing that retake in the way that they did. Again, also dodging the bullets that DRG was throwing at them in that Boba fight. But yeah, that's double digits for DRG. A must-win pistol up next, or you still might end the day 0-2 on your stage 2 start. And yeah, Sunset just not your best friend right now.
No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, even Verse now showing some expressions there, some emotions on stage, who has been very shy and quiet about what he's been doing, even though he had some good games already. But he's lighting up on stage now as well as the rookie on this team. And those are certainly no good signs for Titan Esports Club. Dragon Ranger Gaming feeling very comfortable, very confident. Look at those stats. 100% efficiency rating on Bukashu. 395 ACS, 17 kills. What more do you want from your GOAT?
Unless he's got to kill every single round or like a damaging assist every single round, I'm gonna say that's hard to have on a Cypher. Like low-key, right? The timing of the cages, the timing of the trips required, yeah. And it's just Vukushu 17-3 doing Vukushu things, and Nick's still on his heels. One good round and he can catch back up, but yeah, the impact cannot be understated of what Vukushu has been able to steal away round-wise from Titan Esports Club that might have made it a more salvageable map.
It's just gonna look like another Bukashu show here on Sunset for Dragon Rangers Gaming. Now that he's on defense, and look even more scary. It's a great paranoia, great timing there on the aggression towards B main, but they gotta be careful. It's good reflex, good trading from Titan Esports Club all of a sudden. Numbers advantage for them. And they got Dynamite out onto side as well. It's not been spotted yet. Good bait there from Lucas, but he gets the kill himself. Howdong cleans up the last one. Pistol secured off of that B main aggression. Potential comeback in place? Question mark.
It's a pistol. And
I mean,
we're still seeing signs of life, so I don't know just yet. And again, to Lucas and these pistols. Now, it's not even just the sheriff anymore at this point. Yeah. And I'm honestly surprised that the buy-up isn't heavier out of Titan Esports Club, right? You really wanted some Vandals. You wanted something that could snowball even more so beyond like the second round win. But we'll see how clean they keep it here and what those can do in the third. I just realized, you remember how you called out not wanting to see Spitfires on the stage?
Yeah.
1 in 12.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. He also did not use his res, I believe, in the entirety of the first half. I mean, what point is having a Sage on your team if you are never even going to get one of these ultimates off, especially on a frag-heavy player like Spitfires usually? I mean, not this time around, more certainly. And Nick tries to get cheeky peek there towards mid to spot Coco, but goes down. They use that wall to cut off the path from B to get on a main control, still for Verse, but not really able to interfere with anything Titan Esports Club are doing right now. He probably will be spotted by the rest of the team, and there he goes. Spitfires claims his second kill of the map, and a third one to boot. Okay.
It's a caster effect. You call them out, they frag out. That's just how it is. The way of the world and life. Looking maybe for some more exits than anything, but Howdog has the timing, has the shots, and will secure the kill on the fourth round for Titan Esports Club. And it's like we can't even dig into things just because this is the standard kind of flow of the first few rounds of a half, right? And I mean, I like how confident they're being. I like the ideas of the Sage Wall pathing as well. It's abstract. It'll be hard for DRG to read, but again, when it is 3 rounds needed for DRG, and we know the players on their team are all having their moments. Literally, I think every player on this team has had like a clippable moment this map. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
First full buy round for DRG, an immediate operator in the hands of Life. Glass cannon. They smoke it off towards mid. We've seen that before. They are gonna take that mid space. Maybe even use that wall. Are they just gonna walk out of that smoke? Are they just gonna walk out of that smoke? It's the first frag for Life, but Koke able there for the trade. Pick up a gun though, doesn't seem like it. Lukashu alone by himself picks up 2, has the support from Spirit and Nick, and DRG are just gonna take this round away. No bonus for Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, and Spirits one did not look impressed after that 2K on market. Just like, yep, we just did that. We just clotheslined them. Like, they didn't get through the Cypher trips. Vukashi was playing ahead of them almost on that side anchor, and I mean, they overwhelmed the operator, yes, but they couldn't overwhelm anything else, right? It kind of felt like they weren't all on the same page of what the end goal was towards that B site, right? You still had a player poking and prodding mid while the players are fighting out market to site, right? Like, we just saw such committed fights. Speaking of committed fights, whoa!
Yeah, that is quite the clash. And towards A main. And Spirit still want to take another fight. Just get that one kill. Nick in the back as well. Still holding on to elbow.
Swinging.
Can he escape? Great siege there to get another one. And Bukashu's there. Late to the party. But not too late. DRG heading for the finish line. And Bukashu does not look impressed at all.
Baby Spitfires, why are you re-swinging that, right? Like, it's a 2v2, your C's, yeah, the coaching staff don't look impressed either. And they already used both timeouts, so there's nothing they can do to stop this. And 20-5, wow. At least you have some semblance of buy coming into this round, but that is a small silver lining. Sea of gold. Let's see that Metal DRG you're shooting for here. In the meantime, Titan Esports Club. Mid has been their best friend, I will say it. And they have now declined that invitation.
But at least they do get another kill off of the Hunter's Fury Invest and almost sniping of life as well. Howdong did get through now. Is Spirit gonna take a peek out of that smoke? Have no flash available. Howdong? No one communicating that there could have been a player getting through into elbow. Well, they do spot Howdong. Rest still unknown. Spirit just using that information to maybe give life an opening. And he does find it. Is it 2v1 here? Can they get rid of Coco? Oh, the dink. It's not enough.
Whoa.
Spirit getting rid of Howdong, and it does not matter. DRG are just too clean. Titan Esports Club look lost on Sunset once again. It was a 13-5 versus Wolves, and it's now 13-4 versus DRG. Certainly not their map at the moment, but DRG, they get away with it once again.
And celebrations across the stage. Make sure to include Verse, the new addition here. And again, I feel like Titan Esports Club's story this entire season has been so close, but no dice, right? And this series is no exceptions. Again, growth on 2 maps already demonstrated, but could not close it out on Sunset. Needed to maybe even revisit the composition, right? I mean, if DRG can pull out a comp from a year ago, surely we don't need to keep leaning into the double senti if it doesn't fit your team, doesn't fit your role comfortability. But all DRG. Again, it's like you flip a switch, they lock in, they stop making mistakes, and you can see that global, consistent team.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels like they have to fix some issues. I mean, their breeze looked shaky here and there. Their Haven defense is still lackluster. But when it's needed, they're able to pull it back. V-God once again with an MVP performance. Taking some selfies here as well. Potentially going for an interview if I see that right, as we see the fans for DRG. I mean, they are certainly happy right now after another victory for them. 2-0 start to the season against BLG and Titan Esports Club. Certainly not the favorites in this group, Omega, but still a strong start for a team that has been struggling recently.
And I will say, if they play like they played today, I don't think DRG would beat XLG. But let's hear a little bit more from Vukashu on how he thought that comeback series went.
第一个问题呢，也想问到前2把比赛前2张图感觉打得非常的焦灼，但是来到图3，好像突然变成了一个非常轻松的碾压，背后的原因会是什么 ？So actually the first 2 map was really close and also really tight, but coming to map 3, it suddenly turned to a very easy game for you. What do you think is the reason behind?
I think we just got more experience and we keep the strength until the last map. And when we lose second map, we still was motivated enough to finish on map 3 and Sunset. We trust in our Sunset so far, so it was our map from the beginning. And yeah, I think that's the reason.
好，他也是跟我们分享了，确实对手也是一个非常有经验的队伍。那么其实在这个对枪的过程中也是有胜有负。那么来到图3日落之城，其实也是他们非常自信的一张地图，所以最后也是拿下了比赛的胜利。那第二个问题呢，新版本其实0加强了，我们也知道 Costream 其实是一个0的专精选手，那他会怎么看待0在这个版本的作用？他觉得这个消息对他来说，对团队来说会是一个好消息吗 ？So actually with the recent buff to Cypher, we all know that you're a Cypher merchant. So for this buff, do you think it's a really good news for you? And also, how do you think of the agent in this meta?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, just talking about the Cypher. We know that recently it got buffed.
Yep.
And how do you think of this agent in this meta? And how do you think it's a really good news for you?
I think Cypher is kind of the same as he was before. He's still strong agent and he's strong because of his cages and smokes. So I think Cypher is still quite useful on every map in the pool. So I think Cypher is actually a good agent to play right now.
他说，确实0这个英雄是一个非常有用的这个英雄，同时也是因为他的囚笼也凸显了他的作用呢。他觉得这个英雄在这个版本还是有他可以发挥的非常多的地方。Alright， 那么下一个问题，其实第2赛段的比赛也开始了。对于他来说，有没有特别想要交手的选手以及队伍呢 ？So actually, as Stage 2 started, we're just wondering that is there any player or any team that you really want to face against?
We lose against XLG like 3 times already this season, so I want to take my revenge against XLG when it matters the most.
Sorry, revenge against
XLG.
Oh, XLG, all right. 他也是跟我们提到了这一赛段特别想要来一场对阵 XLG 的复仇之战。那么接下来呢，其实来到长沙，也想问一下他对于这座城市有没有什么特别的印象，或者有没有尝到什么特别特色的本地美食 ？So coming into Changsha, how do you think of this city? And also, is there any specific local food you would really want to recommend to the audience?
I didn't try much food, but the city in the center is beautiful. I was there a few times, enjoying my time. Food I didn't try much, but overall I just like the way city looks like.
好，那他说现在目前可能还没有那么多机会去尝试更多的长沙的食物，但是长沙这个城市非常美丽，给他留下了非常好的印象。那么最后呢，其实也看到 Vokasu 选手对着镜头比了非常多的手势啊，都非常有趣。也想问问他背后有没有什么特殊的含义？那今天这么多支持他的一个粉丝朋友，有没有什么特别想要对他们说的 ？So we noticed that you have actually made a lot of gestures to the camera today, right? Some kiss, some 1, some 6. So today, come in here, so many fans supporting you. Do you want anything you want to say to them, and do you want to explain any of your gestures?
I want to say thank you guys for supporting us today. I hope you're going to continue to support us in the next matches. So continue to support us and we're going to try our best not to disappoint you.
好，他也是非常感谢大家的支持，也希望大家能够在后续的比赛中继续支持 DRG。好的，再次感谢 Vokasu 选手接受我的采访 ，Thank you so much for getting an interview. And also， 接下来让我们一起用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。Take a picture together. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have still one more step to go. So today we have a lucky draw for the audience. 那今天呢，我们在赛后也为大家有我们的福能掉落环节，那也会为大家抽取我们的游戏内资产。所以现在就邀请 Vokasu 为我们抽出今天的幸运观众。So you just say 3, 2, 1 and stop for the draw. We have a lucky draw.
What?
We have a lucky draw for the audience. Yes.
I need to choose a number?
Yeah, now, and you're gonna say 3, 2, 1 and start rolling
okay.
and stop.
3, 2, 1.
Stop.
Stop. Sorry. Stop.
好，那么也是恭喜我们抽中的观众朋友们获得了我们的福能掉落，那就是我们赛后采访的全部内容啦。再次感谢大家的收看，接下来让我们把画面交给我们的解说老师。
Okay, yeah. I mean, we saw what their full strength form can be, and that's exactly what they'll need if they want to complete that revenge arc up against Shilai Gaming that Vukushu mentioned. If it's like map 1 or map 2, I don't quite think that that's gonna be up to snuff. So maybe revenge will be enough to fuel them. But all in all, again, it's also just like you took a little break, you know, after an early elimination from London if you're DRG, so you're getting back into the swing of things. And again, these are teams that are trying, right, to save their chances at champs, while DRG, it's a very attainable goal, just trailing slightly behind all gamers right now, where, like you mentioned, every win matters.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, already picking up these 2 early wins against not their strongest opponent in this group. Omega, I guess like the matchups between all gamers and XLG will be the ones that they will be judged by at the end of the group stage. But still looking like they brushed off that rough performance during Masters just to get back on track here in China. You said this group stage is probably just going to be the stepping stone for them to really get back internationally. Right now, it's looking like they're in a good position to qualify for champs at the end of it. And if you want to know what that sounds like in game, you will hear right now from DRG.
隔壁，就 A 小，2个 A 小。没事的 ，OK， 我签到2个，我能看清楚，没事的，放心。CT 一个，我给这个烟，不是我给这个烟，可以，直接给就行，直接给。读，有点疯，读，好，走 ，Nice，Let's go。他有黑了是吧？我被黑了。跌，好补。 Market 赛局不入 ，Market 赛局 ，Market。Let's go， 追到好。人多不要打，别打了。霓虹。欧门 ，Cypher CT 3个，人多。2 CT one market，2 CT。哇！ Let's go！ 这是什么东西？加油！这才是你。高马也在，奶妈也在，突。Can dog？ 我擦皮鞋！给我皮鞋！
Wow. And no surprise that you mentioned it already. It was posing for this MVP moment, but I do want to talk about those team comms a little bit because I think it dispelled any worries we had about Nick being maybe under the weather, maybe he's calling not being up to snuff, because you saw as soon as he was dead, he was taking full control over those late round communications, conveying the important information, and even sometimes just how those swings should go. And that is, again, what you need vocality-wise to guide these high fracking players like Vukushu.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like this man cannot miss once again at the start of this second stage. I already said it before, the matchup against XLG, and he was talking about it as well in the interview, right, will be the ones that they will have to really show up at, as they have been losing out on them in the past and most recently. But DRG, I mean, just looking like what we sort of expected from them again here during group stage. I'm also going to be excited about the matchup versus Wolves, but if Vukushu can continue like that, he's just going to be that backbone of the entire team once again that they so desperately need.
And yeah, just more work to figure out what their identity looks like on Sunset Native for Titan Esports Club here. Spitfires again, probably by at least he didn't end on it, but rearrange the scoreline and you get a 3.14 as well. Just saying, but 1 out of 1. Hey, 100% post-play conversion rate. Congrats. Oh wait.
No, don't do him like that. Don't do him like that.
But yeah, I mean, I still feel like for TEC, like since it's a map that should work for their playstyle. I mean, look at some of the traps they were able to make work on a map like Breeze, and what the changes look like on Haven to get those last few rounds that got us to again a map 3. And I think that's where I'm kind of shocked that they are playing such a passive double Senti setup. And I do want to see them maybe go back to like an aggro style double duelist that equips them for these deep seated fights, because again, it just did not feel like obviously just dynamite on the neon is enough.
Yeah, right. It fell off a bit, and especially if you have a player like Spitfires who's so good mechanically, right? Put him on an agent and that can create space for his second duelist, or like coexist with this the second duelist, and then you might have more success on a map like Sunset. But yeah, it's rough to see. I mean, I guess what they can take away from this series, no one expected it to look that close on both Breeze and Haven, so they do at least get that one map win under their belt for this stage 2 so far against an opponent like DRG. That's certainly nothing to sneeze at, but all in all, they still look like they might be one of the 2 bottom teams in this group, Omega, especially with that competition.
That hurts. I still think TEC and BLG are my dark horses that I could see turn things around. But yeah, this is such a difficult group to try and fight your way through 100%. And it might have to be again through those late stage plans after they have everything sorted out, after they have reps in the new map pool and the new meta, that we finally get to see that hurrah. Because I think any team, if you get the right sequence of frags and a form, that a run is possible.
Yeah, I mean, in this stage 2, everything is possible. As you said, no group elimination means you can still make it to champions, even if you go 0-5 in groups. That's something, but it's a long road to take for either of these teams. But speaking of BLG, there is another match coming up, BLG versus Wolves. That's a banger, if you ask me. I want to see that new Wolves lineup face off against the veteran in the form of BLG. So don't go anywhere. We will have another match that will be taken over by Snow and Veggie. So we will make room for them. That's been it from us for the day. And I will see you soon again. Bye-bye.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves of blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. Oh, don't this
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of your VCT CN Stage 2 coverage, brought to you, of course, by the team here at Project Horizon. After a blistering opening series, I want to say, between DRG and Titan Esports, we have even more action left to go. My name is Veggie, and joining me today is the one, the only, it's the Snow Spy.
Yep, it's me. I'm here, ready to go, ready to watch what could be a very insane matchup, Veggie. I mean, a couple of roster changes on both these teams after some what would be poor performances, considering what they've shown in the past. So, Veggie, why don't you, if you remember, give us a rundown of what's changed?
Well, yeah, of course. Right? We need to obviously highlight who we have playing up against. It's BLG versus Wolves. I think both teams have kind of, like you said, made that changes based on the back of these poor performances. Both, interestingly, bringing up challenges players. For Wolves, we have it's Darion coming up alongside Aluba. Darion, obviously, ex-Global Enterprise, but is it Global Enterprise? Global Esports? I don't know what Global Enterprise is. But anyway, we'll move past that. Obviously, Global, a team that were expected to do a lot better than they have in the past, and someone that's obviously had to reinvent themselves and come into that one. For BLG, we have FT coming in, another player coming up from the Challengers series in Asia. And the interesting point for me, Snow, is that this was a player that was specifically playing on that flex sort of Viper and Senti role, but since joining into BLG has been on Duelist. So be interested to see if that's something that keeps going through. Granted, we are only on their second day of gameplay for both these sides.
Yeah, very strange to do that swap from Sentinel to Duelist. Normally you see it kind of the other way. You see a cracked aimer that decides that I'm just going to use my aim and sit back on site, but if it works, it works. And I feel like in modern day Valorant, at least, it becomes a lot more wishy-washy in terms of the roles. You see a lot more flex players, a lot more people that play different agents depending on the map. And if it works out for your team, then it will. But BLG so far, not been putting up the greatest performance, you will say, especially because of what we're expecting given their history of the organization as a whole.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the things I was looking at in my prep, right? I feel like anytime you think about BLG, you're thinking about back when they dismantled FNS, right? They were in FNS's heads about being that team from China that took them down, and you kind of hold them in kind of a higher regard. But looking at last stage, I mean, not even getting into playoffs, I think finishing it was almost, I think, at like 11th place in the tournament in what is most definitely an easier group than what Wolves had to put up. Wolves obviously having that worst performance in the entire stage. But when you look at the group that they had, it was that group of death, right? It was your EDG, your XLG, your DRG. All three teams that went in to finish off into the Masters that we watched. So you can kind of almost excuse, not really, but you can kind of give a little bit of leeway for that squad. But like you said, BLG, you're expecting a lot more of. And so far this stage, they haven't had that start either. Granted, it was up against DRG in their first match, but we need to be seeing more out of this roster already.
Yeah, and it's difficult because if you've just made those changes, you can't hit the ground running and you're already struggling on step number 1. That's got to affect the confidence, especially if someone like FT, you said, moving into potentially that main duelist role. It's good to build that confidence, and starting off with a loss is never going to be good for them.
No, and then you flip that on the other side. Wolves, who have made those changes, bringing in the ex-Nova coach of Alex R, who had seen some momentum go with him, has clearly carried that into this Wolves squad, starting off 2-0 against Titan Esports in that match they won as well. The new pick like Darion is highlighted here as that Omen player as well, and clearly providing an instant impact. And for someone that you've just added into the squad, that's the most sort of comforting thing that you can do, right? Is you can quite clearly see that change already is becoming quite a big difference. There was some sort of criticism across dropping the likes of Sufat BB, the hype player that everyone loved to get behind when they were at Masters themselves, and since then this is a team that's failed to live up to those expectations. But right now we could be seeing the pack rise once again.
Yeah, Darion, 45 kills in that last series, almost 300 ACS, just putting on absolute masterclass of a performance. And you know, you've got to think that so far the change is working out, and if the performance can carry on, you got to think maybe the sky's the limit for Wolves. I mean, this isn't their biggest test just yet, but if they can start themselves off with 2 wins back-to-back, it's looking good, at least for the playoff chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another thing to kind of hark back and flag up here is obviously there's been some map changes and some ingoings and outgoings on what is playable, and it actually favours both of these teams. I mean, look at the Wolves' performance from last stage. They had 3 out of 5 maps that they played, so guess how many. So 3 out of 5 they had 0% win rate on. 0% win rate. One map they had 100% win rate. Another map they were 1 and 2. Fracture, that was. So like half of the maps that they were terrible at, no longer here. It's fine. We can move on. It's new map cases, right? You don't need to start going back into those, be like, oh no, last time we were here we got dominated by X, Y or Z. And it's almost the same for BLG as well. They were a little bit worse. They were 0% on Breeze and Bind, which are both of Wolves 3 out of 5 as well, and then they had a 50% on Lotus, which was the other map that Wolves were pretty terrible at. So for them, they're also going to be looking quite sort of handily on these map changes, but we need to see that innovation on the new maps coming in. We were speaking in the green room about Summit coming into it. You're kind of expecting BLG to want to play into that. Is that something that you're still kind of expecting to see?
I think it's more from a historical standpoint. We saw when Abyss came out that BLG very willing to try innovate and lock that map in, and I feel like it's a team that Billy's always been that team that wants to mechanics check you and wants to find those angles for 1v1s, and on a new map that's kind of their playground because there's no set strats yet. Everybody's still learning, so it opens these opportunities for the very high risk plays that Billy likes to go for. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do go towards Summit, but with knowing how well Wolves has been historically in terms of their prepping and also bringing in that coaching staff, you've got to think that maybe Wolves would be favoured if we do go towards that map.
I mean, I'm on the thinking right now that Wolves might be favoured regardless of what map, but that's me just showing a little bit of bias right off the bat. Like we said, both of these teams having played up on match day 1, one of them being Wolves, the team that hadn't won a single series in stage 1, and now they're undefeated, haven't even dropped a map. It was a 13-5 on Sunset and a 13-10 on Haven. Questioning once again maybe why Tech wanted to play that map last time. But
do we say undefeated like that when it's been one game?
Mate, look at the hard facts. What's their win ratio? Is it 1 and 0? Yes. Is that 100%? Yes. That means they are 100% undefeated right now.
The best team in the league.
You can't knock it. I mean, statistically, they are. There's only one team above them, and that's DRG, who are 2-0 right now. So.
Okay, well, but going by that logic, clearly Wolves, the greatest team to ever exist, and this series is a wash. But talking back in a more realistic perspective, so you spoke about the map pool a bit. Is there any other maps that you feel like you're speaking about how this map pool change is good for Wolves? Is there anything else alongside that might be favoured towards them?
I think it is just the roster changes like we highlighted on. I'm kind of giving a boring answer in that aspect, but you look at BLG, like we said, underperformed, only made one single change. Wolves have taken 2 out of their 5 rosters and swapped them in. They've brought in a new coaching staff. It's refreshing that core of players to still have enough experience from what you had to already have like that kind of team cohesion, so you've not lost it all, but also bringing in enough new blood to make it interesting. And now we actually do get to see these maps coming in to fruition. Is that Abyss that we're getting to see? Abyss right off the bat split, and then
no, it's not Abyss, Veggie. Have a guess what it is.
Is it Summit? Is it something
It's
like
Summit.
It's, okay, right. See, this is I'm so far out the loop on what the maps look like. It's well, not fully, but
well, it's the first time I've seen the icon, so
Yeah,
I
that's
actually
what
the only reason
tripped me,
I
yeah.
know is because I just narrowed it down. Of it's not Abyss because I know Abyss's icon, and I know it's got to be a new map, so we know it's going to be Summit map number 1, which is crazy, by the way. So Wolves just instantly locking in the Summit with their first map pick. BLG choosing to defend on that map. We were speaking about it in the green room. I feel like at the moment, at least, this map can be quite defender-sided. There's 2 small choke points through the mains that you really struggle to get through unless you have mid control and can try to split through sight. The new door-breaking mechanic brings another interesting perspective as well, Veg. You got any predictions in what you think that agent pools might potentially look like?
Snow, you're going to break me on this one. We were talking about this before. I'm as clueless as ever for what we're going to see. I'm expecting double duelists, but we can get into all of that right now as the walkouts for this game starting up. Match day 2 for both of these squads. Wolves versus Billy Gaming is close to getting underway. These players just hyping themselves up. China production is always just so far ahead of the game here, Snow.
Yeah, it's got to be so hyped to be in that venue, seeing these players walk out, and even as a player, just seeing that crowd, getting you hyped up and interested. And that's also a perspective that sometimes you need to look at with these new players, maybe not used to playing on such a big stage. It's going to be difficult for them to always perform. Obviously, we know that Darion was able to make it happen straight away off the bat, no issues at all. But can they do it twice in a row? Can they have a big performance back to back and not let those nerves get to them?
Oh, we will be finding out shortly. But like you said, Summit being that map number 1, Split being the second, and if we get there, the trusty as ever decider that will be Lotus. It's a vast difference between the 3 maps as well. Often when you get a Lotus at the end, you've played Haven in between, and you can kind of get a sense for how that one's going to go, but quite clearly set upon their ways. I think the interesting part that you kind of picked up on is that it was Wolves picking into this. You would expect it to be BLG that's picking up Summit, but clearly this new coaching staff of Alex coming in from Nova already feeling and sensing the opportunity that's there to take this series 2-0. Fills me with a little bit more confidence.
I feel like it's always a good thing when a new map comes out, you study that, and it's almost like you can cheese yourself a few wins, right? Because if you've studied that map more, you're just going to be at such a severe advantage. It's not like a map like Ascent that's been out so long, everybody knows how to play it. If a team has not practiced Summit, it is going to be rough for them if you face a team that has done that research and has came in with some really heavy prep and set plays.
Yeah, I feel like especially in this region where it is more about playing together as a team and kind of managing to almost run it down in a sense, right? We're not fully running it down, but there's a lot less kind of bolstered big game, in-game, mid-macro sort of strategies that go through it. It's a lot about this is what we want to do off the rip, and that's what we're going to do. A team like Wolves are certainly in a position to take advantage of that and make sure that there's no mid-rounding going on and just eliminate their opposition straight off the outset. And having that as map number 1 as well, Snow, could really set the tempo and the brains for BLG.
I will say, though, that the one... we were talking about this in the green room. I feel like China as a region, I was interested to see whether Summit would be a good map for this region. Because, like you say, they are a region that likes to play fast, likes to just hit sites, likes to constantly play aggro for these fights. Summit, I'm not too sure yet if it's a map that allows that. When the map designers created this map, they wanted it to be based around mid control, and they wanted it to be a map for Sage, it being Sage's training ground. So they made these main entrances super small, super compact, so that Sage's utility essentially just stops any potential fast plays and fast pushes. And if that's a playstyle that Wolves wants to go towards, picking up something like maybe that's Sage, maybe something like a Deadlock can shut down the tempo that a team might try to bring to this map.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think we have seen this map played once already in CN Stage 2. I'm just trying to see if I can find up where that was. I feel like it was yesterday's match gameplay. I'm going to find it too late. Summit, there it is. FPX versus Trace, we managed to get it. 13-9 that was for FPX. bringing in that Tejo, which was an agent that you specifically hyping up to me in the green room. So if you want to ask me that question again, Snow, I'm more than prepared to give you the answer. What agents would I like to see on this map? Well, I present you Tejo as an option as one of the strongest agents, able to utilise the ult and their mollies to really cut off a lot of space. And like you said, they were able to get like multiple 3Ks, multiple 4Ks with that ultimate, just really trapping the team in, whether it's death or push out into the gunfight that you have covering. But we're not going to have to wait too long before we get to see what Wolves have cooked up here, what the pack is bringing into it, and simply if BLG are going to be ready.
And they must be ready. They must have known this was happening, didn't opt to ban it, which means that clearly a little bit of research has been done at the very least, or they just maybe weren't even thinking about it. Who knows at this point?
Well, I mean, we said that BLG insta-banned it in their first map, so the fact that it's not been an insta-ban means that maybe there has been a little bit of thought brought into it. We can see what agents they'll come through. You're going to have that Omen Cypher, double duelist with Neon and Raze, and Neff picking up on Sky. Wolves leaning into more of an Astra and Viper situation, bringing in that Sage that you were hyping up. Phoenix being that duelist that is becoming ever so stronger recently since those Yoro buffs, and the initiator of choice has been that Sova.
I feel like my initial reaction looking at these comps is Wolves will struggle on attack, but my God, is it going to be difficult to get on site for BLG when they are on defense, because that every single agent on that team has stall utility, has some way to stop you, some way to slow you down or chip you out. I don't know how BLG is going to take site when they're on attack, but it doesn't matter for them because BLG has defense first.
Yeah, I think what you've said in the kind of pre-build up to this of being very mid-focused is 100% going to have to be where we're keeping our eyes on who is able to control that mid on both their offense and their defense, who's going to be able to set that tempo from there. Obviously, you've got the doors as well, who's going to be able to take advantage of how the new mechanics, in a sense, kind of work towards them, and what kind of theory has been crafted around making sure that some are shut, some are open, what angles can be taken. And I mean, I've not seen this map too much, so I've only really seen like the mockery plays that you kind of have from the likes of Grim with that Sage wall. Are we going to get to see anything coming in here? It might be something that you kind of get those cheeky little angles, especially similar to Ascent, where you can wall up and kind of look through a little window without being suspected. So we'll be interested to see if both teams are prepared for that.
Yeah, so for context, if anyone doesn't really know this map, this is going to be their first time viewing it. There are breakable buttons that will essentially close a big door down. The reason why Sage can be good on this map is she is one of the only agents that can peek over those walls once they're down. She can wall up over it and get an angle onto site that would otherwise be closed off, especially for the defender side. So it will be interesting. I feel like Wolves, in my mind, I would call this a skirmish-heavy comp. It's not a comp that executes site very well, but it is a comp that takes space very well.
Well, here we go. Match number 2 for both of these teams. Map number 1, Wolves taking on BLG, starting things off here on Summit. It is a mid-pressure for BLG, popping down out of that door, waiting to see if anyone's going to contact. But for Wolves, they've taken space on B main, looking to exploit into one of these tight choke points, but the smoke will prevent them for now. They do have the flash on Phoenix if they want to use that to entry, but instead it's a case of backing up and looking to fight into this mid space.
Arion hears it though, knows their steps here, and rotates back towards A. From the sides of Wolves, the first blood has been drawn, but no kill just yet. A few bullets landing, but just a bit of chip damage that's going to make BLG run away.
Yeah, it's that retreat, reassess, still stay alive to make sure the numbers fall with your team. Instead, just holding deeper angles, waiting for Wolves to make that next ambush onto wherever that will be, and it looks like it's going to be a Viper wall goes up to give them a little bit of space to exec on, but here it comes, the wall goes up and the blasts come in.
It's chaos on site, but it's BLG winning out. As I say, that Spring able to make it an even numbers fight. Darion, the sole player left alive, the guy left lurking in mid, and the new blood for Wolves needs to make it all happen. Boombot could give very valuable information to BLG, but Darion's managed to dodge that one out, and it creates doubt in the mine, but with 10 seconds left, there's just no time to work with. Needs to find a kill, needs to find a fight and an angle to play, but it is Wizzy clutching that one up, finishing off the round, and BLG looking to fight as soon as they come on site.
Yeah, they were more than prepared for that. Clearly had the execution in mind, had forced Wolves into their hands, dictated where that attack was always going to finish up. And it just meant that they were more than prepared for it. Bigger buy now obviously coming in for the sides of BLG. Two Marshals being the interesting pick here. You often see one, but it's going to be a higher angle peaked up, looking for that first contact. But the Viper wall prevents the angle to be taken, and Russia has to pop back and hold once again.
I love that wall, actually. It's an agent I didn't even really consider on this map, but getting that early A pressure, forcing them off the angle and making them move back towards site. It's made BLG question where these players might be.
Yeah, it's really nice. It just gives them so much space to take onto that A main. You mentioned about how tight these choke points are. Well, that just clears it up and gives you a lot more access. It has forced out a smoke, but for Wolves, they once again retreat and try and probe into a different angle. Choosing really at the start of this to not want to attack in towards mid. It's almost as if they're trying to condition this BLG side into it being main choke point contestants, and right now that's going to favour this BLG squad. Oh.
But a kill back, the classics through the smoke do the job. 40 seconds left. Wolves taking this a bit more patient. There is a Cypher trip they're going to have to deal with, and peek outs from multiple members. As Glacier's going to go down as well. Should just be an easy cleanup for BLG. They've lost 2 members in the process. It's not the worst result to have. A nice clean round for them, and Wolves going into their bye. Gonna have to rethink what their strats might be, because we haven't seen that heavy mid pressure that we were expecting.
No, not at all. And I'm kind of at the minute where I'm thinking maybe it's just because we've been on those lower buys with the pistols. Maybe try and play that conditioning, like I said, but right now they need to start mixing it up. They've not had the right recipe. All it's doing is bringing up some burnt bread, and nobody likes burnt bread, so they need to start finding the way to win, especially on their map pick. This time it's a lot more aggressive in towards mid, peeking out through the smokes, but no, we're just going to retreat again.
Dart spots 3 people in bottom mid, and Wolves, rightfully so, backs away just for a second, as it's a potential bait. Footsteps from BLG going backwards, but Wolves aren't buying it. They know that they could be here, but the drone, oh, it doesn't spot them. Glacier could just be walking straight into a trap. Neff waiting with that flash for the perfect moment to strike. Wolves so patient on this one. The flash out, it's countered, and Wolves comes out the victors of this skirmish. But it is still chaos as utility is thrown back and forth. But Wolves has all the space they need. All the pressure has been created. It can look to move towards A now.
That wall gets utilised once again, but Russia, only the Marshal, won't be able to do too much. It'll just be chip damage as they push through, but not going to find it. Wolves continuing the pressure up onto site.
It's going to be difficult to get back in as well. That door being down, but Wizzy's on top of the wall. How have you found that angle? Has already found 2, and a round that was expected to go Wolves' way is now in a very dire situation. Time running low. They have to go aggressive. Wizzy gets another one, and the showstopper's perfect. Hunt for the ace, my son. Not even going to be able to get it, but it does not matter. Wizzy has done absolutely everything this round, and Darian can do nothing but save and hide with their tail between their legs.
Listen, in rounds like that, you're often left asking, how's he done that? But in this occasion, it's why he's done that. Picked his team up from a moment of desperation, hidden in the smoke on the wall. The executioner to this Wolves side. Blood left on the Wolves as they retreat. The colour of their team in shambles. 3-0 for BLG on their opposition's map pick here. Looking like the side that we wanted them to be in stage 1. Looking like they might have just found some sense of revival. Viper wall this time to exec on B. give a little bit of space, but FT is sat here paranoia prepped and ready to go for when this X8 comes in.
It's also a triple stack, so many angles being held, the crossfires already set up. FT's going to get themselves to relative safety. The Viper wall cuts off these angles. Would provide them with the site if they wanted it. Don't want to risk it just yet, just create a bit of pressure and disappear maybe. Dog is going to spot so many members in main, and Wolves really wants this, but it's 5 people from BLG here, and they're just going to hit anyway. They don't care. They want to play into the chaos. They want to find themselves some kills. It's an absolute massacre on site, and it is going the way of BLG. This Darion will be the last to survive, going down 4-0. This Wolves squad just can't catch a break.
Yeah, they're supposed to be the hunters, but instead they are being the hunted. It's a one-way traffic right now for BLG. We're going to need the coach to be that metaphorical lollipop man to come out and stop the traffic, give a sense of relief, and just refresh these Wolves players on what they're supposed to be doing, because right now it's exactly what you've said. It's all been chaotic. There seems to be one sense of a game plan, and then it's just commit. And yeah, that is what's going to happen. Alex is forced into this timeout, sort of figure out the sense of where it goes wrong. Often we have to say when these new maps come out, they do become very defender focused because it's the easier side to be on, but right now at a 4-0 deficit, it's not where Wolves need to be in this series, that's for sure.
And what I kind of want to see from Wolves, a bit more mid pressure, smoke off bottom mid, just create that sense of urgency for BLG where they need to clear out more of these angles and make yourself a potential link play. The benefit to the attackers on this one is lurks can get really far. There's 4 different spots that the defenders need to cover. You got bottom mid, you got link, you got the 2 mains. It really spreads the defense thin when you can create question marks for them. But so far, Wolves hasn't really been doing that much. They've created a bit of mid pressure, but BLG's just been reading them.
But that's all it's been. It's just been that tiny little bit of pressure. I think if you were to pull up a heat map on this sort of mini-map, you wouldn't see anyone going past where that Raze is stood right now. That's pretty much as furthest that anyone for Wolves has got, if not less than that. So what we want to see from Wolves is more mid-pressure, is most definitely around on the board, but a lot more aggressive this time as they push into those extremities, forcing BLG to act. But for the side of Wolves, unfortunately, it's an operator that finds that first point of contact.
Yeah, not the best spot to be in. Makes it a bit more difficult. And this might be where the lack of a true entry duelist is really affecting Wolves. They don't have any way to get past these opening angles. They kind of just have to walk through them and hope that no one's watching. Oh, but it's a peek out behind. Rusha gets another one. But Spring and Darion answer in return. They've managed to find a really awkward angle where they're on site, but Knight still here, still anchoring, spammed out from the box, but Neff has found the perfect position to find the kill. But it's Darion cool, calm and collected, no nerves for them just yet. Rusha just pushing forwards and won't find anything just there. Wolves finally get around on the board.
And Snow, it all comes from what we were saying. Apply a lot more mid-pressure and you will find some success. Yes, they faced into that operator right off the bat. Yes, it's unfortunate that you lose that first blood, but finally you push these extremities that are a lot more difficult to hold. You're applying a lot more pressure on this defensive side from more than one angle, and all of a sudden you have a path to victory that starts to look a little bit more dominant.
It was a risky one though. I feel like they were saved a little bit by a few mechanical plays, but Glacier just still wanting to push that pace now, push the tempo, forcing them back. Rusha's going to slow them down. Door's been broken as well, and there was no one on this site, but the Viper Wall's actually given Rusha a chance to get back in and maybe anchor just a little bit, but a dash into the slow isn't a situation you want to be in, especially on that Neon. Rez still available for Yosemite. Could make something happen there, and it's BLG with regular BLG antics, just pushing through smokes, finding angles to win, saving their Phoenix right now, who is just going to ult forwards, take this space, And it's just a constant onslaught. Every situation you look at, there is another BLG player swinging through a smoke, finding another kill. Wolves are just being outclassed right now, out-mechanicked, out-pushed. There is just nothing for them to do. They are overwhelmed no matter where they go.
Oh, that's just BLG saying enough as an F as they push that through. It's so hard to be critical on this one because it felt like Wolves had done everything they wanted to. The tempo has been pushed right up to maximum. They get on site. They're in the position that they want to be. They use the Phoenix ult to push and apply more pressure when it was starting to get tight. The only thing they didn't do was plant the darn spike, which then would have put time on their side. Instead, they're stuck in an infinite gunfight that just ends up in a loss for them, pushing them back down to this low buy now. Once again, putting BLG on that front foot.
I just realised with the Phoenix and Sage Res coming through, it was essentially a 5 versus 7, but now an opening pick from BLG again. A fast rush towards B. They've managed to gain the site. No trips there to stop them, but they're just contained in this site. And there's so few angles to really hide in. Just a few little one and dones that you can maybe look to get a kill and not really hope for much more. You would want to see Wolves maybe be a bit aggressive here to force themselves into a fight. 2 players left alive. They're very split. BLG has everything they could ever ask for. Util to work with, good advantage as well, numbers advantage, and it's a flawless round for them. And their tempo is just not stopping.
What's that famous saying, Snow? It's not looking good, Chief. That's certainly what it's not looking like for Wolves. I mean, it just feels like that, not that round just there, but the previous one is going to have such a big impact on where this is going. Like you said, using the Sage Res and the Phoenix ult not only gave them 2 extra members, but it's 2 huge ultimates in the grand scheme of things that should be winning you rounds, and to still not close it out puts you at such a deficit. And now we're back to applying a little bit of A pressure, focusing here on mid off the outset, but BLG just seem to have the answers prepared for everything that wants to come, already in position, ready to peek off of this. Maybe a fake Astra Star to give a little bit of space and flash out, but it's BLG who are once again right on top, picking up a 2-for-1. Yosemite will be the peak for Wolves, but still left at a 2-agent disadvantage. So here we are, K-Knight thinking about ascending onto site, but instead thinks better of it. We'll just retreat back for now, save this Vandal in towards the next. Not going to give up any ultimate orbs that could be used for Wolves. Spring, one away from that Viper's Pit. Definitely don't want that active. Phoenix and Sage, we've seen what impact the ults could have had, but weren't able to be found. But that Phoenix ult is definitely not one that you want to be getting on board for your opposition, and that is why Wolves will go hunting, try and get this back up, but no one to be found. As darkness goes up, K-Knight strives in it, only afraid of the sunlight. The vampire for BLG survives another day.
And it feels like right now Wolves just are struggling with the pace, and it's what BLG needs to do, right? They've got this double duelist comp. They have to go aggressive, have to push and take these angles and take these fights. And Wolves has a composition that's very good, like we spoke about. It's slowing down these counter pushes, these aggressive plays, but so far we haven't seen it come to fruition. Even when they get sight, BLG's tempo has just been so much faster. That pace that they're pushing, swinging out through these smokes, not letting Wolves set up to slow down these pushes and stall the round out.
It's interesting. The BLG are the ones now picking up that timeout, Snow. Wolves, a third of the rounds that BLG have, but obviously the coaching staff starting to feel a little bit of added pressure. Want to make this half as clean as possible. Maybe identified what you've seen, that their attacking half might be quite difficult to get through these choke points and extremities on themselves. So need to take full advantage of the situation that they find themselves in.
Yeah, I honestly feel like for Wolves with this composition, I highlighted it very briefly at the start of the map. This comp feels like it's great for skirmishes, really rough for site takes. So I feel like you need to play the opening sides of the map first, get a little bit of space, and leave someone in there who can just lurk, who can find these positions to stop the rotates from BLG, because they are wanting to play so fast, wanting to counter this aggression from Wolves as quickly as they can.
Interested to see what the plan is with the Astra ult as well, now that that's available. What space can they take from Darion Zeus? Have they got anything cooked up? Do have that Sova ult as well, so you're close to getting a couple of set plays online. For BLG, Showstopper well and truly activated, and we've already seen that find some success, but instead it's going to be walking into the sight line that Russia is holding. Will they take the shot? They miss. An unusual miss from this player, but it acts as a warning shot regardless. Backs off the attackers, and they will be sprinting across to this A site where the Cypher and K-Knight is waiting to pounce.
Yeah, I wouldn't give Russia 2 chances. Yeah, they might miss one. It's a rarity, but they are not going to miss a second. Right now, a bit of pressure. The darts being used to force some rotates is worked, but Wolves needs to pick up the pace now because BLG has sensed that it is a fake. Members already rotating over, and Wolves, knowing that their time is limited, are starting to push through now. K-Knight has found one. The trip has done its work. If they die now, they've done their job, but they are just going to look for more, and there's no way to get in. The smoke is perfect. There's already members here on site to back them up. And FT there at the perfect time. Wolves are just outdone, outclassed. And every strat that they try to do just doesn't work.
FT living up to the name, full time. Call this one off, ref, blow the whistle. BLG once again shutting down a huge ultimate on the behalf of Wolves. The Astra wall just to shut off the whole of back site and any entry point, but not being prepared for the Cypher to still be on site, to still be ready to activate when that hit was coming in. An underestimation to BLG's power. They will go aggressive this time, play ahead of this Viper's wall, something that's not been done before, and they will find Spring right off the back, and all of a sudden the mountains start to fall for this Wolves side.
Yeah, not much more else you can do there, just but back away and hope that they don't find you, but a judge waiting in mid. Oh, it's a terrible situation to be in. This could be an absolute clean-up for Neff. But it's the rest of the members of BLG supporting. And the difficulty is that these anchors are doing such a good job, but I feel like Wolves has the utility to counter them. They've got the Astra Stars, they've got the Sova to get the information out on where this player is. There's so much utility to make life hell for these anchor players, but we haven't really seen it come through, and maybe that is in part, it's a new map. Wolves don't have these set strats planned out just yet, and the executes just aren't looking clean.
If you were watching this map with the top left covered, you would not be thinking that this was Wolves' map pick. You would fully be embracing the fact that BLG picked this. They clearly have the better read on what's going to be happening right now and every single time. And that's just so disappointing for a side that I maybe put too much stock in after that first win. Big set play with the Showstopper, but Glacier shuts it down, melts the side of BLG, and now suddenly will activate on towards side.
Hello, hello, Glacier. Welcome to the server. 0 kills before this round, but a big 2K to open this up and forced BLG into a bit of a rough situation, but they've gained so much space back already. Moving towards drop, they have a bit of utility to work with, but a numbers disadvantage means that Wolves can set up all the crossfires that they need. Lucia tries to find an angle. Glacier's got 4. They have just not even doubled, not even tripled. They have times their kills by infinite. 0 to 4, carrying that round in a much needed round for Wolves.
I know we always joke about how bad my maths is, Snow, but 0 times anything is still 0. So if you times it by infinite, it's still 0 regardless.
Hey.
But you're correct. The Glacier has activated now. The family is fully alive and kicking. Spring's been here the whole time, but now that Glacier's online, especially on this Phoenix, could become very dangerous in this last round. Granted, a little bit too late, but maybe takes that confidence into the next half. Wanting to push down B again, K-Knight has read and got set up for this. 2 players for BLG, just sitting back, relaxing, chilling. Maxon shooting some b-ball outside of school on A, but they will rotate over to B quickly, and they're ready for this exit.
Lucia's already here. This Neon can do so much on this map. The fast rotates work so well, but it's a trade and a res, and there is just 4 people. BLG getting caught out. It's a classic error that we see from them, so eager to peek through these smokes, but they're still pushing forward. That's a fight ball. You can't just run into that. That's not how the game works. And Neff left all alone to be the hero, using the Seekers as well. It's the last round, why not? But they're stuck in drop. So many bullets flying their way. A Viper Orb as well. A flank from Darion. And it's starting to look a little bit better. The dart now slows them down, gives the information that they're still there. As Neff, only 7 bullets in the gun. We need to find some heads. He needs to do it soon. Has managed to find a timing, has snuck around, but Spring was there, ready and waiting. And what was a really dire half, somewhat recovered towards the end by Wolves. And the thing that we did highlight at the start, this composition should do better on defense.
It most certainly should, but we will have to see how that one goes, as we have a little bit of time for both of these teams to reflect on how that half went. And I always feel really weird saying this when a team's 8-4 down, but Wolves are weirdly going to be quite happy with how that finished, that's for sure, having been 4-0 down, really looking down and out. I think it was 6-2 at one point as well, so to win 2 out of those last 4 rounds, really starting to show that maybe they are capable of something on this map. Maybe they have a little bit of insight to go, but a big half is needed on this turnaround. Not quite the likes that we've seen from DRG before, but certainly they need to step up their game.
I think it just kind of took Wolves a little bit of time to realise, oh wait, every time we hit sight, BLG does not care about smokes. They're just running through them. And as soon as they started to use a little bit of that utility to slow them down, to chip them out, it just became a bit more difficult for BLG to play that same style. And I feel like that was almost, that final round was an insight into how this defensive half might go for Wolves. BLG wants to send it through these smokes, but it's so difficult when you have to deal with shock darts, the slow orbs, the constant mollies being thrown at you, the Astra pulls and the util. There's so many different things that you need to worry about if you are BLG that it's difficult to just fully send it onto a site.
See the guns of choice here at the bottom. What's your favourite skin line out of these 5 that have been selected there, Snow?
Interesting, because I don't remember the names. I just know it's called PTC. I know it's PTC, but I can't remember. The Prelude to Chaos. Prelude to Chaos, that's the one. That's the one. Prelude to Chaos. That's my favourite one. But Spring already finding an opening pick. WOL is up as well, can easily back away to safety. WOL's giving BLG a little bit of their own medicine with a quick opening pick and making them really question their decisions. But the difference here from BLG is they want to play a bit towards this mid-pressure. Glacier just a bit of chip damage is going to heal up, and it's bottom mid, the angle that BLG wants to take. Smoke themselves off and just wanting to go through it. Slowed down by these shock darts, and we start to see this composition really come through. Every piece of util. A one-way from Viper. Okay, so was done a little bit of research on the potential lineups. And now, BLG's just stuck in mid. Did they just close door on themselves?
Beyond anything at this point, the fact that we've seen the reverse from the first half of BLG pushing out smokes, have just decided to start pushing their own smokes. Everything's to play for here, and I mean BLG have all this space here on mid, right? But Wolves are just happy to almost allow it. They chose to ignore it for the first side, and now they're just setting it up as a trap, allowing this team to walk into it and pouncing on them when they try and take the extra space. A much stronger start for this Wolves squad. I think that was only one member that they lost there as well, and it all starts off with Spring taking that initiative, pushing off that first angle ahead of their own wall, using it to retreat when it was needed. Here it is right here, pops it up right after, gets back and then takes off K-Knight, and unfortunate not to get the next. But certainly much stronger start. Let's see if they can keep that one up. Choosing not to go with the double marshal setup that BLG chose. Couple of Guardians, seeing if they can be the Angels as they want to push faster out of A as well.
Wall available to slow them down as well. It is going to be used. BLG are a bit like, what do we do now? there's a wall here. Our contact play, it's not really going to work anymore. But no slow orbs though, so as soon as this wall is broken, not much else here to slow them down, to stop them. It's just going to be Yosemite with the gun. Flash out as well, so sight will be there. It's pretty much 4-3. Yosemite just looking to fight into this. The wall will be broken. It is going to drop down. BLG has gained the sight, and they have a little bit of space. But the weapon disadvantage is not going to suit them, as Wolves are preparing for this retake. Flash in now, Glacier leading the charge. 2 players in drop, ready and waiting, but it just jumped through with the Spectre. And once again, a chaotic play, a massacre on site. It is just going to be the way of Wolves, but a 1 versus 2 now. Can K-Knight make something happen? Nope, it's that shock dart, and utility usage great from Wolves there, and I feel like this is going to get even harder. We saw that full utility not even bought from Yosemite. Imagine how hard it would have been if they had a single slow orb to stop that push.
Yeah, the biggest saving grace for BLG is it's a little bit expensive on the side of Wolves. 3 weapons dropped, all be them. Not all rifles. 2 Guardians saved back into the next one, but means this next round should be a little bit more straightforward, at least artillery-wise. But concept-wise, the same problems will arise. Question is, will they follow the same tact that Wolves had of learning that death ball does not quite work? Going to be a probe over towards mid, but Wolves are more than capable of it. A completely revised side from what we've seen on that first half. Really not scared to fight into this. Happy to just apply the pressure and then retreat.
All 5 players there, and now they have to be a little bit worried because there could have been lurks through. Potentially a B player that snuck through towards spawn. They've re-cleared A, so they know that that's not an angle anymore. But this is where BLG's map knowledge could really come in handy, because Wolves are questioning where this BLG squad could be. You look at how much map pressure they've seeded, nothing towards mid now. They're playing so far back because they're scared of a potential lurk play from BLG.
Yeah, BLG now have that mid control re-cleared as well. The fog of war starting to close in upon Wolves. The firing squad getting ready, but here comes the denial of space, the molly, the slow orbs, forcing BLG into a timeout of sense. Only 30 seconds left before they need to make some move, and that first kill and second starting to come in will make this a little bit easier.
There's that lurk play we spoke about. K-Knight activating on the flank, but Glacier's Reddit is there. A numbers down situation. Wolves needs to make magic happen. Rushia's in such a good spot to counter this, has found one, and it's just going to back away. It's near perfect play. It just creates an opportunity for YZ to finish this round up, and That's what we spoke about on this map. There's so many angles for the defenders to cover, especially when you don't have one of these information sentinels. You don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy that can really watch out for these lurks.
Yep.
It creates positions that BLG can play around.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake there for me is I really like the concept of just applying full pressure over towards mid, but it was never backfilled after they left, right? It was like everyone challenged up and then just went back to trying to hold sight so that nobody could push through, but leaving that space open meant that BLG could exploit it so quickly after without having to use any util. And you can see again, they're just travelling in packs for Wolves, 3 players making sure that orb is gathered, and now they'll go progress onto mid. But that A site just left completely open. The can opener's there, it just needs to be applied, and Russia will be the one to apply the pressure as Glacier falls to an early grave once again. You got that orb for nothing, buddy. Have to save that ult for the next round.
They're struggling right now, Wolves, to find out where BLG are. I mean, they've got the information through Sova that they could gain, but they will know that their site now is Illuma gets 3 by themselves, and that activates Spring. Darion knows that Knight could be here. They're just in the one way. Finds the kill, finishes up the round, and this game very even now. Wolves fully back in it. 9-7 in the favor of BLG is the scoreline right here, and I thought that round was going to go BLG's way, but a huge individual play right here from the Sova just shuts down BLG's hopes.
I mean, that's exactly it. It's almost a quadra swing into Aluba that somehow nets 3 victories for that player. Huge impact from that Sova, who so far has been relatively quiet. You can see what it means to Alex, overjoyed to the moon that this game's starting to get a little bit closer, but can't always rely on 3Ks. They need to start finding some success naturally into their own hands. And yes, it's going to come off of a lot of denial of space, a lot of slowed down potential, but the Viper's molly used already means that there's 1 minute and 15 left on this clock before BLG have made it past any choke points. Showstopper invested.
Oh, the Showstopper gets 1 at the cost of some health, but just like that, 3 Wolves players are down. The tempo from BLG is too much to handle. Glacier caught between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place will be a bullet to the back of their head. As Darion, a player that we highlighted, struggling so far in this game. Not quite able to pick up that Omen and make some of these unique plays that we saw before in their last matchup. Instead, being on Astra duty, and I guess that's the difficulty for Wolves is this double duelist combo. Yes, you have a lot of utility to stall them, but if they just decide to send it and they make it past that initial salvo of utility, you can't really stop them at that point.
No, it's really difficult, right? After such a strong round from them before, it's just an instant shutdown as well. All for now on that 3K as BLG get themselves up to 10. We always speak about how crucial these double digits are for momentum. Starting to see that match momentum at the World Cup. And the big graphic at the bottom. Well, for now, if we were to see that, it'd certainly be a lot of traffic heading into BLG's side as they close in on another match. And once again, this Phoenix ult Snow gets used in a round where it results in a loss. I think we've only seen it successfully used once so far. And the whole point of using Phoenix is obviously the flashes, but getting that ultimate online as often as possible to apply as much pressure for free, almost like a mini Sova drone that can shoot back, right? It's like if you were to apply a Sova drone with Cypher's glitched cam, that's the pressure that it can apply and bring towards your squad, but so far not finding much success, and they really need to be addressing this in that timeout.
I think the one thing that they need to look to do is shut down K-Knight on this lurk, because both the round wins that BLG have came from a lurk up through mid from K-Knight who was able to pick off a player that was rotating, and it essentially shut down any plans of flooding or retake from Wolves. So finding a way to either pick K-Knight off in an isolated fight or just shut them down from mid altogether do a world of good for Wolves right here.
Let's see if they heed that lesson from you. They listened to your last time out advice and it worked to get them back into the half where they're going to need that here. This time the deficit's only by 3. They cannot afford to keep losing these rounds, and right now, I mean, there's one hero rifle that's obviously been carried over from that last one. A couple of sheriffs in play. Going to need to write that new law if they want to win this round. Once again, trying to get that orb onto Glacier. He will swing through. Potentially looking for that death, but trapped.
Oh,
Ults. Everything will be taken away. It's anyone.
The hero rifle's got 1 though, and manages to get out as well. It's somehow done its job, and Therion survives. And they are going to juggle that rifle away. That's standard play here as K-Knight again on this lurk. And seems to know that there could be someone in this corner. They have heeded my advice, like you said, Veggie. The question is, K-Knight also knows they might be watching out for this. But are they aware of the corner? Will they check it? Just peeking around, and no, it's an easy kill. A rifle picked up. B site is gained, but it's a numbers advantage for Wolves.
The revive as well coming in. Clearly wanting to commit to this. Maybe not aware that that weapon had been taken away, so Glacier comes in back with a sheriff on board. 3 versus 5, it's certainly a winnable scenario. The Seekers happen to go out to identify where they're coming from, and that resurrected player gets the kill, but YZ on the backstab, trying to keep this one in tow.
Oh no, they're hitting their shots, Veg. They're hitting their shots. This is not what you want to see if you're a Wolves fan. How? A 5 versus 2. But it's just BLG being mechanically superior, landing shots that I don't know if any other team could.
That slide back is so nice. Oh man, you have to feel for this Wolves squad, right? I'm going to stop with the Wolves analogy soon, but they're going to be licking their wounds as they look back on this map. So many opportunities for them to have made this a different affair. I mean, yes, it's still close. There's only 4 rounds between them, but they just haven't got into that full swing. There certainly could have been more victories, and that's going to be one big pick. Taking out that star duelist that is Russia makes things maybe slightly easier to deal with on the defensive side. Outlaw, more than prepared, but not really going to find many one-shots unless it's ahead.
Counter push from Glacier now. The flash out just forces them away. Therion trying to anchor towards B. They are by themselves. Door's been broken, and BLG creating a lot of pressure across the map. And once again, we see Wolves in a situation where they've backed so far away, and they don't realize this, but Link is super exposed right now. Not a single player there. Of course, Spring is watching it for if they try to go towards A, but there's so much space to be gained.
Yeah, flashes available, dogs available for Neff as well. That will now get used just to try and clear out this B avenue. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure, but Wolves not buying anything off the rotate. Everyone still primed and ready. Glacier, this flash could go huge, but it'll just be a backup instead.
Molly used, but it's a spam through the wall that finds a headshot. But Yosemite's here to back him up as well. Only a classic in hand though, but they get 2. My classic doesn't do that, and it's almost an ace. Yosemite could just finish it off, but FT very likely gonna save this one right here as the outlaw buy. I would say it's perfect, but it was into full armor, but it does not matter if you just hit heads.
Right above them all, a saviour in their time of need. The Sage resurrecting Wolves' chance in this matchup. Huge, especially coming out of that Phoenix wall as well. Just having that little bit of chip damage done to the squad. Great combo play. Unforeseen by this BLG squad. And BLG seem to want to keep trying to apply pressure over towards A, but the molly just allows for Glacier to get out every single time and pick up the orb. Viper's Pit invested this time as well. But BLG happy to spray down and contest as the orb starts to get further and further away, but as the poison spreads, so does BLG's chances of getting into this side.
I feel like, in theory, that should have just completely closed off A, but that pick changes the story a little bit. Luba wants to find something mid, but it's just going to be taken out. And now it looks so difficult for Wolves. K-Knight on the lurk, yet again stuck in the corner. But he's not going to be spotted. It's rotates coming through, Darion. You can feel that they want to be aggressive, but knows that it would be a big risk. A swing out the smoke here now. As all 5 members from BLG converging towards this site. They need to do something magical. They need to do something big here. Kills need to be found, but the cam gives the information of where Spring is. And they're taking their time, but Darion's found one. The wall going to be used as well. And is it stopped? No, the wall does go through, but it's BLG just finding the kills. And just like that, BLG 1 round away from taking this map.
How many chances are they going to need to take? You fancy it to just need the one. And once again, every time Wolves seem to apply some of these ultimates, they just don't seem to get it over the line. There's like some clear match plans and communication going with it, but there hasn't really been any set ultimate plays, which is what we would like to see. Obviously that pit over towards A to deny the space, but just opened up the rest of the map for BLG, and they took prime advantage to spread out. And now they will explode themselves onto B. Uncontested. Wolves miles away so far. The time will certainly play into BLG's favour right here.
I guess the only benefit Showstopper used for nothing but a full retake. We already saw how much Wolves struggled on attack, and now they need to attack the site yet again. A flash out, but the stun from Rusha just slows them down so much. 3 members on the flank. They're going to have to make a move soon, though. Time is dwindling down. Aluma gets 2 with the Hunter's Fury. You talk about being Wolves, you talk about hunting. That's a good way to do it. And a wall up as well from Yosemite finds another. Call them Grim. And this situation is looking a bit dire. But if there's any player that could do it, it would be Wisey. But it's just too much to ask. Wolves breathes a sigh of relief. But still 3 chances for BLG right here.
That was a much nicer concept for Wolves there, right? Yes, the gamble stacked a lot heavier over towards A and mid, but this set play with the Sova ult, the Astra stun off the back as well, just to make sure they were extra trapped in. A lovely retake from them. Something that we'd like to see replicated, but obviously that Hunter's Fury is not going to be available for probably the rest of the match at this rate. But even if we end up in overtime, it's unlikely to see that. Unless Aluba goes Tonto, we've seen that before. And you see the goat written on the chair. Well, it's going to need to be a goat to get these sides up to even. 30 seconds on the timeout, 30 seconds to rescue for Alex.
What are we thinking here, considering what the options are? 2 ultimates invested, the Hunter's Fury and the Phoenix ult as well.
Yep.
2 things you're not going to have in this round. I mean, the benefit is Showstopper was used for BLG, so that is a one big key piece of utility that they aren't going to get back for a little while. We saw their mid pressure working out for them. They were more than happy to play for that retake. BLG probably going to read into that a little bit more now and have a counter for it, as they have done for pretty much every other play that Wolves has made multiple times.
Yeah, and it almost felt like not giving up that first blood right off the bat just gave them that extra bit of life, like allowing just the site to be taken kind of played into their hands, because they could sort of stack up together and play off as a team, play off like the family that they have in that squad. They're able to make it work. Instead, they're keeping up this A pressure. They won't get the orb just about yet. One Way and Molly to deny, but backed up instead. BLG choose to apply a little bit of pressure, but it's all fake for now. And Wolves have not bought into this at all.
No, they do think it could be a mid play, but Drone is going to let them know that they're wrong. Nobody here, so now question marks for where these players could be. very split from Wolves right now. They're not quite sure what to think. They're not quite sure where any of these players could be. But as soon as this wall breaks, Slow Orb should come down just to slow them for a moment. But Rusha's already through. It's the rest of the players that are going to have difficulty following onto site. With not a single Wolves player here, they're going to have that time to set up and plan for how they want to counter this retake.
Time for now coming in from their own spawn. Opposites to where they were last time. One from mid. Has to be Darion to get this first contact off of YZ, but the flash will activate. The Astra mode finds the death. And now BLG in driving position.
All up to just create a bit of space. Rusha finding a kill. This could just be the death of Wolves. Glacier wants to get one back. It's so difficult for them to fight into. Glacier's got another, but would have to do so much to win this round out. And it's a 13-9 victory to BLG. A pretty dominant performance on their defensive half. Good adaptations on their attack as well. Just really reading the game well, and this map went from banned to a success for this BLG squad.
Yeah, it almost leaves me with the questions. Has this been a setup from the start? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're looking at that first map, banning it first time around, and now looking at quite strong on it. Obviously, we've only seen this map twice, so we can't really make too much of a judgment, but they looked like they certainly knew what they were doing on this map. They certainly had their ideas together. Wolves maybe wondering about their map pick choice as they head up into Split next, which is where BLG have chose to make their home match. But for now, we keep concentrating on the success that BLG found, and a lot of it was on that attacking side. A lot of it was on that defensive side as well. Wolves obviously a little bit resurgent in that first half. But BLG just seemed to be in cruise control for the majority.
Was just good, solid play from BLG. I feel like I was expecting them to play a lot faster on attack, but they were very patient. They knew that they could create pressure, and the lack of an information gathering sentinel from Wolves would just create so many opportunities, so many question marks. And even when Wolves would push out mid, you said it before, they would often just pressure mid and then leave it.
Yep.
And then 10 seconds later, they've got to check it again because for all they know, someone's walked up.
It's a difficult one to deal with as we see the highlights reeling off. I don't really like going back to it because it does seem quite bait and kind of like almost unneeded criticism, but a few of these rounds that Wolves were able to pull together were off the back of like huge hero moments, right? Yeah. Granted, that one was calculated play with the Phoenix Wall and the Outlaw, but I'm looking at like the Aluba 3K, the Hunter's Fury as well was massive to get them through.
A 应该没摸 ，A 应该没摸。A 点清了，A 点清了。哎，可以来接吗？可以，我可以缠着，我帮你。来，好了没？有闪着了。3个4个，多2个。别急，别落，多一个。箱子后。中路员，最后一个，我一滴血。不要点位。别急，必小来不了。应该小点小，可能能来啊，那个场有。这捡包了吗？北大，我在看。玩时间赢了。北大有陷还没掉，先掉了。能出吗？给你包点烟，封墙了，抓个台米给我勾。过了，100火的，包点。来出了，2个打50，赌你半血，赌你打50，一滴血，2个包点，别急，2个没血，等我，2个一滴血，一滴血死法，一滴血，纯一滴。躲保命，别急 ，FT 保命了，对，你去玩，待会儿之前他弱低包，哎，别死，死我哪去了啊？我的 ace 不见了。
I mean, no shock. So that is YZ picking up the MVP. No shock at all.
Yeah, surprise to no one with how this player played, picking that one up. I think the funny thing for me with the comms is honestly, kind of what I expected. Just everyone shouting as they retake a site, just everyone calling to each other. I'm pretty sure in one of those videos as well, FT shot at his own teammate, not realizing it was a teammate because the retakes were just so chaotic. But if it's your play style and it works, it can be so effective. It was almost like every time Wolves went to take a site, BLG were like, okay, it's time to enter the Thunderdome and just see who comes out on top.
And it was them that came out on top. That's the worst bit. If it's your home ground, then fair enough, the Thunderdome's always going to be more effective. But I think that's the worst part, is that this was Wolves' home ground. Just to keep harping back to that very point, this was where Wolves chose to make their map number one. This is where they thought they had the highest win percentage, and instead they head over to Split, something that we've not actually seen them play in the last 2 stages.
And I feel like this might be as well. It's kind of with the new maps, you can almost get caught into. I feel like I watched a podcast about this where they were talking about scrim metas and how sometimes you will just get countered by the fact that if all that Wolves are scrimmed against is similar comps where it's just designed to slow you down, you get into game and you see double duelist and they are just sending it at you. Wolves wouldn't know the counters because they've not practiced against this. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that was the situation where they were fully expecting a slower paced game, playing for more retakes, a bit more lurk heavy plays from both sides. But BLG was just said, no, you're going to play our game style and you're either going to adapt or die.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the EMEA pedal theory, right? Is that the team that's good at pedal and EMEA thinks, oh, we have a good pedal, but in actual fact, the EMEA pedal is dreadful. So when it goes to an international stage, all of a sudden they're getting dogged on, and it's like, well, we were beating what we were coming up against, so what could we have done? This is obviously, it's a false confidence, and you could be absolutely spot on that this Wolves side in their scrims have been very successful on it, but it's maybe just been the other teams are lacking the concept behind it, and now all of a sudden they face up something that they've not seen before. And that's the danger when it comes to playing this map so early on, is that there's still going to be a lot of theory crafting to be done. BLG might have had the better read. It might just be that they got more lucky in the day and actually the meta folds out to be something completely different. But that's all that we're going to say today about Summit. There's certainly going to be more to come along, because opinions are certainly going to be split on it, which is where we will be going to right after this break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. welcome back to series number 2 on day number 4. It's BLG versus Wolves. We have just been to the summit of this series, and it was BLG who came out on top. And now we head to the uneven map of Split, where it's a momentum-based series for these sides. BLG will be feeling confident that they can close this one out 2-0. For Wolves, having lost their first map of the stage, Snow, now the greatest team in the world, the undefeated Dogs, certainly look a little bit edgy. What's your take coming into this as we start to see the agent select?
Oh, you're asking me the big questions now, and I'm not prepared for this. You should have gave me the briefing beforehand.
I've set you up for the ballpark. I've thrown the ball. I want you to hit it out.
Well, my expectation is that BLG is going to do the same as BLG always does. They love to play aggressive. They love to counter any kind of plays that you want to do and set strats by just being in unexpected positions. They are like moths drawn to a flame. If you throw a smoke at BLG, they don't see something cutting them off. They see another avenue to attack. They love running through smokes. They love just pushing onto flood retakes as soon as you try to get onto site. And this composition for me looks no different. You pick up that deadlock. It gives you some utility as well to not only stop hard pushes, but also get back onto site with that grav net and really set Wisey up to have another banger of a game, because they had a monstrous performance in map number 1.
Yeah, and of course the cooldown on that deadlock being 50 seconds now rather than 60 might find a little bit more success rate with it, being able to use it. I mean, you should be able to use it twice in the round depending on when you throw that first one, but it allows you to take a little bit of contact right off the rip and not worry when it comes down to that very end of the round that you're not going to have it. Vice for me is the big pick for Wolves. I love Vice on this map. I think it just gives you so much possibilities. It's one of those hard sentinels that makes it easier. But as we head here into map number 2, opinions will not be split after this as BLG look to progress their stage chances and Wolves look to strengthen theirs up. A hard-fought series. Who's going to come out on top?
Split, a map we all know and love. We go from the unknown to the very stable. Known expectations. Potentially mid-pressure here. Viper walls both used towards A. We normally see this little X that comes across. It's BLG just spamming a little bit, expecting players to be here, and they would be correct. But do they know it's a crossfire? Glacier cannot get the first kill. And they just want to push forward. BLG constantly finding the pressure, constantly finding the angles of attack. And it's Wisey again, starting off strong with Darion. Back onto this Omen, already putting up a bit of impact. Spike is down, pushing into the smoke. Darion's got a 3k. Would want to make this one 4. Going for the kill, but BLG just sits them down and wins the first round for BLG.
SFT with the 2k to seal the round for BLG. It started so well for them and then almost fell apart completely thanks to the hands of Darion. But not to be. I mean, pushing into that smoke there is crazy that they get the kill, and then I hate the minima skin line, man. Why is that a thing? I wish that went Wolves' way now that we've seen that in hand. But it's BLG starting things off like they started off Summit. 1-0 up, looking to be aggressive. Glacier wants to get that orb up once to get the ult online again. It's the showstopper for them instead of the run it back. And BLG are just happy to send this in towards mid, pushing up ropes, expanding their territory over towards A site. Isolated one member in the hands of Spring. This site should be theirs, but Wolves are here handily enough.
Don't worry, guys, I'll get it eventually. it's finally down, and I feel like that noise is going to let them know where they all are, but all 5 members just ready to push out. But there is a Marshall ready and waiting. An elbow is seen. It's not enough to get the kill. The stun is there as well. Deadlock managing to stun their own teammate, but it will matter for nothing. Potentially just looking to die to the spike here. Gravnet used as well. Darion caught in a bad spot. BLG really wants these kills, and they really want to give them to Wisey as well. Letting Wisey just push forwards and try to get that ultimate online, take most of those opening fights. Neff finds one lurking through heaven as well, and it's just an easy cleanup for the side of BLG. Don't want to let them get away. Sacrificing the ult orbs instead. Wanting to push forwards, get those ults online themselves.
Yeah, make sure the big power plays are going to be as close as possible when it comes to this next round. It's a clean enough finish for BLG. A lot of members left alive. Choosing to bring in the judge to this, maybe a little bit of a fast attacking play.
Oh, it's
towards B.
It's BLG heritage,
Oh, no.
Reggie. The judge on split. FNS, if he's watching right now, he's gonna the PTSD is gonna be hitting hard.
The good sign for BLG is this B site is very, very open. However, the Vice wall's set up to try and close down if anyone does take off the back of it. Can't allow anyone to one-man send it in, which is exactly what happens. But Glacier does that thing where you F around and you find out as Yosemite claims the first victor.
And it makes Wolves spread themselves really thin now here. No information towards mid. That smoke just cuts them off from gaining any access. For all they know, they could be all the way through vents. But in reality, BLG just slowing down, which is not something you always see from BLG. Normally quite the opposite. But this time they are taking their chances, creeping towards mid a bit, and it does look like it's going to be a B split based on this positioning.
Yeah, they just want to isolate this phase because they know the wall will be so central to this attack. The dog spots out the player, and now they activate in. But Yosemite goes absolutely massive and saves this. One player's made it past the wall. Russia's going to have to wait for that to fall, and now they do manage to creep out.
Spike is going to go down. 2 versus 3. It's not the worst situation, but no guns. They don't have access. Russia's going to back away. Rightfully so. Wolves fighting for that gun, not allowing them to have it, but K-Knight's in a very good position. Has managed to get one and is traded out, but has made it a 1 versus 1. Omen versus Omen. Darian, the new player, versus the long-standing member Russia, and it is Darian, the new blood for Wolves, that gives them that sigh of relief. A round that should have been easy for Wolves with the gun advantage, made difficult, but saved by Darian.
Yeah, you almost felt like Crossfire coming out of that B checkpoint should have been a lot tougher to deal with, but ultimately the Omen of Russia tried to play a TP across site, giving up that space.
It was a smoke onto the spike, right? It kind of made it awkward to peek those angles.
You know, instead, Wolves get that round victory that was certainly needed. Don't go down 0-4 this time. They have a lifeline quite early on. Bigger buys coming into it, but it's going to be BLG with that first blood once again. Repeated theme throughout this series. And now it's BLG with that pause once again, like you say.
Glacier struggling so far in this series. I feel like it's often I'm looking at the scoreboard or the kill feed, and Glacier's name's on there first, but not for good reasons.
It's a brutal one to see. It's a player that comes in with such high expectations on their shoulders, really underperforming right off the rip, starting to eat into their confidence, but there's plenty of time to get back on it. We've seen the turnaround that they could have when they do activate, but needs to be getting that sooner rather than later. A smoke to go out towards B to help with the pressure. Aluba now picking up that kill onto the deadlock should open things up a little bit for Wolves. And Darion, I want to say trapped here up on ramps, but certainly in prime position. Spotted out now. We'll just have to play into the corner, rat it out, and eventually get the kill.
Oh, I like this as well. Going aggressive as well. The timing's just not going to work out. As Darion has one behind them, manages to get the kill, but meanwhile, BLG not quite sure what to do. Time is dwindling down. The spike was lost in A main. And Wisey doesn't really have much to work with, just this outlaw. just trying to maybe cause a little bit of damage if they can, get a few rifles out of hands. It's going to be a Wolves win. Economy not in a great spot for BLG right here.
Oh, that's a really weird position to be in there, right? Why is he obviously managing to make it across, expecting the rest of the team to close in on site and start to apply some real pressure, but ultimately left alone in a really difficult island. Even when there's two left alone, Spike still had to try and make its way across the site. You have Derion holding down the flank. Not quite in the game plan for that one, but for once we're seeing BLG at this gun deficit. Will pop the overdrive, will take this space up on towards heaven. Vice set up here, the Rosethorns go out, deny some entry for now. And that overdrive will just tick away.
Yep, and Wisey gets to stand there. Not really do much else with that. Spring dropping down, but it's caught instantly by the Annihilation. I didn't realize that was the interaction, but that's how it works, and that's a player down. Glacier coming here to support as well, and it is Derion showcasing what they can do, and maybe Wolves just needs to put this player on Omen, because every time I see them on this agent, they are popping off.
Yeah, it's the Derion show right now, making sure Wolves do not go down without a fight, taking that last matchup serious. Not letting it dent their confidence. Yeah, this interaction with that thing is mental. Like, I think pulled in. Because he's obviously popped down right where it's fired from, just instantly dies. That's... I've not seen that before, but very lucky for K-Knight in that scenario that happened. Otherwise, they would have fell a whole lot sooner. And Wolves, for the first time in a series, in the lead.
Yeah, a timeout early taken by BLG. To have a little bit think about what they can do. I mean, last round was more or less a formality. Just tried to go in fast, see if they can make something unexpected happen. What has worked for BLG has been playing for these opening picks. We saw it in the last map. We saw it in the pistol round as well. And the issue is, if Glacier just stops taking those first fights, BLG's win condition has got to change in some kind of way, and I imagine that's what they're discussing in this timeout.
Yeah, and like I said, this is a map that everyone knows is such momentum focused. If you can get into full control, you can really start to snowball everything through, and that's where Wolves seem to be right now. 3 rounds in a row. Yeah, that attack op is going to be an interesting one. Half armor as well. Lucky that Outlaw has been put away. Won't be able to be one shot, but attack to the head still does the same. Choosing to peek this angle, but it's the Omen one that manages to get across the paint shells. Lucky that the fake is there.
And this, to me, says that they are heavily leaning into that opening pick for BLG, trying to find that avenue of attack where they get the pick and then disappear, but Wolves has countered it. Spike is down. They would have heard that in mid. It's now BLG that has to retake this position, but with so many smokes up, that operator is essentially made useless. No more long angles for them to play. And Derion behind 3. This could be huge. Doesn't know where they are though. And Russia's read it. They're ready and waiting. The experience of this player paying off dividends. They've picked up the spike and they will just back away.
Yeah, Derion a position to look like Megatron, but ultimately dead and gone is where he was. Wolves still most certainly in a position to win this round out. 2 players holding down this A side. One careful for that heaven push, the other waiting for the contact off of wall. So much utility to deny. The Seekers will have to go out to reveal positions. Does show it. Steel Garden's available as well, should Yosemite need it, but with so little time for BLG to expose this side, time certainly on their hands.
And that should just cut off the attack, but never mind. The weapons used in quick succession. Spring pushing forwards now, looking for the ace. Only one more to find. And Spring, an absolute masterclass of how to hold down a site.
We might be heading into peak summer snow, but this is all about Spring right now. Making sure that this round stayed in contention, and yes, ultimately that Steel Garden was the biggest win success rate, making sure that the retake could not be denied. Only pistols at hand, and BLG once again wondering what they have to do to reignite their success.
It was just the play not quite working for them. Looking for that opening pick, it didn't quite work out. Operator lost now and not actually picked up by Wolves. Glacier instead opted into that Outlaw, knowing it's going to be a low buy from BLG. Less of a risk if you lose it as well. So far, 5 players just looking to push fast. The default Viper wall not used. Instead, they opt to use it towards B and essentially just tried to brute force their way on site. Spring did just have a huge round and would need to go huge again if they are to stop this, but the Thorns just slows them down enough to make BLG question their actions.
I think the overriding issue that we're starting to see and have seen in every single round that Wolves have won is BLG aren't identifying where this Vice is playing from early doors. They're leaving this wall up for so long that by the time it comes to actually challenge it, the time is so little. You've seen it just right there on that last round, allowing the Steel Garden to be popped with, 10 seconds left on the clock. And now you've got 40 seconds. You've just tripped the wall up. That's going to count down another 3-4 seconds before you can actually activate. And then you need to try and execute based off the back of nothing. You've really made no danger space. 30 seconds to go and you're now trapped in more razor wires? This is the real problem being highlighted.
Carry on. Don't do it. Wanting to be greedy here. Has managed to find one, but no! It's just a bit of damage. Yosemite taken down as well, and Spring needs to go huge. Needs to make the play happen. And somehow they've got a 2K. But that is all that they will get. It's now up to the rest of the team. Luba and Glacier. All alone. Annihilation used as well. BLG knows that this is a very big round for them. A Bucky on Neff. Not the best weapon for this situation. But with all the Deadlock utilities set up, it's just going to slow these players down. Force them into some disadvantageous fights. And the Viper wall that was placed so early on is perfect now after this B hit. But kills going over. Glacier has to be the hero. A Phantom in hand now, but this Bucky causing them problems. No time left. Just has to back away. And Neff doesn't want to let that happen. He's going to go down as well. But it is a rifle saved and a round 1 for BLG.
Yeah, all 5 members still falling for BLG, but they're going to take that if it ends up with a round still falling in towards their favour. And I want to see them making the changes that I was speaking about mid-round there. I want to see this Vice wall being dealt with as early as possible to allow them to be able to play the map a little bit more. Just to highlight once again, when that's left online for so long, it allows Wolves to kind of be able to focus their attention elsewhere because they know they have that in their back pocket. Don't need to worry about it. And it has been placed in different positions throughout this series so far. Wolves' adaptation this time to play a little bit more aggressive in towards that B main checkpoint. Close that one off for BLG. They will just retreat off the back of that smoke and try and force into mid a little bit stronger. Skydog, just to clear out, will spot out some information and the flash will follow that one up.
Sense control gained by BLG now, and they're just leaving Wisey here. Seeing if they can maybe make a bit of noise elsewhere, force a rotate. Just going back and clearing some space.
Yeah, it's a fake sail over towards B so that they can try and activate on A, right? But it's going to have to be a direct A hit, which you still have the wires to deal with. Yeah. The wall's still up on Heaven. It's the same problems over and over again that this team are going to have to fight through. With 40 seconds left, Razor's going up maybe a little bit prematurely. Starting to feel a little bit of a threat to buy time for at least. And Terion taking full advantage of that. BLG in shambles once again.
But Wisey's done the job. Wisey has done what they needed. Forced to rotate over. got themselves a kill, and now Yosemite goes down, but it's Spring who has been the perfect anchor whenever this team needs. The ship rocks, but Spring does not. 3 kills, only 5 seconds to work with. Both these players know exactly where YZ is, but if there's a player that you do not want to fight, it is YZ. Has somehow managed to find one. They didn't play together. It's Darion now who has to be the hero, lying in wait. But they are the one that needs to be aggressive.
Oh no.
Look behind you, YZ. And it's just a kill over to Darion in a much needed position, but there were hearts beating, adrenaline pumping for all the players from Wolves right there. But yet again, it is Spring making that hero play, and you spoke about it on Summit, right, Veggie? Most of Wolves' round wins were these hero plays, and it's not something that you can consistently rely on.
It's not in the slightest, but as much as it's a hero play there that wins that round, I'm still crediting it to the Vice wall and the Vice utility. It just allows these setups to happen, and BLG just refuse to deal with it early on. It's not like this is an agent that's not been seen before, and now FT walks right into the crosshairs of Glacier, someone that hasn't really been activated in this series so far, starting to get closer. And BLG just can't do anything right.
I feel like Spring just can't miss. Every time they're on camera and a bullet fires, it hits an enemy, even through the smoke. It does not matter to this player. Check him PC, because he is having a masterclass right now. Really showcasing how effective not only this Viper can be, but how individually gifted they are as a pure mechanical player.
Almost completely writing off all the wrongs of that last map. Will seem a lot more in control, a lot more confident. And maybe that's the big bit. Maybe it was the coaches felt a lot more confident with the Summit pick, but the players certainly looking a whole lot more at home here over on towards Split, that's for sure. 3-round deficit facing into BLG. 3 rounds in the lead, something Wolves have never seen. But they keep fighting in towards Heaven, and it's BLG who once again collect the first blood, but they need to do more with it, Snow.
Like this position from Darion. Spots a player, takes one down and slows down this site push slightly, and this is what I spoke about. Darion on this Omen can make these aggressive TPs, can make these aggressive plays and still get out. K-Knight though, the Annihilation popped. Manages to get one, but they should be able to break them out. Numbers even for both these sides. Dog comes in to gather that information, but YZ easily will get out of there. And with the Viper's pit used, creates so many angles that need to be checked. Flash used as well to create a little bit of pressure. YZ, you know they're looking to get aggressive, looking for a timing to swing out as soon as they get any information. Both these players going in. Pit's gonna go down. FT's the one that's found, and now it's YZ alone. And Darion, we spoke about Spring, but Darion putting on a performance and a half. They just look so much more comfortable on this Omen.
Now, bear with me with this analogy, right? But Darion was Eevee in that last map. All of a sudden, he's been given the Omen Stone, and he's evolved into Darion and absolutely wiping his opposition. The newest evolution has landed here on Split. The Darion has found their home ground. 17-5 on that Omen on the defensive side. 7 rounds for Wolves, something that they could only dream of seeing in that first half on Summit. Certainly looking like this is a team we expected to see.
Mid-aggression again. They would have heard that flash over towards B. So far, no one from BLG is expecting this play. They have an inkling now, but Glacier's found one, going for more. The showstopper gets another, and it's an entire team play. Wolves just decimates everybody from BLG. And the sole player left alive, FT, was the only player lucky enough to be on the flank, on the lurk, and not involved in that play.
Now Spike left and Wolves' his hand. FT said it before, stands for full time. It looks like full time could be descending onto him right now. The newest member for BLG left without a hope. An untactical timeout is what we'll call this one. 35 seconds for the rest of the team to consider the game plan for the last round.
Of course,
and
it's
that'll be taken away. Yeah.
Of course, it's Darion getting that final kill as well. But Glacier, big performance there. I love the aggression. I love that everybody is committed to this play. Gets an opening kill, says, screw it, I'm going straight in. Everybody else there ready to trade, ready to take these fights together. A little bit of chaos as there was a team blind coming out from the sky, but at the end of the day, when everybody's committed together, it does not really matter because they just had that numbers advantage. Now BLG wanting to pressure mid a bit more. They don't want to allow that to happen again.
Wolves allowing that to be there. The Viper's Orb to take that chip, weaken down if anyone wants to progress, but not really challenging up onto it. They will progress in towards Vents. Unfortunately for them, the strongest EV is here. It's Darion with the paranoia, sends them into oblivion, and now they are trapped in that rock in a hard place. We'll have to retreat and think about where to go next. A momentary pause as they walk down to bottom of mid, reassess their ideas.
Wolves has completely reset the round for BLG. Whatever their plan was through Vents, they have to change it up and look at a different angle.
It's probably the one player that you didn't want to be stood there, right? The raid boss that also has the paranoia that can just take everything away from you. But at least YZ stuck around. Will progress up on. Wall goes out, tries to attack site, but is stunned out themselves. Glacier gets the kill and will be able to free themselves and get another and another. Somehow found 3. BLG left with only FT alive. It's a shade of that last round, but at least there's a chance.
FT just, I guess, getting lucky being the sole player that's not involved in these plays, but it's a blessing and a curse. You stay alive, but good luck clutching out a 1 versus 3. Glacier really showing signs of life.
You call it luck, I call it unlucky that you're left in a position where you've either got to win a 1v5 or a 1v3 with no spike in 15 seconds. But this clip here, Glacier has a judge walking round the corner while he's in a grav net, pulls the grav net out on 8 HP and peeks and finds another 2 kills. If that's not a complete turnaround from what we've seen on Summit, by the way, on that Phoenix where he really struggled to get going, to pull out something as absolutely unbelievable as that, just shows the night and difference between these two maps. And it's BLG who have K-Knight on their side.
It's honestly, I think maybe it's just comfort. Maybe it looked like bit uncomfortable on the agents, a bit uncomfortable on the map of Summit, but now that they're back onto kind of those bread and butter agents that we've seen them play before, Glacier's allowed to do a bit more on this raise, can take a few more aggressive angles and still get out with those satchels, or even use that nade to clear them space for themselves. It is, like you said, night and day. It's Wolves in the driver's seat, Wolves looking so strong. And one thing that we highlighted before that hasn't been as much impact is this Vice, but now going into the second half, it's BLG that gets to look to counter these plays, and it's Wolves that have to come up with the solutions to what BLG is offering on defense.
It's just a really, really strong performance from this Omen. I mean, close to 600 damage on some of these rounds. I mean, they have the stats showing you where it is seeded in every one of them. Obviously, it's going to be number 1. He's been the, you can probably 1v5 this roster at the minute, the form that they're on. certainly looking like the final form that anybody needs. K-Knight, the only player that's coming close for BLG, and Russia, the opposition Omen that was head-to-head with Derion at the start of the series, highlighting both players 2 and 12. The contrast between both of them is your highlight. That's your graphic that you need to pull together.
Yeah. That's a bit rough to see. The Omen diff. It's definitely one that's coming out strong here today.
The WOL's actually come out slightly late, which has allowed Glacier to progress in towards Heaven, probably unnoted, and try and apply a little bit of pressure. YZ's in vents, and Glacier should be able to just sneak up and get that kill. Oh, okay, we get it. A little bit messy, but it works nonetheless.
It's just perfect bait, to be honest. Literally throwing that flash, feigning that mid-pressure, just gives that opportunity.
And they thought they were in complete comfort with that deadlock wall going up as well. Felt like they were safe, but unfortunately for them, safety is not their friend.
Triple clear from BLG towards mid. Meanwhile, K-Knight gets one and spots more. Going towards site. The grab net doesn't net anybody, but it forces Wolves into a rough position. Spike is going to go down. But Yosemite is so far away from the site right now. It's a 4 versus 2. They need to buy a few seconds. The paranoia is good, but they've managed to kill 2, dwindle the numbers down a little bit. They have no idea where Yosemite is right now, but Aluba's doing everything on site alone. This bandit going huge. The flash is not good enough. And a 3K, and BLG can just do no right on this map. Everything they try to do, even when it looks good, just doesn't go their way.
The smallest of margins creates the biggest of gaps. Wolves up towards 10. And yeah, I mean, at that moment right there, you felt like K-Knight had won the round, picking up a 3K and still managing to lose. And look, once again, it's... Imagine you had Wolves versus PRX, by the way, and you had the coach cams. That would be something to see. Just pure joy from one side, but...
and pure something else from the other.
Yeah. One would break the desk, the other one's close to making it with how happy
the other
they
one's
are.
fixing it.
Yeah.
It's now we need an Alex combo. One's constantly trying to fix it, one's constantly trying to break it, but you speak about fixing this game, BLG has a lot of fixing to do. But it's probably not going to happen this round. A save, just classics in hand, it would take something very special here. They have guessed right so far, but with the gun disadvantage, it's going to be difficult.
That's the biggest point, is that they have managed to gamble stack on the way. The flash, given a little bit of information, will mean that Wolves decide to ascend up in towards Heaven and try and take this space instead. But really nice from BLG here to just take that space back and clear out ramps altogether. Getting a 2K for their worth, which means Wolves are going to have to activate faster. Satchels to get onto site. And now the plant does come in now, yeah.
Glacier on this angle though. It's going to spot them. The sniper versus pistols is always going to win. Why is he watching it with a Guardian? But it means that they can't push forward. Rusha tries to find an angle, but just sprints straight into the crosshair of Spring. And it's BLG, a great trap play, giving them the number advantage. And you've got to feel that maybe if they had a bit more weaponry to work with there, that could have been their round.
Yeah, there's no global warming in this lobby, as Glacier is certainly standing up to the test and holding their ground, not allowing this side back in towards playing. An 11-3 scoreline is not something that you would have predicted based off the back of Summit. But here we are, and it's BLG who need Summit to get their game back into play. Dogging up, try and make that space as FT backs off, a little bit of chip damage. Shield taking a bash and only paused temporarily. 2 members outside each main choke point as this mid-focus tries to draw bodies, tries to draw some form of success. But it's FT who finally gets some first blood on this defensive side.
Wolves pausing now. That deadlock wall is going to be used to just cut off this mid angle. Can still peek into heaven though, so it gives them the information that they need as to where these players are. Rotates coming over towards B. That is the prediction for BLG as to where these players might go, and with deadlock utility on A, it seems to be a good call. But Glacier going in now, satching forwards, and BLG, this is different to usual, playing it a bit safer, backing off. Gravnet going to be used as well. Glacier's picked up one. The trades are coming through, but FT has done a lot of work in this round and has managed to put BLG on the board.
That's the round they're supposed to win, Snow. That's the round that is typically theirs to go with. What we need to see is that being rinsed on repeat. And they can barely afford any mistakes. One mistake means overtime at best case scenario. Two mistakes and it's going to be Lotus that we're talking about. Not very much playground to go with, huh?
It's rough when you look at it as well, because they won the pistol in that first half, I believe. Yeah. So they've won a pistol the following round.
That makes it so much worse.
They've won essentially three rounds and one even numbers round. So it's rough here for the side of BLG. They are trying to make a trap play over towards Garage, but nobody's going to be there. No one's home. Wolves now coming back to retake a bit of space, it seems.
Trying to play that trapdoor run play style, but not to be held. The smoke just holding Wolves off for the time being. Not wanting to make any progression as we're having a little bit of a tech issue, so just bear with us as we go through here and get this one up and rolling. But Snow, it looks like BLG might have this. I like Neff playing for this anti-flash. He's either that or he's just staring at a wall. But
what a thing to finish on. But yeah, the anti-flash, sadly, not going to work if they use the paranoia, which they have done. Neff going to be caught in the corner now. Has a flash of their own to counter. A peek out as well. It's just a 2 for 2 at the end of the day. Rusha on site now. Ready and waiting. Is alone, but there are rotates coming. But not a good performance from them so far. Wanting to turn that around. And Darion again. The player that we keep highlighting. And we keep saying their name because they keep doing work. Gravnet gonna slow them down now, and Yosemite says hello to K-Knight. Sentinel on Sentinel violence puts this Wolf squad onto match point, and with how, not match point, sorry, map point, with how this map's gone, you've got to believe that they can close it out easily.
Yeah, it's certainly the odds being in their favours. One match point.
23-8. 23-8.
I was saving it for the match MVP, but do you know what? I compared Darion to Eevee in an Evolution, but actually it's more like a Magikarp and a Gyarados, the difference that we're seeing right now. One map useless, the next map absolutely sensational. And it's a sensation that's keeping BLG behind the losing sensation that they applied to Wolves on that last map. They're certainly feeling tenfold. Struggling to even win a rifle round. One rifle round on the board is an absolute catastrophic failure, regardless of how you look at it. Seeker's invested, showstopper in, finds its body, and another. Wolves 2 kills away from sealing this one out. And the players are close.
Wish it is. What will BLG do? Annihilation does not hit anybody. That ultimate used, but nets nothing. Rusha has been a player that we know can do so well in situations like this. But it's difficult when no 1v1s are offered. No free angles. Spring just cleans them up. And just like that, Wolves, a dominant performance on Split, taking us over to map number 3.
How ironic that it's the Annihilation for BLG that finds nothing, because it was Wolves' annihilation of BLG there on split. As smooth as you would like, spread out like butter, the toast served up and devoured. Right now, as we head towards Lotus, Wolves in prime form.
I wonder who's going to be MVP of that game.
That's a good... I don't think it would be guessing. I wouldn't like to guess. There's maybe one player at the top of that list that I'm sure is probably going to be almost every single highlight package.
I mean, honourable mention for Spring as well, because earlier on when it looked like Wolves were having a little bit of a struggle, Spring really kept them in this game and made it so that BLG just couldn't convert a lot of these rounds. Some massive highlight plays. We see it here, the ace, a few 3Ks, 4Ks from this player as well. Like, it wasn't all just great for Wolves, especially in the early game in that first half. It was Spring really pulling it out the bag and putting them in situations that were very winnable.
And what a performance, man. Let's see how the players wanted to react, but as we wait for that to come up, we talked about making some new additions to the roster, and when one of your new additions is pulling out performances like Darion, I think that only calls that the right decision has been made.
And I'm really happy with Glacier as well. Weak performance in that first map, really pulled it back in this one, was kind of pivotal for how aggressive they played, creating that space, and Wolves as a unit just played so well off of each other.
就慢点慢点，毒梅我给闪来，A 要进，兄弟们，他包没有大，他包要出去，B 我要大，跑放了，跑放了，给了，好像有一个1-2胜，机会了，有，东路也有机会，二轮还没来，打我起连池帮你，我会开闪的，准备两边了，可能我们会打 B， 我顶着 B 厅，我顶着 B 厅没了，我 B 往包点走，不用啊，在2楼就行，我顶着 A 了，好，我顶着 B 厅了 ，B 厅解放，他搞到了。 A， 我先帮忙。A 开大 ，A 开大，往 A 靠了。有 G， 两个 A 就2个，4台。全交里二楼，加油再看，二楼没有 ，B 解放，对了，上球，开到，就剩下来了，下来，包点下包，下包，Nice， 好大，哇 ，Spring 太帅了，哇。
Darion.
Well, what a surprise. Darion, the final raid boss, the evolution from that first series, set and ready to go. And, you know, so if we're sticking around with the Pokemon evolution themes, a lot of them have a third stage. And as we have a third map, I'm left questioning if Darion has a third evolution to come, a third raid boss to even enter the lobby, and I dare think about what that might look like.
You look at the heat map of where Darion got kills, it's pretty much everywhere on the map. Yeah, there's nowhere is safe from this player, no matter where you hide. And as we look at this replay package, a couple highlights from this player, you could really tell what they were doing, and it was constant impact. It wasn't quite as huge an impact as some of the ones we saw from Spring, where they're clutching out rounds, but it felt like every round Darion was good for at least 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'd be worried watching any Darion sort of match compilation, because you could just replay the whole match, really, minus 3 rounds that BLG were able to pull together. So it just goes to highlight exactly what this player was bringing into it. We questioned it on the Astra before. You highlighted you wanted to see them on Omen. They come back and they do that. You said honourable mention up towards Spring. Well, you have to kind of highlight out K-Knight as well. 18 and 15 on that deadlock, really trying their best for the team, but ultimately just couldn't activate enough or get the rest of the team on board. Some really poor performances coming in, but that happens. Thankfully, it is a best of 3 and not a best of 1. You have one more map to try and get yourself together. The unfortunate part is it's a downward trajectory for BLG, and it's most definitely an upwards one for Wolves.
And you can see their first kills over towards BLG. It's
Yeah.
actually favored 10-7 for them. So that to me says that Wolves did such a good job of trading out players. Because if BLG's getting that first kill but not converting that round, they're probably most times not getting an advantageous situation out of that first kill.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the time it was on BLG's attack, right? They were peeking up in towards ramp or somewhere else, and it was often Glacier that was peeking, like you highlighted during the series, that was the one to make that mistake and maybe overstep it a little bit, but ultimately it doesn't mean it's an overstep because we have one more map to go. It's going to be Lotus for both of these teams to bloom, so don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this break.
World on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2. We are here for the third map in what has been an up and down series between both of these sides. BLG having started 0-1 and Wolves starting off 1-0. Complete contrast to Stage 1. Find themselves at a deadlock here as we head over towards Lotus. 1-1 between both of them, taking each other's map pick as well. So is there anything that we can kind of read into that for this last map?
It felt like I wouldn't put too much stake on the Summit game. While BLG did win that one, it was a 13-9, so still kind of close, but it felt like potentially it was the wrong read, or maybe just misexecuted. It was a very interesting comp that came out from Wolves. They didn't quite execute it how, at least me as a pleb, thought it should be played. And instead they got kind of countered by BLG. But when they went to split, back on these comfort agents, back on just absolutely tearing through BLG, 13-4 victory. And Darion, back on the Omen, looks like a completely different player. It just gives them so much freedom to make these aggressive plays and know that in a worst case scenario, they can TP out.
Okay, so just to add a little bit of salt and seasoning to the pie that we're certainly about to eat up here, Lotus was a map that Wolves played last stage with a 0% win rate.
I mean, didn't they have a 0% win rate on basically every map?
Yeah, but listen, it's BLG had a 50% win rate on it. The biggest difference for me is obviously the changes that have been made, right? Wolves look like a completely different side to what they did on stage 2, so we can't fully read into too much of that information. They haven't played it yet as we come up to here, having won their first series 2-0. They didn't have to. For BLG, unfortunately, they did play in Lotus up against DRG, who claimed their lives quite quickly, as they tend to do when it comes to Lotus. So they'll be a little bit underconfident as well. And if an overconfidence is anything that Wolves can feed on off that last map, then they certainly will be licking their lips and hunting in their packs.
Very interested if Wolves takes the vice again here on Lotus, because one thing that we saw through Split was BLG just did not know how to handle it. They weren't effective at taking out the wall. They couldn't really deal with the thorns, and whenever they took sight, they were left with so little time that it just gave so many opportunities for these crossfires to tear them apart.
Well, we don't have too long to wait as the deciding map between these two teams kicks off now. 1-1 so far in the best of 3, heading over towards the decider. The Vice has been picked up by Wolves here on Yosemite. It's a defensive start for Wolves once again, an aggressive start for BLG as they look to exploit over towards C. The paranoia corrects and forces them back, and Darion wants to hold over to B. A nice little set play to start things off, but not too much off the back of that.
One thing to highlight here, back to double duelist for BLG. That was missing on Split, which maybe that could be the answer, because they can play into that full aggression. Rusha on the lurk, though, has found our opening kill. As while that happens, C-Site is just completely decimated by BLG. And it's a retake for Spring in Yosemite.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. BLG won the first pistol over on towards Split. This one's looking a little bit more convincing, though, with only 2 members left. Not really too much for them to get through. We'll take that first point of contact. Paint shells to clear out more space, but YZ dispatches so easily. BLG 1-0.
You did say on Split, a similar thing happened. BLG won that pistol, won the second round, and then it all went downhill from there. So Wolves probably not going to be too unconfident right now. They went for an aggressive play, didn't work. Sometimes that just happens. And now on Lotus, defenders are always spread very thin, so I'm very interested to see if they do just gamble stack towards a site, maybe go for an aggressive play, try take some space and force something out of BLG.
Yeah, the gamble stack over towards C. Just waiting for any information, but the outlaw available for Russia right off the bat means this is going to be a dangerous peak if anyone chooses to take it, but the lack of noise being made over towards C will pull that gamble stack all the way over towards A. Some smokes going up is enough for them to buy into it.
There's also zero noise A.
Yeah,
there's just no noise, Veggie.
I felt like the attackers were going to make the right decision to run back, but that Prowler might just give them a false sense of security. They do have a little bit of game planning going on, hitting the doors. BLG look kind of scared to make anything, right? I think that lack of noise is playing into their own heads as well. Unfortunately for Russia, having that outlaw means that he can't take too much of an aggressive angle. They have now, however, managed to find themselves up here on B.
I'm just going to move forwards, get as much space as they can. Soon as Spike goes down, Wolves are going to activate,
剩余30秒。
potentially look for a flood, but they're keeping themselves quiet right now. Because they know that it's a question mark for BLG as to where they could be, but it's one of those situations where more than likely when you spot one player, you're going to spot them all. FT gets that kill, and he's just going to back out, and now Wolves in a situation where they want to move towards Link, want to use these classics for the short-range angles, but it's more than likely they're just trying to die to the spike.
Yeah, I think that's one of these angles. It's certainly been a quiet place here on round 2. Maybe kick-starting a little bit, but YZ needs to go hunting to kind of get that showstopper online. Will peek out and not find anything just about yet. Wolves hanging on to the bit of the end, yeah.
Oh no, the spike! It's gotta go! Oh! But it's BLG, this team just hates people trying to die to the spike. We saw it in Summit as well. Anytime someone was trying to execute, they just instantly ran them down. They just do not want it to happen. Very much prioritizing these ult orbs, trying to get these duelists online, and definitely getting some ult stacking for YZ here. A few kills and FT as well. It's going to be good for them going into these future rounds. Not a single kill on the board for Wolves just yet.
Yeah, it's a promising sign, isn't it? Flawless right off the bat. That's a good start. The tether combo unfortunately just misses out. But Glacier more than prepared for these pinks out, but looks at the wrong time and now trapped up. YZ higher above, 6 Glacier down, and now BLG starting to look a lot more of a different side than what we've seen before.
Defense Viper Wall actually allows them to get into tree unscathed.
爆能器已部署。
Smoke to try catch the planter if they could. 3 people backside that need to be cleared out. Paranoia to slow them down as well. Dog being used to get a little bit of information. It's an awkward retake. They're so spread. There's so many members in tree. They've got someone watching the flank as well. It's a good setup from BLG right now. Wolves feel pressed to move forward to make their play. Paranoia backside. FT's found one. It's FT on this duelist making things work. Spring cannot be the hero that they were in the last game. And we spoke about these new players coming in at the start of the matchup. First, it was Darion having their highlight game, and FT says, I want a bit of that myself.
I've just thought of another thing his name stands for, but it's not broadcast safe, I'm afraid. Ends in that, starts with F, and that's exactly what he done to that retake for Wolves. Not the best of starts for them. They've seen BLG get momentum before. Yeah, they certainly have seen better. But it was 0-4 on Summit that they went down. Looking like this could certainly be the case here again, as FT claims that first blood. Another skull being claimed, dashes in looking for more and will find it.
Oh, it's double duelist. It's BLG back at full force doing what they do best. You love to see it. And FT playing this flex role really well. 3 different types of agents. I believe they were Viper first match, then moving over to more of a sentinel role, and now on this duelist really unlocked to do what they can do. BLG picking up 4 rounds straight away off the bat. Really looking again, strong man. Here, yeah.
Oh, like, often at times when it's like a 0-4, you're like, it's been close, it's been give or take, there's a little bit of hope. But what, Spring's like the only player that's got a kill? That's not a good sign, man. Come on, we need Wolves to start getting back into it. Darion certainly looks to have fallen back to that map 1 presence, and Alex forced into such an early timeout to rescue this for Wolves. It is just a complete shade of where we were on Summit. You talked about dismissing the map. If anything, we could be talking about dismissing how Split went.
Yeah, I mean, BLG certainly have memories of a goldfish, I guess. Just they don't care about what happened last map. They're going to go aggressive. They're going to do it again. They're going to play back into that same play style that they always love to play. And so far, we've not seen this Vice have any impact? It was an agent that
Just thinking
completely
that, yeah.
shut off BLG's attack on Split, but so far on Lotus, don't think I've even seen the utility yet.
No, and I think that's the biggest part of this is obviously the three sites, right? Is that before you're forced into just the one site with a couple of choke points, this time, even if they were to run into that problem, they have a lot more direction that they can spread out into rather than being pincered. The defensive side of Wolves have more to worry and focus on, whereas BLG certainly have a lot more in their capability. Notably, the Vice setup is over on towards C, which is where BLG look to be heading towards, happy to fight out this rubble control. Wolves want to take a little bit of space over towards A, but as they pass out the aggression, they will just retreat back. FT, using his ultimate, picks up a kill and just keeps it going. Showstopper as well, dismantled any use of the timeout.
What are you even supposed to do? And now Spring, again, has to be the hero. Is in backside, has managed to get 2. But it's at the cost of their life. Glacier, you don't really fancy their chances. Maybe just looking for a pick. Probably just going to try to save this operator. And that was something we didn't really get to highlight in the pre-round because of BLG's pace. They had picked up that op, but it was over towards the A site.
Man, it's... I think they're going to need to... I mean... The timeout should have been where these differences were made, right? They made a little bit more of an explosion over by A right at the start and then hit in towards B, but didn't really get to see too much after that because of both ultimates on the Julius being popped to explode in.
BLG didn't even give him a chance, to be fair. It's just straight off rip. As soon as they saw that one way on Mound, they were like, all right, bet. You want to fight for this? We're fighting back.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way that you can deal with the timeout, right? Is just fully up the tempo and not allow anything to come through from it. Now, Wolves once again forced into a much weaker of a buy, but they need to be fighting for this rubble a whole lot heavier. It had a tiny bit of success in that first round, but ever since then, they seem afraid to even peek their little heads out. Like, it's not whack-a-mole. You're allowed to commit a little bit heavier. You don't need to just peek and then retreat forever. Fight more focused for it. And instead, this op's just going to walk into a 5-man walking down B main.
I mean, it is a good situation for them in terms of just looking for this pick. Glacier, the dog's been broken for them, but doesn't manage to find the kill. But it's a fast entry. And it's just going to be FT's death. A pivot over towards C now, but this is where the Vice is. This is what we saw on Split. The utility of Vice slowing down this BLG push, but they have answers now. A teleport past it. Why is he almost dies to it, but still pushes forwards? 2 bullets left, but that's all Yosemite needs. Another kill found. Decimation of BLG. They had the plan to go towards B fast, but it does not work. An operator holding this angle. Glacier misses the shot, but is going to be given another opportunity. And a run back towards A, but with such a big numbers advantage, you have to think Wolves are favoured, especially if they get the chance to pick up those guns.
Yeah, one of them being the judge isn't exactly the most ideal for the retake. Phantom already being claimed up as well. Vandal now acquired. This is certainly starting to look a lot more like it. Question remains if it's an overstep from BLG, from the overconfidence, or if Wolves have finally just came back online. Maybe the banana from the sort of mid-maps has kicked into fruition. The mid-game snack certainly wants to make some difference. But now Spike committed means this retake has to come in. Confirmed the site where it is. And as Wolves start to collapse, Russia starts to go looking a little bit more hungry.
The judge jumps out. The paranoia is great. Russia knows that they need to go aggressive. Has found one. But there's still more angles to peek. More kills to go for. And all 3 of them just holding that together. Spike's just going to be stuck, and
yep,
it was an impossible situation for this player anyway.
It felt like the op shot that landed on K-Knight just before the Nightfall was going to be committed is absolutely massive. If that Nightfall comes in it could have genuinely turned the round on its head, and that would have been a catastrophe for Wolves, allowing that to happen. And it does seem like just the game plan to just hit fast in towards B just almost derailed the entire round, allowing Wolves a path back in towards success. And interestingly,
Very fast. Yeah.
It's BLG that pull out the timeout this time, having seen something that they don't like, want to make some changes.
Potentially noticing maybe some of the setups from Wolves. And we saw it, we highlighted it a little bit in the mid round there where they did try to go for a push towards B, pivot towards C, but the Vice utility slowed them down. So that might be something that they potentially look to counter. You said in Split that one thing that you were very unhappy with for BLG is they didn't look to clear out any of this Vice utility before they actually made their decision on what to do.
Just looking back at the statistics from before when Billy Billy took on DRG, it was only 2 rounds on defense that BLG were able to pull together. So in actual fact, it's no doubt that the coaching staff want to get this attack back onto plan, knowing that maybe their defense is a lot weaker than their offense typically is on Lotus. They want to get a bigger round of streaks going, capitalise, and that's what they'll be doing. Derry on in a more aggressive position, however, for Wolves. Wants to shut this down. The smoke straight out, the paranoia activates, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, always going to favour the attackers. It's going to spread the defenders more thin, especially on a 3-site map like Lotus. You can't 3-stack a site anymore. All going to be open, just a bit of pressure gained. Potentially looking to contact.
But no one here on this A site, Snow. To get that information, they should be able to make something work. Spring knowing that they can just play their life. They don't need to give this one up. Play back with the rest of the team. See the pings for BLG starting to worry about stairs, about that extra angle that can come in. Nightfall revealing nothing should mean this attack gets to their site. But Wolves are here quite fast. Paint shells to try and deny the plant. Will just take some chip damage and nothing else.
Oh, this is a difficult spot right now. The peek out from door. K9 gets 2 in that situation, and this round all but done for. Glacier, I'd say satchel out of there and save that up if you can. This round is done for, buddy. But they are hunting. Goes back into drop, but it's spotted. FT ready and waiting for that one. Coaching staff doing their due diligence. Doing what they're paid for. Cleaning this round up for BLG, and it's that aggressive play over towards Rubble. Right now, both of these Omen players struggling a little bit. Darion yet to find a kill, which was unexpected considering their performance from the last map.
Yeah, but sure, it was the 2 kills from K9 just outside door that really sealed that round. Huge momentum moment. Aluba had that Nightfall on guard, had the player right down behind the block, low life as well. Those 2 kills don't come in, it goes very different. Wolves want to go aggressive this time, since that lower buy is online, and will get the first kill, but information gathered that it was a fast 4-man push will mean other sites are a lot weaker. So BLG progressed themselves up towards C, prevented momentarily by this Vice util. Steel Garden available as well if Yosemite wants to commit to this, make it a fair fight. But instead, just slowly clearing things out as BLG start to backtrack on their steps.
It's the same thing we saw again, right? A pressure from Wolves forces BLG towards C, but the Vice utility is set up there to just slow them down. Really great play from them altogether. And while there is a low buy, still some rifles online, still some players that could make some magic happen. Luba would really love 1 kill here to just stop this BLG push, but it's wide open. B site is gained. It's going to be a retake situation, but they're in such a crunch position. Why is he trying to negate that by pushing forwards? Fade ultimate use, showstopper as well, but it's taken down. Rusha lands the shot. Taken out by Spring now. They know where Wisey is. Viper Pit available if they want to use it. a tap onto the spike to try force a peek. YZ's forced out on the angle. It is going to be taken down, but Neff in the perfect position just to stop them make some doubt happen. And it's a Darion 1 versus 1. K-Knight has won a round for BLG already before in this game. Darion's guess completely wrong, and K-Knight yet again clutches up just when BLG needs them. 7 rounds on the board now. It is a BLG masterclass on this map so far.
Yeah, that's a really heavy investment from Wolves there as well. Showstopper, Steel Garden, that Nightfall as well, coming into play. Everything to try and get that one over the line, and ultimately, it does not land. K-Knight, the MVP for BLG before, certainly stepping up to the plate once again, making sure that this map is not progressing in the same way as Split did. BLG want to come on towards B. An interesting angle the last time they tried this. It went a little bit lopsided. Wolves' only round win. But they don't full commit. They back off for now. They keep repeating their same habits now of probe and back off.
Saw some pings over towards A as well. Seems like they maybe know that the Vice is set up here, so avoiding that site completely, which correct call to make in this situation. 2 players ready and waiting from Wolves on this B site, and no flashes available for BLG, so it is just going to have to be these movement abilities to draw those crosshairs if they are to get onto this site.
A lot of util just being flung in at nothing. No space taken off the back of it. And now the util can come back to deny even more. A lot of just chaos around the whole map right now. No one really knowing where things are going, but it's BLG who have got the tactical advantage based off of that boombot from Wolves that revealed nothing. They're able to walk in on site, but with 14 seconds on the clock, you have to make something happen, and YZ's position right here could just seal this out.
YZ's doing such a great job, but it's not spotted! The timing! Picture perfect! The showstopper used as well! Manages to get the trade! It's so worth! And YZ is just doing everything that BLG needs them to do. The pressure created has allowed this situation to come through! And have you seen more perfect timing? Right as Darion turns around, YZ is on the angle.
Not just the timing on that, but the timing to execute over towards C. Time to perfection to play that one through. BLG really showing up on this attacking half here on Lotus. Just complete contrast, Snow, of what we've seen on these maps so far. It's really hard to get a judgment on where any of these teams sit right now. Summit, you thought, okay, BLG are just going to run away with this. You get to Split and nope, it's Wolves who have cut BLG wide open. And now we're sat here before the half, BLG leading 8-1, the biggest gap that we've seen between both of these teams so far. Second timeout being called from Wolves in this first half nonetheless. Means these players have to be relied on to figure it out themselves for the rest of the series, unless we head towards an OT. And for BLG, they just need to keep the foot on the gas.
I absolutely love that fake there. The waylay is so non-committal as an entry duelist. Can just dash in, make Vice use all the util, completely fake that it is going towards that A site, and as soon as the members rotate, it's an easy walk up on C, and it's BLG. You asked for answers to Vice in that split map. Well, they're giving you the answers here on Lotus.
What's the answer? Just make another site?
yeah, I guess. Yeah, just go the other way. But no, it's great. It's great util usage from this waylay to just fake out these players constantly.
But it's also so passive from Wolves on the opposite side, right? Yes, they've actually took an aggressive position there and they managed to capitalise and get a kill off. But it's a 1-for-1 trade that you always say will favour the attackers here. They come back to reclear it. There's another kill just gone, and all of a sudden, Wolves, low weapons, low numbers, low chances of seeing this round come through. A 9th on the board for BLG would certainly be a positive. Spike getting planted, and Darion has to make a hero play.
No opportunity to do so. With that smoke being down, they can clear back sight, and we all know that they're all in tree, but there's not really much you can do with this weapon disadvantage. No util to work with. Yeah. Just no util to work with, nothing to clear them out. They're just relying on pure aim. Darion gets one, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day, and I feel like they're maybe lacking a little bit. These aggressive plays, when they burn that utility early from Wolves, they're left with nothing for the retake, and it becomes so difficult then to clear BLG out of these positions.
It's just hard not to be so deflated for this Wolves team, right? I got so built up in that last map on how smoothly they were running everything and how well sort of organised and put together they looked. There's a clear difference that Alex had clearly started to make on this roster, and all of a sudden you're back on a map that you were hoping had maybe been cleaned up a little bit from that last stage, and the remnants are certainly still there. Vice wall detected, Vice util detected, however, now. And they want to just stay by it. Trip the wall, a little bit of confidence gone. And look at that, the wall's gone with 1:20 left on the clock. That is something that this BLG side have certainly learned.
Yeah, and Vice has nothing now. Both Thorns used, Walls used as well. Only that flash to work with.
I've got nothing.
And it becomes a lot more difficult to anchor these sites for Yosemite. Now BLG backs away. So much time left on the clock to work the rest of the map.
Yep, just under a minute. All this space to try and clear out. Darion at least jump peeking over towards C to get that information. However, the Vice kill getting taken down. The aggression from Aluba deciding to take things into their own hands. Pushing out a B will clear some space and try and funnel this attacking side over towards A.
They are funneling them right into the operator. That
looks like this could be a B finish. Maybe.
Yeah, it makes it a bit weird. There is a gap in the smoke as well. Deciding to commit towards A, smoking off the angle so that Op can do nothing. But it's a convergence used by the Waylay to slow down a potential flood. The nade is great to kill the planter there. A numbers advantage for Wolves, not something we're used to seeing, at least in this map. Operator watching this triangle, waiting for this smoke to bloom out. Haunt going to be used to get that information. They are going to be able to ready and hold. The paranoia used as well to push them back. Somebody needs to get on the spike though. Time is dwindling down. FT pushing forwards. The stun is great. It hits 3 players. And now as time goes down, BLG are just constantly pushing in. The spam is there. The spike is hard. But FT stamps their name into this game. 10 rounds to BLG. And they are not looking like they want to stop here.
Crazy end to the round, given if the paint shells were thrown all but a second earlier, the plant would have been denied. Could have been a completely different outcome, but when you step into FT's territory, you better come prepared, and right now, Wolves are not that team. BLG are certainly that team. Dominant in this half, 10-1. Said it was 2 rounds that they won against DRG on their defensive side. Right now, that's all that they would basically need if they can collapse this last round as well in their favour. Weaker buys for Wolves, but they have the read right. They know that BLG want to come over towards B. They have 3 members stacked here. A little bit of util to fend off is enough for BLG to start their retreat again.
I wish that maybe Wolves, a little bit of pre-planning for who's going to shoot that dog, because with the amount of gunshots that BLG heard, they know that it has to be 3 people.
Wall dealt with
Again.
early again. Util all gone. Vice isolated over towards A means that the Nightfall can head over towards B. The sight should be theirs. Into the shadows to get a little bit of information on spawn. It's a last stand for Wolves, certainly, on this half.
Decided just to play it on site, not wanting to be aggressive. This should be good for Wolves if they can get some utility out. Showstopper going to be used. FT has gone down straight away. That's the numbers advantage that they needed. Paranoia used as well, but there's so many angles to clear. But Wolves are managing to do it. Everywhere they look, they find a kill. And it's now Rusha left alone. The Satchel's just slowing them down. And Glacier managing to finish up this round.
It's a rare whiff on sight that allowed Wolves to get through the gap, monitor themselves through the choke point. Said that 2 rounds would be good enough. Well, now it's not. Has to be 3 for the side of BLG, which is a mental thing to say given where we are. The deciding map at half time. The scoreline reads 10-2. Wolves, an absolute colossal task ahead of them. Can they step through and claim this victory to go 2-0 this stage, or will BLG claim a victory? A hard-fought one for where it seems, but certainly right now they are in the driving seat of their own fate.
We spoke about the breakout performance from Darion in the last series that they played, and also we saw the potential in that split game. But let's chat about FT, because they have been phenomenal in this map so far. Not only just fragging out, I believe they were 17-4 before the half, but also just the util usage from Waylay, just playing really effectively around this Vice to bait out that util, back away. Spoke about Waylay being a non-committal entry, can always go in and just pop back out if they don't like the situation, and FT has really been making use of that.
And as we get the pick cam, Snow, so you watching the football or are you going to sleep? I think we all know the answer to that one. Erling Haaland on display, Skull's been shouted out. But for now, it's a Skull that BLG need to cheer themselves to victory. 3 rounds will seal it. I'd imagine the pistol could be absolutely monumental for how this one can go. Disastrous for Wolves if they lose it. Calamity, some might say. Celebrations for BLG. And we will find out just about now. That's an 80% win rate on the pistols for Wolves. They look like the more likely team to do it, but we don't like to take odds in this series whenever anything's been favoured.
Okay.
It seems to go the other way.
It's going to be a bloodbath if that wall drops and somebody's out on that angle.
It's the PRH triple stack, right? Except they sometimes do it with 4.
They're going to know it's there. A few bullets being shot. Contact play in through towards C. There wasn't much sound being made, so they managed to make it all the way onto site. Looks like they want to go aggressive as well, but players ready and waiting. Paranoia use nade. Gonna slow them down. It's good for Wolves to stall it out for just a moment. But BLG still has everything to work with. They've still got the cam. Cam's been broken now. Moving forward, BLG trying to hunt for these kills. They're gonna have to go through a smoke, but it's just shots being baited. Once again, one of these rounds where it's just chaos on site. And you said calamity for Wolves if BLG wins this pistol round. And celebrations for this BLG squad. There's now only 2 more rounds to get. Wolves, I feel like they have to force this next round and try and make magic happen.
They had an 80% win rate. It certainly looked like the chances were up in towards the 90s given the post plant, but now what's worse than a calamity? Because that's where Wolves are sitting right now. 11-2. 2 more rounds seals this series out. A disastrous finish. 2 rounds would not be good enough. The questions need to be getting asked if this doesn't see some form of a turnaround. And as they poke and they probe, BLG start to look themselves, finding that first blood, finding some avenues. The 12th is certainly looming.
Flash out, but FT's dodged it. Wants to go aggressive here. Oh, FT, this is greedy, but it just might work. Peeks out, gets the 1, but there are trades across the board. But it's Glacier left alone again to try do everything and just nothing to be gained. It's interesting. Wolves elected to save that round. So from here on out, it is perfection that we ask from them. You spoke about BLG last time they played this map. Only 2 rounds on their defensive half. And if you're a Wolves fan, you're going to be praying for the same result, because the best thing that you can hope for is an overtime.
Perfection, Snow. This is a team that you're talking about that hasn't won on this map for so long. It's not even been won this season. That's how badly we're talking. At least they get the first kill. Something finally goes their way. It's a long road back. It's a treacherous one that BLG are in control of, but Wolves slowly picking their way in.
This round for them, hopefully, should just be a freebie.
Oh, don't say it.
Oh no, the caster curse. Veggie believes curses are real. And why is he trying to showcase that that is true as well? Rusha in this drop position. Oh no. Oh no, don't say the caster curse. Don't make it real. It's a 1v3 for Knight. Low health pools. Glacier calms it down for just a second. And Veggie was starting to believe that maybe my words had become reality.
I don't know if it's your words or just how disappointing Wolves have shown themselves to be and how mistake prone they seem to be on this map in comparison to that really impressive performance over towards Split. If anything, it shows you that yes, the coaching staff and the changes have made some difference, but there's still a lot of work to do to get this squad back into prime position. And FT wants to take this one to them. He can feel the victory in their hands, goes aggressive right off the bat, but it's not going to find anything as Yosemite picks up this first blood and starts to pull the squad over towards C.
Cracks showing in the BLG armor right here. Bit of rough play for the last 2 rounds. Maybe the defensive half weaknesses that you highlighted before are coming into fruition, but it's the Bucky in the corner, the shotgun.
Oh
it's
my
the perfect
God.
weapon for the situation. How has Neff got 3 with the Bucky? It's made it a potential winnable round, and it's FT with the Bucky as well. Has to pull out the classic. They have to invest the ultimate. They're so scared about the potential of losing this round. A round that should have been free with how it started.
Get the spike down, man.
Just get it down. Just make it stop. FT has access to a rifle. No, it's just another Bucky, actually. And Yosemite says, calm down, everybody. We are going to win out this round. Force BLG onto a save, I believe.
Does it matter? They just got 3 kills with a Bucky. What difference is a save going to make, man?
And it's just not checking the position. It's I like the aggressive TP out, but jumping out of the safety of the smoke to do it just gives that opportunity for Neff to go huge. And Neff feeling themselves. They've got the Bucky again, Veggie.
FT taking that space off. The Viper wall will allow him to reposition. Warning shots back and forward. Yosemite and Darion in this winning position from that last round, looking for any aggression outside of C, but it will not be found. So the bodies are coming back, the Prowler goes out. Space, access, the key does fit this lock, and they will start towards entering.
No trips to have to deal with either. Just the cam. That hasn't been used yet, so it hasn't spotted them on mound, but with all the A information, they have to know that it's here. They're ready and waiting. They've got a trap play set up. That paranoia could be devastating.
We're walking back into a 4-stack because a smoke went up on C.
Showstopper used as well. There's 3 players sitting in a corner. Spring is the sacrifice. Glacier counters it. Flowing 3 with the ults. FT tries to peek out as well. Wolves are having to invest so much, even in these anti-ecos, just to get around over the line. Rusho's found their way onto site as well. Neff, with that ever-looming Bucky, not in a position to make anything happen here just yet. Placing that smoke down to potentially see the planter. 10 seconds left. Rusho has dwindled a member down. With Neff going down, this round should be all but over. Darion starting to activate a little bit, feeling a bit more of that confidence.
But it has to be perfection. We need to keep that point going throughout this whole thing. As soon as you start believing, it has to be perfection just to even see that overtime come through. And now BLG will start to get their own rifles back on board. As Wolves stack up the rounds, they're going to be stacking up the money. All it's going to take is that one round from BLG. You can see they have 3 ultimates online, close to having the Whaley ultimate as well. Just one set piece could be all it needs. Faster entry from Wolves, gets themselves on. Satchel's in a TP, and the first blood traded out.
Such a massive risk to just push the tempo and run towards B. But if it works, it works, and so far, it is doing just that. Spike gonna go down, but no aggressive positioning from anybody from Wolves right now. They're gonna know that this player's in towards Link. Aluba gets 1. It's needed. K-Knight trying to find more as well. FT's already on site. Nobody checked it. They don't know they're there. It's traded out. The information is going to be gained. Bold man buff is active. Rusha trying to find these kills, and just like that, a risky play from Wolves will not go their way. And it is BLG closing this match out with a hard-fought 2-1.
Hard fought. Maybe that first map, I feel like that's maybe the right word for that one. The other 2 were certainly complete contrasts and compares of each other. Wolves looking very confident on split. Lotus not quite the same. The question though will always be there, if they started on attack, would that have been a much different affair? And you were starting to see signs that it most certainly would have been. But that's for BLG to fix in post-production as Wolves take their bow, going 1-1 in this series. Some strong improvements from last stage. BLG starting to find some rhythm and improvements as well. 2-1 at the final time. Certainly what we were expecting from both of these teams, maybe just not the same path. But promising signs nonetheless, no.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away for Wolves. Maybe ban Lotus. That might be a takeaway.
I just think they need to fix up their defense a little bit more, right? I think their attack actually didn't look too bad at the end there. The problem is they went in, they could only afford to lose, 3 rounds. That's always going to be incredibly difficult on any half, regardless of how you're playing it through. Having to demand perfection, especially on map number 3 with a decider. A lot of pressure leading into that.
BLG showcasing some very high ups, but also some very low downs when it came to that split performance. It's that high risk, high reward playstyle, but I think one thing that they will have learned from this is that double duelist is their bread and butter. I feel like if they can force that into every map, they just need to make it work. Split, the one map where we didn't see that double duelist combo, and it was the one map where they really struggled to make things work.
For Wolves, try and get the likes of their star players online, but here comes the interview.
我们的赛后采访，首先想问一下今天的天书云雀，因为虽然是对方的自选图，但是你们一上来的统治力还是蛮强的。那你会怎样去看待这张地图可能攻守方的优势呢？
其实这张图现在大家的样本都不是很多吧，现在目前没有办法很好的去判断职业赛场上的星图到底它的具体攻防表现是怎么样的。
那其实有些人会觉得这张地图的中路控制权是很重要的，你会怎么看？
中路其实在大多数地图都是很适用吧，都是比较重要的。
那今天还想聊到的就是 Rusia 了，因为他其实感觉现在玩的位置还蛮多的，比如说霓虹、幽影以及零，感觉他现在更像是一个自由人的位置。那你们会怎样去考虑到他的位置的转变呢？
其实我们对现在，包括我自己吧，我们也
顺一顺，
就是，其实我们3个人都有轮换打决斗吧，然后就是在一些地图上有更多样的阵容选择。
对，现在其实双决斗也还是蛮强势的嘛。那作为可能队内元老级别的人物了，你会怎样去看待 Rusia 他在赛场上的个人成长呢？
其实 Rusia 现在也就是不是只能说是新人，不能说是新人了。他已经在赛场上，我们也已经打了有1年多，快2年了。
对，你们是打了很久，很默契了嘛？你会怎样觉得他现在可能在哪些方面比之前要做得更好一些？对。
就可能他其实没有什么需要做得更好的，他就正常打他自己就好了。
在你心中他是一个发挥各个方面都很不错的选手，那你会怎样去感觉现在你跟他双决斗的配合默契的程度？
其实我们现在的双决斗没有那么的吃配合吧，我们就是更多的是拿地图交换，用地图来打。
拿到更多的信息。那其实关于追猎这把枪也想问一下，因为像今天 Spring 选手他起到追猎的次数还是蛮多的，然后这个版本其实追猎也经过了一点点的增强嘛，你会怎样看待这把枪的强度呢？
这把枪就比较经济实用吧，有些英雄可以起他之后，然后配一个关键的技能。
今天你的数据也是领跑全局，其实3张图看下来，你的数据都蛮亮眼的。那现在你也是来到了 Stage 2，带着一个全新的BLG，你会不会觉得现在自己肩膀上会承担更多的责任？
我其实不会觉得肩膀上承担了什么责任吧。其实我自己，包括我们赛前也跟队友一起说我们现在太少锐气了，我们在赛场上一点锐气都没有。所有的队伍都可以骑在我们头上站起来，但是我们每次都没办法有力的反驳。然后我觉得我们从现在开始，我们就从底层一路北伐。
对，你们需要更有心气一些 ，Stay hungry。那最后有什么话想要对大家说？
就谢谢大家来看我们 BLG 的比赛吧。
Thank you for coming to watch us. From now on, we're not going to lose a single match.
希望 BLG 能够越打越好。那接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
At the end of the interview, they're going to take a picture, and then it's time for the prize draw.
好的，感谢王浩哲。那我们本场呢，还是我们福能掉落的抽奖环节，你可以喊开始和3、2、1停。
开始。停。
恭喜以上的观众获得了王浩哲抽出来的幸运资产。那我们本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，接下来把时间交还给解说。
Well, I think that point right at the very end is quite crucial. That they clearly don't feel too confident on stage and teams are walking over them. Another takeaway for me there is them saying that they're not going to lose another match. Well, I hope they're going to be banning Split if that's the case, because they can't afford another performance like that. Maybe looking to introduce agent bans of not allowing Vice either.
Maybe it's just, it literally might just be a compositional thing. On Split, like I feel like so much of BLG's playstyle relies around such heavy aggression early on into the round to just take a lot of space, force rotate, and then decide what to do. And if they have this double duelist online, it really opens them up to make more of these plays. But on Split, they're opting not to play into that, which forces them to be a bit slower, and it's not the BLG way.
No, they certainly don't like doing slow and steady. The Tortoise, in fact, did not win the race. It's the hare that won the race that made this their playground. And I think for them, the big takeaways is when they are feeling confident, you can clearly see that they're able to step up to the challenge and take the game towards them.
爆点，这有2个爆点后，多一个爆点，哎，哎，有一个维斯，可以退，留一个爆点，他们没烟了，帮我站下瀑布，我的可以站这儿跟我玩，知道不？我就在这儿给你们卖了，我们上我们的站位就完事儿了。给你们卖，我给你们卖，我没血。对，我在看 C 连出口我在看，没出 C 连。CT 到了，过来。C 连出了，2个应该。我先，nice， 好。没事，我们俩在里头，先别开门，王者，别开，他没有，他去正面了，不是这个正面了，可以出来这样，可以，在，哎，招兵，别漏，自打2，招兵103，没事，nice，哎，爆点，卢小在狙前面打，会给他们找，狙，混他，没拆，狙有把狙在架你们，兄弟们，来，狙。
One health share.
So YZ coming in at MVP right there at the end, stepping up when the team needed it the absolute most. The Raze player providing the value. 1.9 KD, really strong performance. What's your key takeaways from that one?
Sniped it away from FT, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I feel like FT just had so many big rounds, and YZ's just always a consistent performer. When YZ's doing well, BLG normally does well, and I feel like FT in this game was the main reason they were able to handle the Vice so effectively. That Waylay just made the Vice utility essentially useless, because every round they would just go to where Vice is, bait out the wall with the Waylay, and then just disappear.
Yeah, and I feel like FT was also able to set up the Raze to get extra kills for YZ, right? He was able to do that double dash, which then made people have to reposition, and YZ was able to capitalize on it. So a little bit of credit there, but I mean, also just one kill behind, right? It's just
literally 10 ACS. That's like 10 ACS. It's literally like one bullet to someone per round. It's like a tiny bit of damage. Like both of them together as a duo, as a combination, were just so effective at playing that one. And we see it there. It's the same story that's been most of the series. First kills heavily favored towards BLG. Wolves just couldn't overcome that detriment like they could in Split.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of hark back to FT once again is showing the impact that they can really bring to this squad. Coming up from challengers is always quite a big ask for a lot of players, especially to have to deal with the added pressure of performing and to put up such good, strong numbers as well and set up the team while playing an array of agents, right? That's the other thing that we need to focus on. This isn't a person who's just come up and played one agent and been like, it's a Raze one trick, or it's a Waylay one trick, etc. This is someone that's played a different agent on every single map so far, and they're really looking confident, and that allows BLG to set up in different ways. They said it during the interview. It allows them to have an array of different compositions that can catch teams off guard, but also give them a lot of sort of freedom in their ideas and the way they want to play maps.
Yeah, flex players are the future of Valorant. Pretty much the meta that we've seen for the past year or so. You have multiple players that just play different styles of agents and make it work. And it's all these youngsters that are coming up. Players like FD that can just make any agent work and be effective on them. And while it wasn't quite the biggest breakout performance for them, they were still effective, and that's what matters.
Yeah, that is all that matters at the end of the day. 2-1, the scoreline between BLG and Wolves, if you've just joined us. I don't know why you're tuning in at the end of the broadcast, but that's the way that one goes. The earlier matchup, DRG taking Titan Esports 2-1. Almost being a 2-0 if they could have pulled the comeback together on Haven, but unfortunately not quite the way. So they're undefeated but have a map taken off them. Both of these teams 1-1 on the stage so far, and a lot more action is yet to come from VCT China Stage 2, and we will be bringing you all of that here on Project Horizon. So make sure you are following along this journey as we get to see who the strongest teams from this region will be. But that's going to be all from today's broadcast as we sign off. I've been Veggie and my companion has been Snow. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights.